Dr. John Henrik Clarke, elder statesman, esteemed historian, African scholar, world Dr. Clarke. And while we're applauding, let's give brother and sister Herb Boyd a big hand. Amsterdam News. Herb, brother and sister Herb Boyd of the Amsterdam News. All right. Let us, certainly Dr. Clarke needs no introduction, and we're just so pleased to have him here tonight with us, the UAM family, as we celebrate this joyous occasion, this historical event, this great night, and certainly the person who can give us a great interpretation of where we have come from and to where we are headed is our African griot, our African historian, our African scholar, our esteemed elder, Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Most of my life I've been devoted to studying the position of African people in the world. I have used up all of my supply of tears and cannot cry anymore because of certain things we have failed to understand. There's a basic thing we have failed to understand is the difference between movement and progress. And when you fail to understand the difference between movement and progress, you fail to understand the proper use of energy and the strategic use of energy. And sometimes you think movement is success. One of my last books is called Who Betrayed the African World Revolution, and 6 other major speeches. And we have engaged in one of the most magnificent revolutions in human history. And if we are in a predicament over and above that of other people who are ahead of us and have not engaged in any revolution at all, but political chicanery, and we have misunderstood the difference between movement and progress. If a cork is lighter than water is thrown in the ocean on the other side of the sea, by virtue of being lighter than water, floats by virtue of the waves across the sea and ends up 6,000 miles away, that is movement. If a cork had a heart, a soul, and energy, and human feelings, and swam across, fighting all those sharks and the fishes. That's progress. And we made a mistake in looking at our own revolutions, some of the greatest in history. We have mistaken motion for progress. We're like a person lucky in a crap game, gambling with a monster. We win the pot, but we're afraid to pick it up. Too many times we have won, but we're afraid to pick up our winnings. My talk for tonight is a question. What happened to the African World Revolution? With the independence explosion in Africa, with the Caribbean Federation movement, with the concept of Pan-Africanism starting in the Caribbean, with some of the finest minds talking about African unity and African awareness coming from the Caribbean, and you cannot find any of that sentiment any place in the Caribbean. With Marcus Garvey coming from the Caribbean, and you can't even go to the Caribbean islands now and get a decent conversation on Marcus Garvey. Nobody's teaching Marcus Garvey in the schools of the Caribbean, not even in Jamaica. He's a national hero that his own people in the island don't even seem to know very much about. The concept of Pan-Africanism was started by three Trinidadians, George H. Sylvester Williams, George Padmore, and C.L.R. James, none of which are known in Trinidad. Nearly every radical in the Caribbean island was driven off the island. In the United States, and Black America became the beneficiary of these great radicals. T.A. Marischal, one of the few who lived and died there. Buzz Butler, who was the father of the trade union movement in the Caribbean islands, lived and died there, but he was in jail most of the time. Here, an independent people, in their appearance, beautifully African, with a color fascination that's downright sickening, just love themselves some white folks. And yet, when they look at their own revolutionary heritage, the revolutionary heritage of the Caribbean people is the greatest heritage away from home. They fought longer and harder. And the two priests who brought off the Haitian Revolution, Boukman called for an African heaven. Said if he met his slave master in heaven, he's going to slay him to pearly gates. And in his famous prayer, he said, get rid of these white angels, get rid of this white Christ. You ain't got rid of him yet. An illiterate slave couldn't read, but had enough intelligence to tell you, you cannot worship one image, be oppressed by that same image, and be free. Let's look at the beginning of this revolution in the 19th century. and see what happened to it in the 20th century. If we look at this revolution, we're supposed to be not only free now, but need to go beyond surviving. Cockroaches survive. Ain't no achievement in surviving. We have to prevail. That's what we have done. But what have we done with prevailing? In the 19th century, early in the 19th century, when the Africans understood that chattel slavery was now being turned into the colonial system, a more sophisticated form of slavery, they didn't petition, they didn't go to Whitehall, they went to the field with spear and shield and outgeneraled some of the finest military minds of Europe. For 100 years, they did this. They didn't argue the point, they fought out the point. A young reporter called Winston Churchill, after the Africans had driven the British out of the Sudan and had defied the British right to move into the hinterlands of South Africa, wrote a book called The River Wall about how the British reconquered the Sudan. Wrote another book about the patron saint of Somalia, Muhammad bin Abdullah Hassan. He said he out-Somalied all of the Somalians. This was a revolutionary Muslim. There was a revolutionary side of Islam, not an Arab-oriented Islam. The Mahdi in the Sudan was anti-Arab. And when the Egyptian Arabs came into the Sudan, he was a devout Muslim. He told the Egyptians, you are a bunch of dogs. You come here with the British trying to subdue your own people. And he beat the living hell out of them and chased them out of there. This was revolutionary Islam. Wasn't that Arab stuff which is back there? The Arab never left the slave trade. And he's still in the slave trade. Right now he's driving people out of Mauritania who are Muslims because they're not Arabs. He's killing people in the Sudan because they're not Muslims. In northern Senegal, he's back in the slave trade. And the Muslim, you come into this is the black man's true religion. You got any damn sense? You mean to tell me the black man had no true religion till 700 AD? You think I don't know history? But now, at the end of the 19th century, the Zulu wars were coming to an end. The Ashanti wars were coming to an end, led by a woman. Yea, Ashanti war led the last one. The wars led by Muslims along the coast of East Africa, West Africa. Sekou Touré's great-grandfather, Samori Touré, has stretched across French equatorial Africa, disputed the French movement inland. He fought the French so long, the French took one of his sons to France and trained his son. The son came back in the French uniform, fighting his own father. Old man came out of the bush and stood in front of his son's cannon. So the French have given you a new tongue, given you a new uniform. Let me see if they gave you any courage. Let me see if you got enough nerve to kill your father. Son broke down and cried, went back to France and drank himself to death. With men of courage like this, what are you cringing? I'm just dealing with Africa right now. Early in the 20th century, in Ghana, you began to produce men like Casely Hayford, African traditionalists. Casely Hayford was the mentor of Dankwa. Dankwa was the mentor of Nkrumah. In South Africa, ANC got started. My main point is we have been continuously in revolt. We have never not been a revolutionary people. Why have we not told our children we have not been cringing cowards? We have stood up to this monster and made him cry. What has happened to that revolutionary spirit? If we did it once, why can't we do it again? What happened in the interim? In the Caribbean islands, where you had the most successful revolts because you had African culture continuity and African connection. In 1807, the British understood that slavery was an unwieldy labor system. Now they got quick reputation as abolitionists. The British were never an abolitionist. They were changing the system of chattel slavery into the system of colonialism. The Caribbean people understood that now that they are free, they have no place to work. They have to go back to the same farm, same sugar mills. Now they got to support their families. Now they got to buy their own clothing. Economically, some of them were better off as slaves. The British are getting that labor practically free. This led to the revolt at Morat Bay in Jamaica. These revolts again asked for reform. The mulatto group in Jamaica wanted to make a deal with the British that they would protect the British against the blacks. The British would not accept the deal. Then the mulattoes decided to join the blacks. Now the British understood and began to feed favors to the mulattoes to the point where they produced separate job categories for them, separate communities for them, separate little petty commission jobs for them, to the point where they became almost a separate race into themselves, and they ran the color game on them to the point where in Jamaica they are still basically a separate people. And they have enjoyed over 100 years of privilege based on color gradation without ever collectively saying, I'm against these privileges because I'm one of the same people. Unlike some of the colors in South Africa who told the South African apartheid government, I don't want to be separated based on colors. I'm in the same struggle as the rest of them. I want to be classified the same as the rest of them. So I'm denied this classification. Coming down to the end of the 19th century, a Jamaican, Trinidadian lawyer, H. Sylvester Williams, founded the Pan-African League and subsequently called the Pan-African Congress. I'm going to show that we were always aware of our condition and we were always revolting against this. This was the revolution, the civil rights movement in the making all over the world, that this was not a local American thing. This was part of a world revolution of African people. That it affected Africa, it affected the Caribbean, it affected those in the United States. Until we stop playing these separate games based on geography, where those slave ships put us down, and concentrate on what the slave ship took us from. Until we stop playing this separate game between men and women. There was no separate auction block for the black woman. There was no separate slave ship for the black woman. She came over on the same slave ship. So we got to look holistically at our history in the world. In the fact that our life in Africa and away from Africa, since we made contact with the European, has been a continuous revolt. And that different ones of us revolted in different ways. All right, early in the 20th century, Ghana is producing a literature, a political literature. Casey Hayford's work, The Truth About the West African Land Question, when he's proving that land in Africa can neither be bought or sold. Because of his understanding of the land tenure question, he saved West Africa from the large white settlement in East Africa, where the Africans did not understand that once he was giving Europeans the right to lease land, he was not selling it. The Europeans interpreted that as a sale. And in South Africa, the African was also giving the Europeans right to use land. And now, in South Africa, the Europeans have 87% of the land. The African was not selling land in the first place. He did not have the right to sell land. In African society, no individual has the right to sell land. Land is the collective property of the entire people. Traditional African societies operated on a socialistic basis not only before Karl Marx was born, but before Europe was born. African society did not have to wait till Europe came to introduce socialism, to introduce Christianity, because Africans had all of these things. They did not dogmatize them. They did not beat other people over the head with them. The mistake the African made, and the mistake African people still made, he accepted somebody else's interpretation of what he already had. Now, when St. Augustine heard about the European interpretation of Christianity, he said, "These people make me laugh. they're giving us a religion we had 3,000 years ago. Which indeed we did. So if African people read more extensively in their own history, they could understand that they are worshiping a picture painted by Michelangelo 1,500 years before Christ was born. They understand that the early Madonnas in the churches of Europe were black. And some are still are black. And that the European, especially the British, they would not only colonize history, they would colonize information about history. And that the most disastrous of all of their colonization, which cripple you and your children today, is the colonization of the image of God. When you look in old African languages, there is no word equivalent to G-O-D. I didn't say the African didn't have the equivalent of God. I'm saying he didn't use that word. I didn't say he didn't have any religion. I'm saying he did not use that European concept. And there was no separation between man and woman. While the woman's role was different, was equal in importance. There was no word for jail, because no one ever gone to one. No word for orphanage, because you didn't need one. No word for nursing home, because you didn't need one. You copped out, started buying all of this nonsense from abroad. Someone convinced you what you had wasn't good. You got to take what he had. His ice was colder. Now, when the European began to educate the African, he's not going to educate him according to African tradition. He's going to laugh at African tradition. He's going to laugh at African clothes. He's going to laugh at African values. So when this African comes home, whose values he's coming home with? He's coming with European values, European concept, European religion, and sometimes a European wife. He don't eat European food, African food anymore. He wants French bread or English bread. White wife, white bread. Now they've captured your mind. You don't respect your sister anymore. You've fallen for all those images. You enter the O.J. Simpson syndrome before O.J. is born. You're all mixed up. And yet amidst all of this, great revolutionary thinkers are emerging, asking for the return of African traditions. In the Caribbean islands, their greatest thinkers are generally sent to the United States. Hubert Harrison couldn't have lasted in the Caribbean island a week. One of the finest thinkers to emerge from the Caribbean islands. Taught so many different subjects, self-educated man. Taught at Columbia University. Because Columbia did not want to be known that he's a man who didn't even have a high school education. teaching at Columbia, doing it well. He was paid as working in the mail room. He introduced Garvey to his first audience in New York City, Hubert Harrison. His book, When Africa Awakens, published in 1922, going to be reissued next year. Still up to date in what he was saying, especially about education. Great cadre of Caribbean revolutionists also was coming to America. J.A. Rogers. 50 years of research in the role of the black personality in world history. The Caribbean people now involved in constitutional fight cannot carry on the Pan-African Congresses. Now it switches to Du Bois. There's no fight between us. Understand that. When the Caribbean switched the holding of the Pan-African Congress from H. Sylvester Williams to Du Bois, there's no fight between black America and the Caribbean people. One is more conveniently located than the other. One has some facility that the other one does not have. This Congress did not switch back to them and the Africans until 1945 in Manchester, England. Now look at 1945 all over the African world. This is the beginning of the turning point, because when you look at 1945 in the Pan-African Congress in Manchester, England, remember, all Pan-African Congresses before 1945 were rehearsals. All Pan-African Congresses after 1945 were fakes. That was the turning point, because in 1945 in Manchester, England, young Kwame Nkrumah, the great mind of George Padmore, Amy Ashwood Garvey, Zeke of Nigeria, Peter Abrahams of South Africa, Johnstone Kenyatte, later Jomo Kenyatte, planned the future independent states of Africa, planned the structure of future independent states of Africa. It wasn't a Caribbean affair or an African affair or an African-American affair. It was a unified affair of African people from different parts of the world coming together, not fighting each other. After that, when they went to Tanzania, a bunch of fools arguing over different shades of Marxism. Well, the Karl Marxes and the Groucho Marxes got things mixed up. We still can't tell the difference between the two. I think the Groucho Marxes took over the meeting. Been confused ever since. But the great contribution that came from Nkrumah's mind on African solidarity, the organization of African unity, putting the African world together, holding a first conference of independent African states, the conference that led to Bandung. All of this came from the mind of a great Trinidadian, George Padmore. And when Nkrumah stopped taking his advice, started taking the advice of those mixed-guided Marxists, Nkrumah was going wrong. I see nothing basically wrong with socialism so long as you take the African variety of it. I see something wrong with the European concept of socialism, Christianity, and everything. I am boldly and unashamedly anti-Europe. Very clear about that. I do not believe that there are any European solutions for problems the European set in motion. Now, all of this led us into World War II. We went into it with some kind of reluctance and misgivings. Too many of us had read about how blacks were treated in World War I, when the Secretary of War said to blacks, "Your lot will not be changed because you have participated in this war." And they were burning black children in bonfires in East St. Louis called the Red Summer of 1919. Marcus Garvey went to Chicago and began to rally the blacks and tell them, "See, they don't want you here. Not only let's get out of here, let's get out of our own ships and get out of here." He taught us to dream again and to hope again. Now, Garvey was at the center stage of leadership until his arrest and subsequent deportation. After his deportation, the Depression set in. We had a revival of Garveyism during the Italian-Ethiopian War, and a revival of interest in Africa throughout the whole of the African world. People who brought into being the Ethiopian World Federation initially were mainly Caribbean activists. Then black Americans brought into being American Friends of Ethiopia, Willis Huggins. And Nkrumah was a student at Lincoln and used to visit the old Harlem History Club. All of this was on the eve of protests asking for equal pay for black teachers. The fight for equal pay was developed into a fight for equal education. This was also extended into a fight for equal housing. Now we see a universal fight for some form of equality at home. The Africans who had fought in this war, they had been trained to kill white people for white people. Now this African coming home and looking at himself still being ruled over by white people said that if I have been trained to kill white people who are treating others with injustice, and you're still treating me with injustice, what's wrong with killing you? Now you see the African Revolution. In the Caribbean islands, the fight for federation, the fight to consolidate the efforts of all of the islands as against having them as separate entities. What stimulated this fight was the land question. The British put so much land called reserve land, and so much land called crown land. And the people who lived there didn't even have enough land to grow their food. The British had so much land in reserve, absentee landlords. This fight over land accentuated the fight for independence. What happened to this magnificent effort in the Caribbean islands? How did they cop out and cringe and became almost professional white behind kissers? What happened to their mentality? What happened to their memory of their revolutionary heritage when they had brought off some of the great revolutions of the world in the Caribbean islands, and some of the most successful ones? Why didn't they teach this to their children? Obviously they didn't. You can't get an African conversation almost no place in the Caribbean islands. England is our motherland. England has made it plain that you don't become a citizen of England by virtue of being born there. Mm-hmm. Had the concept of federation been successful, there could have been an economic union between all of the islands, a common tax structure, a common currency, a common defense. There had been no invasion of Grenada. There had been no invasion of Panama. There had been a common educational system. Such rich parts of the Caribbean island would have been more developed. Jamaica would not be pawned in the hands of the World Bank that it is in the International Monetary Fund that it is. People wouldn't have gone in there right now and devaluate your money to the point where it take almost a barrel full of your money to get $1 American dollar. Become pawns in the international game when among themselves they could have fed each other. In the Virgin Islands, land that used to feed people, now golf courses and places for condos. Parts of the Virgin Islands they have to send to Up Island. I never knew there was such a thing as Up Island, to get people to do ordinary work, because the local men can make more money roaming the beaches and serving the unfulfilled, socially inclined white women on the beach. I wish this was not true. And some of the rascals are becoming rascals. In the same profession. I don't know whether Africa's in the direction of some lady's legs. I never heard it being in that direction. Nor have I heard of a revolution being fought in that area. We threw away our great opportunities. 1954, the Supreme Court decision against segregation in schools. We didn't believe it then, don't believe it now. We were rather cynical about it. What did give us a little inkling of hope? The Montgomery bus boycott, the activity around the murder of Emmett Till, the rise of King and SNCC and CORE, Freedom Rise, the challenges, the sit-ins, our youth, getting their heads banged, going to jail, wearing blue jeans, living on $10 a week, the spirit of these young people, that was revolutionary hope. Then the anti-poverty program came along, and a bunch of anti-poverty pimps began to buy into that and tone that down. By the 60s, end of the 60s, the movement was a form of hustlerism. Coups and counter-coups began to overthrow some of the governments in Africa. Africans had been naive in thinking that the Europeans would let them take over all that gold, all those diamonds, all that manganese, all that platinum. Sheikh Anta Diop had told you that there are 5 or 6 river valleys in Africa that not only could feed Africa, but could feed half of Europe. That Africa didn't need nothing but itself. You cultivate the valleys of these rivers, and you can not only have enough to feed yourself, you have enough to feed half of Europe. But Africans went abroad to study. And what did they study? International man, such esoteric subjects that Africa don't need at all. Somebody needs to sit these Africans down and tell them, if your land faces the sea, you need harbor managers. You need airport managers. You need people who can build a railroad system, a normal road system. You need schools. And so when you send people out to school, you send them to study what you need and not what they want. This is what the Japanese did. And the Japanese were fortunate. The Japanese never let people take them physically from their historical geography or destroy their concept of God. In Japan, the Buddha is Japanese. In Indonesia, the Buddha is Indonesian. In China, the Buddha is Chinese. Everybody paints the deity to resemble themselves except us. Inasmuch as Michelangelo and other Europeans took it upon themselves to give you a white Christ, and we got a lot of painters, good painters, why can't you take it upon yourself to give a black one and put some stained glass black ones? Is he less? Inasmuch as none of us knew how he looked. He was born in that part of the world predominantly of African people. He wasn't a European. The European has been successful not only in destroying the effectiveness of our revolution and buying off our revolutionists for pennies and a grinning woman sometimes. They've destroyed our hope, our aspiration, our possibilities, and our imagination. For people to be whole, they have to look holistically at themselves and the world and how they relate to the world. We have 100 times more than the Japanese started with. We have more land, more resources, and more people. How is it that they could recover from the loss of a war, 2 atomic bombs, and now their enemy is begging them for commercial space in the world? How is it they can achieve all of this without one demonstration and one leaflet? Once they make up their mind what they're going to do, they systematically go out and do it. What you have to understand is that we as a people have to stop dreaming. There are no givers. We have to stop celebrating non-victories. You have to be strong enough to take back what has been taken away from you or stop talking about it. Nobody gives you back freedom. It's never secure that way. This is why you are dreaming if you think the end of apartheid means the end of white dominance in South Africa. They took that country in blood. That's the only way the African is going to get it back. No. Nelson Mandela is an interesting figurehead. He controls nothing that relates to power. He don't even control his chauffeur. We have to look at reality. Sometime next week, the Phelps Stokes is going to give me the Agri Award for my contribution to clarity in education. I have written a small book for the occasion that I'm going to expand later to a larger book for education for a new reality in the African world. We have to stop dreaming and look at the world the way it is, not the way we hope it will be. We have to look at the potential, and we have to admit, had we trained our children right, given them the right information, they wouldn't be killing themselves or killing each other. We fail to give them the right direction and the right message. We fail to say, after you get the integrated hamburger, then what? It was our job as adults to prepare them for the next logical step. And what was the next logical step? All over the world, nation management, nation maintenance. So therefore, in education, we have to educate them to do everything that gives them the ability to rule nations correctly, to defend nations, to support nations, to educate nations, to make their clothes. All this time, a generation away from independence, a revolution inside of our own minds. We need to give up something to get something. We need to stop wasting so much energy and argumentation among ourselves. We need to learn how to respect each other and keep promises to each other. We need to realize there's not a single African nation in Africa. They're all imitation European states. We need to build real African states based on African traditional values. There should be an African language spoken in the parliament of every single African nation. If the foreigner don't understand it, so too bad. You don't change your French when I go to France, and I don't change my Wolof or Zulu when you're in Africa. If you want to learn it, we can show you where the books are. And if that disturbs you, we can show you where the airport are. I say one of the main reasons why our great revolution got away from us, we had too much ceremony and not enough substance. And when our enemies discovered, we shouted black power before we learned how to handle power, period, black or otherwise. When they discovered that we shouted nation time and did not know how to structure a nation, how to negotiate for a nation, and how to defend a nation. They knew that a lot of us were pimping on our liberation, and they didn't have to take us seriously. They'll take us seriously once we are organized enough to organize the wealth of Africa, the shorelines of Africa. Because wherever we are on the face of this earth, no matter where our bodies are, our cultural and political heart beats in Africa. So long as we recognize this, we can go to the ends of the earth, so long as we know that our cultural heartbeat is in Africa. We're not less a part of other places, so long as we know there's a historical place that gave us our original birth that we have some loyalty and commitment to. And there's no use shouting about being black and beautiful. White folks know that. They knew that all along. They'll make cosmetics to make you more so and get rich. One of the reasons why they fear you is that not only are you black and beautiful, you are natural, like the seasons. And you don't have to put on any makeup to prove it, because God, your mother and father, gave you a sufficient amount. Properly counted all over the world, in the Pacific, in India, and other parts of Asia, Caribbean islands, South America, in Africa itself, there are 1 billion African people on the face of this earth. All the Jewish people in the world are less than 1/2 of the black population in the United States. They have more political power in the United Nations and in the world than all the African nations in the world put together. They got their political thing together. We don't have ours together. They make you cry over their 6 million. You can't make them cry over your more than 100 million. Because you do not know how to play the political game of victimship. And they have mastered it. Now, what you have to do is to first settle all these differences between yourselves based on geography, for you did not ask to be put down. And all of us, irrespective of accents and geography, come together as one people
and make it be known that all of us have an African commitment, and make it plain to the Africans themselves who sometimes need their heads screwed on right, that continent is the homeland of every African who walks the face of this earth. And all of us have a commitment to making it secure, not only for our children, their children, the more beautiful ones waiting to be born. We gave the world its first humanity. We might give the world its next humanity. The fortunate position we are in is that we can regain everything that belongs to us without invading other people's country, without violating other people's women, without taking anything that belonged to other people. And we can stand for our own sovereignty without impinging on the sovereignty of other people. The world will be better when we are in power. The world needs our imagination. The world needs our energy. The world needs both our laughter and the wrath of our thunder, breaking the chains of injustice. Thank you.
Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Just one small matter, one brief presentation, and then we're out of here. Some of you can continue to stand. Let us give a round of applause to Michael Graves from the Guardians Association.
Hotep. Okay, let me say briefly that I have an award here from the Correction Guardians Association to the United African Movement. We just want to give a token of appreciation to the work that's done here consistently, also to the commitment that you have to the community, a beacon of light that you represent. This is something you don't see anywhere in the country. You know, scholars, worldly scholars like Dr. Clarke and Dr. Ben giving this information basically for free. You know, there's an offering for those who can give whatever they can, and Alton makes do with what he can after the night is over. So certainly this is just a small token from the Guardians Association to the United African Movement. We want you to continue to be that beacon of light in our community. And I've always been concerned about the slave theater. I come here often, you know, so I'm not a stranger here. I've always been concerned. I've always thought what happened in January to March number 7 was a dry run for the slave theater. So I think you need to be on your toes and be sharp and be aware and really sustain and protect that which you've created. This is the brainchild of Ultimatics and others, and you better protect it. So who's going to accept the award for United African Movement? Brother Alton. Very good. It reads as such. This is an organizational community award presented to the Slave Theater for educating the black community. Correction Guardians Association, Diane Cavalier, President. One more, this is for you. Thank you. And one more award. We understand that we need some men in our community. You know, and this is in no way disparaging with respect to our sisters, but we really need some men in our community. You know, when I think of commitment, I think of automatics. And when I think of leadership, I think of automatics. When I think of manhood, I think of automatics. See, there's a difference in the law enforcement community that's white and black. It's a big difference. See, I love automatics. It's crystal clear. I love automatics and I respect him. And it's therapeutic for me just to see him. I'm going to repeat that. I want you to understand that. It is therapeutic for me to see automatics. So I've been waging my little war for years within the Guardians Association to acknowledge him, to make a stronger stance. I think we've done a little bit, but we haven't done all we can do. I think we need to really push. Well, you haven't done all you can do either. We need to get Automatics' license back. So really, if objective judge checked it all out, nobody has done all they can do. I heard that junk that Roger was saying on the radio about he wrote a letter for Alton. How you write a letter for a man like this? You get out there and do what it takes to get him his license. He wrote a letter, but he comes on the radio himself for Cuomo. They in person get you to vote for Cuomo, but when it comes to Automatics, they write a letter and send a representative to the courtroom. That's a shame and a disgrace. So we have an award for our attorney at war. He's our attorney at war too. Automatics. And be proud. No, I have an award for him. That was to the Slave Theater. There's another award for the attorney at war. And be proud and secure him. I always, when I come in here, you know, I'm very security conscious. We have Charles Billups. Is he still here? Okay, because he's the Sergeant of Arms for the Grand Council, so he's our security man, but I do my own little thing too, and I check out everybody that's supposed to be securing the Slave Theater, and especially the close quarter people that surround Automatic. I see, can I walk up here? Is this flank covered? It's not covered. It should be covered. You never should let anything happen to them, or the rest of your life you say, we should have did this. Don't let it, no, I don't need no applause. I want y'all to protect Automatics. All right? Because I know what white folks think of Automatics. And I know what white law enforcement think of Automatics. They know he's a man. They know that they can't scare him. They know he won't bargain with them. They know this is a real man. So I know it's only one thing you can do with Automatics. Well, besides take his license, only one other thing you can do to him, and that's take him out. This is why you have to protect Automatics while he's here with us. Give what you can whenever there's an opportunity to give in its due season while you can, because you never know. This is an award, and the award reads as such. Presented to Automatics Esquire. What does Esquire mean? Automatics Esquire. For never backing down, always standing strong, Correction Guardians Association, Diane Cavalier, President.
Thank you very much, Michael. I didn't want to take your award, too. Let me just say very briefly, and we're getting ready to leave, that I want to thank the Guardian Association for the two fine awards, one to the United African Movement and the other one to myself. What Michael did not say is that tonight I was due at their award ceremony, and I blew it, but he didn't blow us. And we want to thank him for coming out to the Slave Theater after the award ceremony was over with and presenting these awards to us in the person of you. And so we want to thank him very much. We also want to make our final announcement, and that is on Friday night of this week, there will be appreciation for Dr. John Henrik Clarke and Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinen. And this appreciation is November 11th, 1994 at 7 o'clock p.m. The MCs are Imhotep Gary Bird and Bob Slade. Music by Mighty Chalk Dust. And there's a whole avalanche of black folks who will be there. And the list is long, but included on that list Dr. Arthur Lewis, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Professor James Small, Professor William Mackey, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, Attorney Alton Maddox, Reverend Al Sharpton, Khalid Muhammad, Dr. Carlos Russell.
Light of reality, because we have not faced reality, because we as a people live in a world of fantasy. And once we face reality and use religions properly, and once we understand how they are used by other people, and once we separate, not so much as separate spirituality from religions, and understand that out of our spirituality came the world's religions, and that we have been naive and let people take from us the basis, the elements, make religions and come back and sell them to us. Once we understand that, and that we had a much better version of the same religions before their former creation, then once we recover from the shock of discovering that we had something better than what was sold to us, rehashed from our elements, then go back and take the great spirituality we had and move with it. And once we understand what we were and where we are, we will understand what we have to be and where we still have to go. We are still thinking minority when we were never a minority. But we are letting minority people fool us into thinking minority. And we are literally being controlled by minorities who endear themselves to other minorities by demonstrating their ability to control us. And they control us by manipulating images through politics, religion, in the mass media. All right, the subject admittedly is dangerous. As religion is a delicate and dangerous subject, and it's even more delicate and dangerous when you're talking to people of African descent. Because where religion is concerned, we are a purist people. We are the true believers. We out-pope the Pope and out-Muhammad. We believe in things in its purest form, and we actually believe things are exactly what they say they're supposed to be. We have a humanity that actually makes us believe that people believe in democracy, and the inventors of it don't believe in it. And we had democracy before they think they invented it. And when they invent a fake version of it and sell it to us, we accept the fake version and neglect the genuine democracy that we have been living all along. Not only democracy, but humanity. We have had a historical fascination for ideas that come from the outside, and this has been our trap. And we have not studied those people who sell us fake trinkets, fake ideals, fake government forms, and rehash our religions that we invent in the first place. Now, all of the elements that went into the making of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam came out of Africa. And you have to distinguish between the elements and the formal organization of the religions themselves. The religions began to decline when outsiders, foreigners, took over those elements, organized them for their own political purpose, gave them a name, and began to project them to the world for their political purpose. Then the outsider created a religion, but he forgot the African substance, and the African substance was spirituality. Because if you have spirituality, you can use any one of them or none of them. Because the African spirituality encompassed the essence of all of them. The white man has religion, but he has no spirituality. Then you must study and understand the difference between Islam and Arabism, something which is difficult for black people to understand. The Arab did to Islam what the white man did to Christianity. He subtracted the spirituality and made it a political instrument for his opportunism. But when it came over to the African accepted the spiritual aspect of it and forgot that to the Arab it was then and still is a political game, and that the spiritual aspect left him very early, and that he was then and is now playing a game, and that the spiritual aspect never touched him. And if you listen with me with some kind of patience, I will show you exactly what I mean, because if you see that it was the African who used this religion spiritually, and it was the Arab who used it politically. It is the African who still uses it spiritually, and it is the Arab who still uses it politically. If you look at the present-day Sudan, where the Arab have declared war on African cultures, and he not only while he has declared war on African cultures, he's eating bacon, drinking scotch, and patronizing European whores. He is as holy as a dog. And yet, you can go to Egypt and order scotch, bacon, or anything you want from the West, including a Western woman, and you can go to an African country that is Muslim, and if you order scotch, you might be put in jail. I am saying that Senegal, a Muslim African country, is more Muslim in its practice of the faith than Saudi Arabia. And you have African countries, because Africans in general believe in the spirituality of the religion, and while the Arabs practice the political aspect of the religion, devoid of spirituality. And it is the African side of Islam that has used it for spirituality. It was the African side of Islam, and the African side of Islam alone, that has used it as a rallying cry for social reform and revolutionary change. Now, in a speech at the African Poetry Theater a few weeks ago, I asked the audience, could anybody name one Arab who used Islam as a rallying cry for revolutionary change? A Senegalese student rose up and said, Gaddafi, which proved he don't know what Gaddafi is doing. Gaddafi is an Islamic zealot who is trying to use Islam to start a new form of Islamic and Arab imperialism. He's doing a few good things to disguise his con game. Otherwise, why would he be in Chad and Niger? He's looking for minerals, he's looking for resources, and he's backing those African countries that he can Islamize. Then why would he build a mosque in Ghana? And when Ghana wanted some money for a sewage system, he would refuse. You see the politics, but you don't see the spirit. Now, there's some things he's done that I can admire. I've been in Libya 3 times, and I've talked to him twice. He has a country 2/3 desert. It's almost self-sustained in food. That is to be admired. You've got African countries rich in soil, rich in forests, buying rice from Texas, and they got big rivers running through the country, and all rice needs is water, moisture. All sugarcane needs is moisture. You got them buying sugar from other countries, not making the best use of their own resources. And yet, he has made better use of his resources internally than many countries in Africa that have 10 times more resources. That's a plus for him in taking care of his people. But his external program is a form of Islamic colonialism that the African can't see. The African has got the illusion that there's somebody going to do something for them for nothing. The European and the Arab are similar. Their intention is to come to power and to use the religion as an instrument of power. Now, I believe religions should be instruments of spirituality and moral uplift. And the African obviously believes the same, and that is the way it should be used. But if you name, every time you name an African revolutionary who used Islam as a rallying cry for revolutionary change against colonialism, it is the black side of Islam. Now, I can rattle off all these African revolutionists, and they nearly always became part of that same basic structure. Now, I am not against Islam. I see it as a force in human history that has to be reckoned with, and that at times has commanded respect and can again command world respect. If forced to the wall, and if I have to choose between it and Christianity, I would choose it. I am that disgruntled about Christianity. I'm that disgruntled about it because I think both of them have failed their mission to mankind, and there is no excuse for them failing in their mission to mankind. I don't excuse either one of them, as I don't excuse the United States or Russia for failing their promise to mankind. I think they're both two thugs. I'm not equating Christianity and Islam with Russia and the United States. I am saying that these are world forces that made promises, and that these two thugs who met in an icebox recently to reflect their temperament and their character and when these forces meet, you assume that one of them on your side. You quite forget that when they meet, they are arguing about which one of them going to rule over you. All right, now, let me stick to my notes because I've got more notes than I've got time anyway. Now, my point is that we were robbed of our original religions so long ago, we have forgotten what those religions were. And once we go back to the original base of our religions, before Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, and when we go back to those religions were based on spirituality, and the God concept of those religions, of Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, came out of what I refer to as pre-God religions. I don't use that anymore because people don't understand what I mean about pre-God religions. They are so accustomed to the word God, they cannot understand that there was a time when man thought of a force in the universe presiding over the universe, and while he meant God, he did not use the word God, and man had more spirituality before he consistently used the word God. He used the God force and the God concept without using the word. He meant the same thing, and ultimately Western man interpreted that as meaning the same thing. But at this period, when everything was an all-encompassing, all-conclusive, man had not created, the Africans in the great river civilizations had created a religion that was so all-conclusive. It was not a weekend Jimmy Swaggart type of religion. It was a kind of religion that touched your total being. It wasn't a Sunday religion, a weekend religion. It was part of your totality, your morality, your dress, your diet, your marriage, your total human being. And it dictated everything. And this is why, at this period in human history, man did not have a word for jail, because no one had ever gone to one. No word for orphanage because no one had ever thrown away any children. No word for old people's homes because no one had ever discarded grandma and grandpa. Man was truly religious, too religious to shirk his responsibility in any way. I'm saying that that was the truly great religious period of man. But once these foreign clowns began to organize and misinterpret what the great Nile Valley African thinkers had and began to slap names on them and began to make political and military use of them, that's why the whole thing went wrong. Now, when we look at Islam, where the brothers go wrong, that every time they move from one religion to another, they think the new religion has been with us forever. It is the newest of the world's religions and the last one to come into the mainstream of historical consideration. And when you separate it from Arabism, if you can, and it is difficult, I must admit, but when Islam moved over into North Africa, Northeast Africa was a fallen land. It had been raped for 1,000 years. The conquest wasn't much of a conquest. Starting with the Cambyses invasion 550, and they didn't arrive until 639 AD. And the Cambyses invasion was 550 BC. Over 1,000 years later, they got there, and they had one invader after another, Greeks, Romans. What resistance was left? All the great structure torn down. They were ready for anything when they arrived. They said they're bringing a great civilization. They arrived to feast on the fallen body of a once great culture. All right, now let's go back and pick them up at a period, the infancy of this thing. But let's look at these religions and look at these Nile Valley civilizations. Look at them as the basis of Western religions. And all the time this had happened while Europe was in its darkness. Now, when you take this like a classroom teacher, you've got to go into details. And when you go into these details, you've got to look at the making of the spirituality of Nile Valley people and to what extent this influenced the people of the Tigris and the Euphrates and the development ultimately of the people who became the people called Arabs. Remember, and this is hard for the new convert to understand, that inactivity as a place in human history, the Arabs are basically an the people. There is no BC activity of consequence that can be attributed to them. Now, if you want to build a religion around them that has been there forever, and if you want to say, as some brothers have said, God created the first Muslim, his name was Adam, I don't know what you're talking about. And if you want to create an Islam that started before the Prophet Muhammad, again, I don't know what you are talking about. But if you want to say that the elements, the sentiment, the basic social thought that went into the making of the religion existed in Africa before Christ, I can understand what you're talking about. But if you're going to say the religion existed before Christ, I don't know what you're going to talk about. I don't know what you're talking about. Then if you say that Islam is the black man's natural religion, I don't know what you're talking about. But if you say spirituality, the spirituality that went into the making of all three of these religions is the natural spiritual inheritance of the black man, I know what you're talking about. So you have to define your semantics, and you got to define your terminology before I understand what you're talking about. But you cannot say that he had a religion way back there called Islam, because Islam didn't exist way back there. Islam came into existence around the 7th century AD, and that's what we're going to deal with. Just for your information. Some people never seen the Quran. This is it, in English and in Arabic. This is a short history of Muhammad and the early caliphs and the early heroes of Islam. This is a book all black Muslims should have read, called Christianity, Islam, and the Negro Race by Edmund Wilmot Blyden. I have 2 shelves of books dealing with Islam, Arabs, and their history alone. 2 shelves. And I read practically everything and every word in every book. I grew up a Baptist Sunday school teacher. I belong to an African spirituality. I respect all religions when they practice what they preach. Now, we have to distinguish between what a religion is, what it can be, and what it promises to be. Now let us start with the present, then work back. Let us start with Ella Mazrui's series, The Africans. Because this series will and has done a lot of damage, principally because most African people who see the series never read one book on Islam, never read one book on Arab history, and do not plan to do so. And all they have is his word. And they're not going to check him out. And he tells you a few good things about Africa, then he is running strictly an Arab Islamic game, and he is running it well. It is a con game. And it is not about African history at all, because he is not telling you African history. He is telling you basically a few tidbits of African history in order to get his Arab Islamic point across, and he is getting it across exceptionally well. And that is what he set out to do. Now, why don't we ask the question? A Jewish journalist fund financed it. Why haven't we asked, who is Ali Mazrui? Half African, half Arab. Another question we have to ask, what is the role of the bastards of history? And he's a bastard. The bastards of history under pressure nearly always take sides with their father's side of the family that is in power. Father was an Arab. He is more Arab than the Arabs. He's black when he wants to be black, when it's his convenience. But in this series, this man is more Arab than the Arabs. You have to know some African history to know the game he's playing. But if you don't know African history, you don't know his omissions. You don't know his omissions about Ethiopia. You don't know he's left out Bilal. He left out Zayd bin Harith. If you don't know anything about the Ethiopian period of Islam, when Ethiopia saved Islam, then when you leave it out, you don't know it because you didn't know that there was a period when Ethiopia saved Islam. But if you read the Encyclopedia of Islam, the Encyclopedia of Islam said that Bilal was a slave, Zayd bin Harith was a slave. The Encyclopedia of Islam on this point is wrong. Bilal was a lawyer for that day. Zayd bin Harith was a military man. They were both Ethiopians. Why Ethiopians? Why did his rich wife choose 2 tutors for him, both Ethiopians? Now you got to look at Ethiopian history. Why the fascination for Ethiopia? When the Prophet was born, half of Arabia was an Ethiopian colony. But if you haven't studied black imperialism, you don't know this. There was a time when Africans ruled nations and dominated nations. But you never read Baldwin's Prehistoric Nations or Drusilla Dungy Houston's work, recently reissued, on the wonderful world of the Cushite Ethiopians. The second chapter, Chancellor Williams' work, The Destruction of Black Civilization, dealing with the southern African origins of Egypt. Look how much you have to know. Now, in his 4th stanza, the 4th session, which was really one of the better ones, dealing with exploitation, he dealt with it pretty well. He opens by downgrading the Western slave trade by 12 million people. Du Bois, in the end of the 19th century, said it was from 60 to 100 million people. The documentation has proven since then that it was at least twice that much. Then the other documentations on the Arab slave trade, in a work called Slave Trade in the Indian Ocean, prove that one period 35 million Africans were taken out. Then he said there's only 2 million Africans in the Arabian Peninsula. And he asked, where are those Africans? He's safe because most people don't know where are those Africans. Ali Mazrui, who's known me for 30 years, wouldn't dare stand before me and ask that question. Because I got an answer. I know where the Africans went who are not in the Arabian Peninsula. A lot of them went to India to perform the armies for the Maharajas. A lot of them went to Asia, different parts of Asia. Some went to China. And when the Portuguese came around to East Africa, the Arabs formed a partnership with the Portuguese. And the Portuguese and the Arabs got together, the Omani Arabs, and Mazrui is an Omani Arab. The Omani Arabs established Zanzibar and made Zanzibar the largest slave trading force in the world. And if you look at the magnolia trees at Zanzibar, each tree represents an African who made the mistake of looking at one of the harem women of the Arabs, because if an African looked at one of the harem women, they'd cut his head off and they'd bury his body, and they would plant a magnolia tree over his body. Every magnolia tree at Zanzibar represented an African who made the horrible mistake of looking at one of those women. If you look at Basil Davison's work, A History of East Africa, look in the index and look at the word Mazrui. You'll find some information on his family. Now, he wouldn't ask me any question, what happened to those Africans? If there's only 2 million in the Arabian Peninsula now. See, he's whitewashing the Arab side of the slave trade. Now, when the meeting was called by UNESCO on slave trade in the Indian Ocean, they invited 50 Arab scholars. Not one showed up. They don't want to deal with it. And the African who is a Muslim don't want to deal with it. And those who are Muslim in this country don't even know about it and don't want to be told about it. Because they think when they left Christianity, they joined a pure thing that is without fault. I'm not saying leave it. Stay with it. Stay with whatsoever you want to stay with. But realize all Western-oriented religions are faulty. All Western-oriented religions were in the slave trade one way or the other, one time or the other. And all religions that said that God endorsed slavery are liars and hypocrites. No religion and no God ever approved of anybody enslaving anybody. The Quran, and if you doubt it, you can take a copy here and find the passage, says that you can beat your wife, but you have to beat her with a stick only so long. The stick cannot be too large, but you can beat her. And when you go back to the laws of Hammurabi, 2000 BC, from Babylonia, and you can see the origin of some of this. It's supposed to be the first civilized law. Hammurabi said that slavery is a good thing. It's all right to have a slave, but you got to have some humanity about it. You've got to give him a day off. Give him a day off, it's all right. We need to read more of other people's history and more of our history. And if we had read more history, we might understand the damage that the series is doing, and understand also that he is playing the role of a con man. Con man gives you through a few flattering things to get you into the trap before he robs you and makes the robbery looks palatable to you. until you wake up and realize that you have been had. I don't know where he's going the rest of the series. I don't even know where he's going tonight. And this series will get more exposure than any educational series ever. It's on tonight, it'll be on Sunday, and it's on cable sometime during the week. So if you miss it tonight, don't worry, it'll be on Sunday. Why it's getting all this exposure? Somebody wants this message out there. Who wants that particular message out there? Who has the reason? Let's study its backers. Why the National Endowment for the Arts, an American, your money was behind it. That's only $650,000. It cost about $5 million. The rest came from the Annenberg Trust. What's their interest in backing an Arab commentator? He wrote the commentator. He wrote the book about it. And yet another series was put on by an Englishman, Basil Davison, 3 times better than that one and more honest. Because knowing that he was white, every time he came to a critical part of the history, he found an African and put the African historian in front of the camera and let the African explain African history instead of he doing it. And I'm saying that the Englishman did a better job because the Englishman let the African explain instead of explaining himself. But Ali Mazrui is doing all of the explaining. All right. This talk is not about Ali Mazrui, but you have to understand something of what is happening to you. This is an Islamic whitewash. I hope you understand that. And the sad fact is that most of you and most people who saw it will not understand that this is what it is. And it is for a larger reason. And that reason is going to come out more and more. Now let's look at Africa on the eve of the rise of Islam. Religions rise and are created and grow in a vacuum. A condition has to be created for religions to rise. What was the vacuum? How did it create? Who created it? What was the condition in Africa and Western Asia, called the Middle East, on the eve of the rise of Islam? If Islam rose in the 600s AD, what was happening in the 600s AD? The Roman Empire was falling apart. The Roman Empire had been falling apart militarily since 450 AD. 450 AD, a bunch of German thugs called Vandals moved down and hit the Roman Empire. Now, the Romans had propaganda out that the Roman was invincible militarily. And a lot of people believe this. It's just that the Vandals didn't read the propaganda and couldn't read anyway. And they did not know that if you hit a Roman, you're supposed to fall dead. And see, they just went and hit those Romans in such a way that the Romans never recovered. And they added a word to the language, vandalism, destroy everything. They warred on men because they had a wife and children, because they're too stable. They resented everything. Then they moved over to Spain and started a fight with the Visigoths, the Goths and the Visigoths. But only the people who read Roman propaganda continued to believe the nonsense. But the Romans would coax a long time. Now, they had already made a mess out of the management of Christianity, because now the fight between the Byzantines and the regular Romans continued. When the Romans, and if you understand what I'm saying right now, maybe you'll straighten out some current thing. When the Romans stopped killing Christians and became Christians, they wanted to take over the apparatus of Christianity from the Africans who were managing it while they were killing Christians. When the European takes over anything, he wants to control all of it, not a part of it. Now, if some backward people called black leftists understood this, they would realize that if they help the white left into power, the white left is going to do them in. Now, I'm not less of a socialist because I'm saying this, but I'm more of an African nationalist and a Pan-Africanist because I'm saying this. Because I take my socialism from African social living and not from Karl Marx. I take mine straight from the originators of it, who originated it before the first European wore a shoe or lived in a house that had a window. So I know there's nothing new about it. The Africans had it all along. So I go to the original instead of the carbon copies created in Europe. Now, there are a whole lot of Africans today who don't understand that. Now, my point is that once the Romans became Christians, they accepted as a political apparatus, but the spirituality of it eluded them completely. Where are they now in history? The conference at Nicaea has already occurred, several conferences. That's behind a few hundred years now or more. The Romans, out of their weakness, you must separate the political Roman Empire from the Holy Roman Empire. The political Roman Empire is dead. When the political Roman Empire started to weaken, they began to have African emperors, the most colorful being Septimius Severus, and one of the last being Caracalla. And Septimius Severus is noted for he was also the governor of England, in addition to after being governor, emperor of Rome. All right, he was from the political Holy Roman Empire. Political Roman Empire. Now, the Holy Roman Empire has had, at this point, 3 African popes. Tertullian being a noted one. There were 3. And Tertullian wouldn't be popular today because he's really one of the first to say, vanity, vanity, thy name is woman. So the holy sinner, the greatest writer of the church has had is behind us now. St. Augustine. St. Augustine, really, who gave the church its literature, also African, gave it its being, has lived and practically died by now. Bishop of Hippo.
he has written far more than the world knows. People know about this City of God and his confessions. But there was so much of his writing that has not come down to us that is available in texts and in documents. But he has lived and practically died by this point. At this point, my main point is that the African contribution to the church has been made, and Augustine looks back at what these Europeans have done to Christianity. He said it makes him laugh, especially the conference at Nicaea. These people don't understand Christianity. Now, the fight between Byzantium and Rome over the dominance of the church has literally wrecked the church. And this mismanagement and disenchantment now would cause a camel boy. Now, because you can't read, that doesn't mean you have no wisdom. Most of the people of that period couldn't read. That don't mean they're stupid. To begin to talk to other camel boys. And finally, he began to rise up in his profession, and his uncle began to give him a little leadway. He was working for his uncle, in the trades, the caravan trades between Damascus and, and he finally marries a rich widow. This rich widow secures for him 2 Ethiopian tutors that the Encyclopedia Islam mistakenly called slaves. They're not slaves. And Zayd bin Harith and Bilal. Bilal is the prophet's first convert. And Zayd bin Harith is listed as the third. I'm at a loss to find out who was the second of the African converts. All right. Oh, now, this is the condition. The corruption of Christianity has reached a point for failing to find reform, to get reform. He began to send letters to the different heads of state, asking them to accept the new faith. And some of them laugh at it. Some of them tear up the letter. The Emperor of China takes it seriously. He didn't just go, oh, so what's the big deal? He erects a mosque. It's all right. One more religion don't mean nothing to him. So, he erects a beautiful new mosque in China. It's all right. I mean, it didn't seem to bother him. He'll accept it. He'll give it a chance. Anybody want to join it? Here's a mosque. Yeah. You make no fuss about it. A few accepted, a few didn't. And then he tell me either go to accept the faith or go to pick up your sword because I'm gonna fight you. Now, Bilal accompanies the prophet on his various missions. And he is looking for someone to call the faithful to prayer. Bilal becomes the first of the Muslim to call the faithful to prayer. And he has looked, and he didn't, among the people of Arabia, he don't want to use bells or, Then he comes home one evening. Bilal is his steward and his mace carrier and general all-around man. And he tells Bilal his problems. Then he asks Bilal to see if he can say the call to prayer. And he said, why have I been looking all over Arabia when you have the sweetest voice in all the land? Now Bilal becomes the one to call the faithful to prayer. And he makes out of it a great art form. And even today, if you go to Senegal, and listen when the faithful being called to prayer. The Africans do it, and it is a concert. It is a concert piece. Then go to an Arab country and listen. Almost like a bad bird singing off tone. They can't bring it off to this day. They can't bring off that song. The beauty of that song. There's no God but Allah, Allah is, you know. It's repetitious, but it's the African who can take that repetition and infuse a spiritual beauty into it that you will not find in any other country, any other place in the world. Of course, in Libya, they just record an African voice and play it on record from the play. They get it that way. But Libya seems to have been the only predominantly Arab country where the 5 prayers are called on time, and where you do see a degree of people moving toward the mosque to say the 5 prayers. In most Arab countries, the traffic keeps on and nobody pays slight attention to it. But in Senegal, a predominantly African country, when it comes time to say one of the 5 prayers, the traffic stops. And you could be going to have a baby, but the traffic stops. And my point is that whether I believe in it or not, it's just so beautiful to see so many black people doing something in unison. Right or wrong is of no significance. No significance. Just see them doing something together. It's a thing of joy. You notice one thing generally. The men and the women are closer together in African countries than in Arab countries. And inasmuch as the prophet's first public act at a time when, because they are a desert people, when a woman had 2 girls, if the 3rd child was a girl, they either got rid of her or put her to death. Women protested this. He defended their right to keep the children. Now, inasmuch as the prophet defended their right to keep their children, one wonders why and how, over the years, systematically, Islam became predominantly a male chauvinistic religion. Here you have to separate Islam from Arabism. Maybe it was something about the desert, and maybe it was the belief that a woman needed protection. But very few women rose to high position in the Arab side of the religion. And I can name one woman head of state in the black side of it who not only headed a state, but rode in the head of her army and commanded her armies in the field. 1500s, that's Elmina of Nigeria in the state of Zara. I recently recommended that she be included among Budweiser's great queens of Africa. And I purposely supervised the writing of the copy in order to eliminate a whole lot of the misconceptions about her. And they are misconceptions and rumors. The rumor was, because she never married, is that she took a new lover each night, and if his performance wasn't adequate, she had him killed in the morning. There was no proof of this at all. And if that rumor got out, I guess half of the male population in the world might disappear. Even stars don't perform at their best every night. So that was an important thing anyway. The important thing was this strong woman defended northern, it wasn't Nigeria then, it was in the Hausa country. The state of Zara defended her state and built walls of defense that still can be seen in this part of Nigeria. Defended her right as a woman without getting into the nonsense about liberation. Held her ground, defended her lineage, and left her mark on that territory of Africa until that part, as a part of Nigeria that is literally called Elmina City. And she was a Muslim. And that did not happen any other place among Muslims for women. That did not happen. It surely did not happen any place among the Arabs. And the revolutionary African, especially revolutionary against colonialism, happened nearly always on that side, on the African side. That meant that the African accepted the religious side and the spirituality, and that Islam said something to the African that it did not say to the Arab, and that it still says something to the African that it is not saying to the Arab. That if Islam is to be rescued and made the great spiritual and moral religion it was intended to be, instead of the political instrument for opportunists, it will be the African who will make it so. He has the capacity to make it so. And this is what we need to look at. Not to ignore the Arab at all, not to ignore the fact that it was from Arabia that the religion came out, swept over into North Africa, and had its rapid growth. All right, now, after this religion barely got underway, the Prophet had some difficulty, had to leave Medina, then literally had to fight his way back to Mecca. Bilal was with him all of the time, and so was Zayd bin Harith. Zayd bin Harith was the governor of the Prophet's tribe, the Quraysh, and he was married into the Prophet's family, one of the highest honors possible. And he is hailed as one of the great heroes of Islam in the Encyclopedia of Islam and other literatures of Islam. The literature of Islam writes about the great blacks, but they don't tell you they were black. And what we need to do is to do a little more research in the area of Arabia and the presence of so many Africans at the time. We need also
to look at the number of African neglected heroes in Islam and bring them back to fore, bring them back into world consideration, and understand that Islam came into being so fast. It is literally a religion made from a composite religion, and the least original of the world's religions. It had to take something from Christianity, something from Judaism, something from Zoroastrianism. That is nothing that one needs to apologize for. And yet, it came into being at a time. It served a great purpose. And it had to turn to many places for haven and for shelter. On the advice of Zayd bin Harith and Bilal, some of the key followers were sent to Ethiopia for shelter while the trouble in Arabia blew over. The prophet said, "Go to Ethiopia, go to that land of righteousness where no one is wrong." This is the kind of reputation Ethiopia had among Muslims at the time. It had been a Christian nation for over 300 years. Other people against the move went ahead and told the Ethiopians that these people were thieves. And when the Ethiopian king received them, he said that your message is not much different from the Christian message. And he received them and sheltered them until the difficulty blew over and they went back and strengthened and got the faith well underway. Now, Bilal stayed with the prophet the rest of his life, and when the prophet was dying, he literally appointed Bilal as the next caliph, and he refused it. Now look what would have happened to the faith had Bilal became the next caliph after the prophet. It would have been a different religion altogether. But he refused the honor, but he did not call the prayers except 2 more times after that. He called the prayers for Omar, the first caliph, and 1 time for a special meeting for the first caliph. And then he either went back to Ethiopia or he died. We know Zayd bin Harith died in a battle against the Byzantines. But these 2 Ethiopians had helped to lay the foundation and the strength for Islam. Islam now was ready to move out of Arabia over into North Africa, to move into the vacuum left by the confusion of the Romans and the mismanagement of Christianity. North Africa was in such a sad state that the people were ready to welcome almost anything with the disappearance, with the wreckage left by the Romans. So there was very little resistance. In a little while, the Muslim armies had swept across most of northern Africa. A little resistance from the Berbers. These are relatives of the Arabs who had arrived much earlier. And this resistance didn't last too long. When this resistance died down, Islam swept into the Western Sudan and began to convert Africans. Now, Islam swept into the Western Sudan. Understand me now, if you can visualize a map of Africa. They went down into West Africa, not the coast, but inland away from the coast. That is called the Western Sudan, skirting the coast. And they converted a group of Africans. And these Africans became purists. So much purists that these Africans, after 50 years or so, came back into Morocco and told those who converted them, you are not properly observing the faith. I'm purer than you are. Now, you have to understand this, because Western Africa, the Western Sudan and Western Africans were converted by Islamized blacks. East Africa was converted by Arabs. Islamized blacks knew what part of African culture to leave intact in spite of Islam. You can see the difference to this day. And East Africa, converted by the Arabs, who had no respect for African culture then or now, they destroyed a lot of African culture. They married African women, and after 50 years, they had produced enough black-looking Arabs, and ultimately they would use them to go inland where the Arabs were not permitted to go and start the East African slave trade. Over 600 years before the European slave trade. And the Arab is the only branch of Islam to use Islam as an aspect of slavery. Now, the Africans who converted those in Western Sudan left the matrilineal system intact, meaning the lineage coming down through the female remained intact in Western Africa, while in Eastern Africa, the Arab installed the patrilineal system, meaning the inheritance comes through the oldest son, and the lineage comes down through the male side of the family. It has wrecked the culture to this very day. It has confused the culture to this very day. Now, when they arrived in Egypt, they arrived at a culture that had been raped by foreigners for 1,000 years. They had no respect for it or understanding of it then. They have no respect for it or understanding for it now. The Arab traditionally has no respect for non-Arabic culture, and practically none for African culture in other parts of Africa. And this is the basic drawback and the basic difference between Arabs spreading Islam and Africans spreading Islam. African Islam is basically different from Arab Islam. Arab Islam is a form of Arab supremacy and condescension. Just like white Christianity is a form of white condescension. They think they're doing you a favor to let you in their church. The church becomes their private property, just like the Arabs think they're doing you a favor when you come into one of the mosques. And if you go to Mecca and see the discrimination against colors, different colors, you will find that out, is that even in Mecca, there is color discrimination. And they'll look you straight in the eye and deny the whole thing. All right, now, they're in Egypt, but out of the Western Sudan would come a great general, Tarak Ben Zad, or Jabral Tarak. He would discover a weakness in Spain fighting the Goths and the Visigoths, and the Vandals fighting among themselves. The dissident element in Spain would do something white people rarely ever do. They would sneak across into Africa and tell the Africans how weak the whites are, and said they are so weak, if you want to conquer them, it's an easy thing to do. Jabral would send a testing army, about 10,000, just to test their lines. You find it is easy. Then later, he would send 60,000. He would take Spain. Now this is purely an African conquest. You are not dealing with the Arab conquest of Spain at first, because the Arabs were not there at first. The initial conquest of Spain was African, not Arab. That army came from the Senegamia, now Senegal, and parts of what is now Mauritania. And when they moved over and conquered Spain, Madame Bourguiba has written a book on it that bears the name Tarak Ben Zad. The Rock of Gibraltar is named after him. It's the hill or the mountain of Tarak. Gibraltar is a corruption of his name, Jabral. And she describes the army going into Spain. She says the army was black as ink. The general was blacker still. Meaning the general was the only one riding a white horse. So his blackness against that whiteness looked blacker than the rest of them. But the horse was better dressed than the kings of Europe, with silk and brocade. And the women taking off garments and throwing him in front of his horse, waving. Let me be the first. I'd like to see Hollywood put this in Technicolor. Militarily, the Africans took over Spain, and militarily, the Africans held Spain until 1240, while the Arabs did come in. But the military hold on Spain was African. Now let's look at the Africans and the Arabs, that combination called Moors in Spain. What did they do? What did the Africans give to Islam? Why do you find a toleration between Christians and Arab, Christians and Muslims in Spain that never existed before ever? It is the African spirituality. They coexisted with the Catholic Church side by side. They worked out a humane agreement. No mass killing. They built public schools. They built public baths. There's a chapter in John Jackson's Introduction to African Civilization called Africa and the Civilizing of Europe. You would do well to read it. That chapter alone is worth the price of the book. But there are many other books on the Africans and the Arabs in Spain. They gave Spain the greatest civilization it has known before or since. They built a great university, Salamanca. They translated the great works of the masters of Europe, including a lot of work they had stolen from Africa. Europe had forgotten its own masters. The Africans translated it. It was the African that suggested that the Jews be appointed to the chairs in the mind sciences. God, what an error. All the ideology chairs. It was the Africans who took the Jews into Spain and made them the grandees, the money managers of Spain. And when the Africans lost power, some of them went Holland and found the Dutch East India and the Dutch West India Company and became managers of the slave trade. People find no compunction of turning on us when it's to their convenience to do so. But their performance and the partnership between the Africans and the Arabs and the Berbers in Spain was a long and beneficial partnership and a fine moment in their history and in world history. The African and the Arab and Islam had united and held Europe at bay for almost 1,000 years. And when that partnership went bad, both of them were in trouble. By 1450, the Africans and the Arabs began to argue among themselves over nonsense at first. But 1240, the Portuguese had broken away from the Africans, but Spain was still under their domination. Then half of Spain, by 1455, had broken away, the Castilian part. And now they had colonial aspiration of their own. And they went to the Pope to discuss the matter. He was the leading authority of the world where Europe is concerned. Now they wanted a piece of the world. They wanted to start dividing up the world among themselves. And the Pope told them, you are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people. In other words, you need not feel guilty about the slave trade that had already started along the coast of West Africa. The fact that there were great independent states inside of Africa is something I'll talk about later on. My main point here is that Islam had swept down into the Western Sudan. That a lot of people said the great states of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai were Muslim states. Ghana was never a Muslim state. In fact, Ghana was destroyed by Muslims. By Abu Bakr of the Susus. When he pulled his army out of Ghana to help his co-religionists in Spain, he died. Now, I'll be talking about these other states in more detail in another way. But what I'm concluding with is that the spread of Islam into the Western Sudan had brought a language, a sense of accounting, and a religion that had a fascination for the African. But now, the argument between the Africans and the Arab, spoiling the performance they had, that almost 1,000-year performance that had been good not only for them but good for mankind. They had given North Africa some stability, and they had given the Western Sudan some stability. It came 1492, and the least significant event would be the so-called discovery of the New World. The greatest event in the history of that period would be really the Africans and the Arabs, collectively called Moors, would lose their hold on Spain and be pushed out. Be pushed out of Spain, and they would lose the Mediterranean. They had blocked Europe in the Mediterranean. They had forced Europe out of the Mediterranean, and they had forced Europe into the Middle Ages. Now Europe had discovered longitude and latitude. It had come out of its box. They'd gone back to sea. They had learned some maritime techniques from the school at Salamanca, that the Africans had translated the information from Spain. And they would turn on the very Africans who translated it for them and the very Arabs. The fight between the Africans and the Arabs would facilitate the rise of Europe. But except had the Africans and the Arabs got together at this point in history, fighting over various interpretations of Islam, they could have stopped Europe and stopped the slave trade, but instead of stopping the slave trade, the Arabs went into the slave trade, disgraced Islam, disgraced themselves, and left the African without protection, something which we should never forgive. And after this, the Africans, mixed Africans, Berbers, and Arabs in Morocco, sore heads, turned inward on Africa to rob the nations to the south. They recruited European mercenaries with modern weapons for that day, and with some guns supplied by Queen Elizabeth I, they invaded the Western Sudan, destroyed the great state of Sangay. And the long night that was to last 500 years had started. And the good that Islam had done was being spoiled. Now you had Muslim against Muslim facilitating the spread of the slave trade inland. I am saying that while this is one of the world's greatest religions, its redemption is going to come from Africans who will rescue it, give it a real meaning, make it a world religion, make it a world force for unity, and give it the sense of tolerance and respect for other cultures and religions that it once had, and integrate it into the concept of African culture and African liberation. Either do this or throw it into the ash can of history. Thank you.
Henrik Clarke. they have decided to establish these clinics in which to dispense prescriptions and to supply birth control devices to kids. Now, I have spoken to various people in the Board of Education department. I was there only today. And I sat down with this guy who's the director of public education or something like that. And I asked him to explain the policy, the reasons why, and so forth. And we sat down there for about half an hour. And this man could not give me a rational explanation of it. I mean, he is in charge of the program. And he did not even understand it. And he confessed as much. So it seems to me that what we got here is very clearly an attempt to deal with a very serious issue in a very cosmetic way. And what we're seeing in New York City are cosmetic ways of dealing with problems. Our leaders have no clue as to the solution of problems. Their way of dealing with the drug problem is to have a senator dress up like a drug addict or something like that and buy some stuff in the Upper West Side. The police commissioner's way of dealing is to transfer our cops once every 5 years. Their way of dealing with education of black children is to distribute birth control devices. So these people have seriously run out of ideas. They are intellectually bankrupt. Now, what we're going to do is this. We intend to do something about the problem, because it has nothing to do with the high teenage pregnancy rate of black children. Because it's true that the teenage pregnancy rate is high, but giving them condoms is not going to solve that problem. And we intend to bring a lawsuit, against the Board of Education on several grounds. First of all, that this policy that they're implementing is not very clear and precise. It violates their own standards. And secondly, and more important, that it is a violation of the rights of blacks. It has a discriminatory impact on black folks, since all of the clinics are located in black and Hispanic areas. If it was a great program, don't you think that it would have been in Canarsie and some of those places? When they start locating them just in black areas, I think it's a very good idea that it's not all that great as it's touted to be. So we intend to stop this, this type of action by bringing a lawsuit against them. And it's not only intended to just stop this practice, but intended to force them to come up with serious solutions to the problem of black kids in the community. Because we are convinced that they have no clue as to this solution. And the only thing that is going to force them to do it is to stop this practice and let them seriously rethink about the problems of homelessness, crack, drugs, teenage pregnancies, and so forth. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask each and every one of you, if you can, to be there next Tuesday. Next Wednesday, at 6 o'clock at the public discussion, when each and every one of you can make a contribution. Because they feel that we have a way of just kind of talking, bad talking, hey man, we don't like this and that. But when it comes to the real showdown, they say that they don't see too many of us there. So let us make our presence felt. It affects us, okay? It affects your kids. And make your presence felt at that Board of Education by being there next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Thank you. 110 Livingston Street. It's on the first floor.
First floor, 110 Livingston Street. And just to reiterate and to bring some of you up to date, I don't know if it was mentioned, how well it was mentioned, but are we all aware of Mr. Mickens' situation over at Boys and Girls High? All right, he's the principal over at Boys and Girls High. And a few days ago, he was walking down the hallway and he saw some of the young brothers with condoms blowing them up like balloons. And so he asked them, so where'd you get that from? They said, well, we got it from the health clinic. So he went to the health clinic and he said, to stop distributing any more contraceptives until they can discern this program and evaluate it and find out what it's all about. And Robert Wagner, who's the president of the Board of Education, said he's going to make Frank Mickens an example. punishing him. Now, how they're going to do that, they have not explained yet, but they have targeted the brother. And what we want to do, part of what we want to do, is to say to the Board of Education, you're not going to touch this brother. All right? You're not going to let him touch this brother, because he also stated that one of the reasons why he was doing that was because the parents in his particular school were on his side, and they were encouraging him to take a stand, and that he was going to meet the needs of his constituency. So we have a brother who is courageous, a brother who is responsive to the people that he is accountable to. And we don't have too many of those type of brothers and sisters around. And when we find a brother like that, a diamond amongst us like that, we need to give him. All right, sister.
Dr. Clarke, who did you say made up the Vandals, the people that you call the Vandals?
They were Germans.
Germans?
They were what became Germans. They were Teutonic people, and they came out of what later became Germany. And their descendants can be seen in North Africa today. You occasionally in North Africa you see a jet black person, tall, with blue eyes, descendants of the Vandals.
Exactly who are the Arabs and where did they come from?
They came from the Arabian Peninsula. The Arabs are really a mixture of people. They really. Thank you very much. I want to explain the slight change on title, principally because one night I was speaking so fast, I combined two lectures. So I had to create another one. Now, the search for unity is really the search for history and the search for definition. And if I might just have a few preliminary words, I'll get on the way. I want to note our personal loss in a voice like John Killens, and then a voice like James Baldwin. I want to notice because a people need spokesmen, and they need people who search out what is needed and what John Killens called long-distance runners, people who can go all the way and go that extra mile. Both John Killens and James Baldwin were unique as writers. John Killens always chose subjects for his novels neglected by others, and mostly Baldwin. Baldwin did something in his novels that made him a monumental figure in the literature of this nation. He restored the personal essay as a literary form. The personal essay had gone out of style in literature. No one was writing the personal essay well enough for it to hold up as literature. In writing about his personal problems, he wrote about universal problems. And yet, the vantage point from which he wrote was James Baldwin growing up in the Harlem community, trying to resolve the difficulty of being black in a nation that promises so much to his people and delivers so little. He died at home, away from home. And his death in Paris his death in France raises a question. Why so many of our writers, Richard Wright, and so many of our artists, Henry Tanner and others, why so many of them have to leave the United States to find enough peace in order to write. In one of my last conversations with him at Cornell University, he said there's something about the United States that eats into a person's manhood, and he don't feel a whole man in this country. And he have to leave the country to find an intellectual home in order to put his writing down. Sometimes he thinks out things in America, and leave America in order to write them. Nearly all of his books were written abroad, where he had enough peace of mind in order to write. All right, now, after this lecture, the last lecture, and I will be here for it, will be called The Lonely Nation Away from Home. It will be solely about Black America. And what is so unique about Black America and what is so misunderstood, because the Black American is really the loneliest of African people outside of Africa, the most misunderstood people outside of Africa, generally misunderstood by other African people, because the nature of the oppression in the United States have made something cruelly unique about the plight of the Black American that other African people have not only not understood, but hadn't even sympathized with. And so many times other African people join with whites in condemning or passing judgment where judgment is not in order, where understanding is in order. We inherited, and I've said this before, the worst of the oppressors. I've also said that Europe dumped its human garbage can into the Western world, and this nation got the worst of that garbage can. The other oppressors, first place, they'd been oppressors before, and they developed some style and technique in oppression. This nation still has no style and technique. It's very crude and no manners. And the Black American had to face something that others have not had to face. Years ago, when I first went to Haiti, and I felt a liberation, I said, at last I'm in a country where Black people rule. I can sit any place I want to on the bus. The fact that it was some of the most uncomfortable buses I've ever sat in my life didn't matter at all. The important thing, I could sit any place I please on an uncomfortable bus, and it wasn't uncomfortable to me because I could sit any place I please. I could look at a policeman, he was Black. The fact that they were some of the most corrupt, head-beating policemen in the world, I didn't know, and I didn't take into consideration they were just as brutal as any other police in the world. But the fact that they were Black intrigued me. When I came out of the South, every white person was a policeman. Any white person can beat your head. Now, this is not generally true in the Caribbean islands, not generally true in Africa. I'm not saying that there's no oppression there. There is oppression there. It's of a different nature, but it's still oppression. Slavery in the Western world, African slavery, started in the Caribbean. In fact, the slaves were taken to the Caribbean to be broken before they were sent to the United States for well over 100 years before America began to develop the kind of shipping that would go directly to Africa and pick up slaves other than to buy them from that market. All right, now, indirectly into the subject, I have been preparing all week a short history of Pan-Africanism, which is a history of unity. And I have been examining a lot of interesting phenomena that I have been looking at through the years and talking to the creators of it through the years. Fortunately, of the three great Pan-Africanists who came from Trinidad, I knew two of them personally, and one's still alive. And I talked to him, I argued with him no later than last year, C.L.R. James. I knew Padmore in Ghana when he was advisor to Nkrumah. In examining the trends of Pan-Africanism that actually started in the Caribbean, and yet, though it started in the Caribbean, Pan-Africanism had unified one island in the Caribbean. Although the theory starts there, principally because the greatest theoreticians the Caribbeans have ever produced are generally driven out of the Caribbeans, and they generally function away from home. Now, at the conference on Marcus Garvey in Jamaica a few weeks ago, I delivered a paper on state formation in the 20th century as advocated by Marcus Garvey. I was pointing to his finest gift and why he became popular and other men advocating approximately the same thing did not inject that one ingredient, the control of a state, the state, and he introduced the concept of state formation. And introducing the concept of state formation, he also dealt with how we lost the nation state. This is where I began to talk about tonight's lecture. The nation state and how we lost it. And if we're ever going to have unity again, have a correct perception of our history again, we're not only going to have to know what the nation state is, but how we controlled a nation state without any assistance from other people, and how we will not only lost the nation state, but how we lost the concept that we once had the nation state and were programmed into dependency. And this came principally through the laws of the history of a people. And one of the things Marcus Garvey was trying to restore was that concept of history that made you believe again in your ability to control the nation state. Now, I said in my talk in Jamaica, it angered a lot of Jamaicans, except the Rastas, because the Rastas agreed. I said, Marcus Garvey is 47 years dead. We are hailing him as a national hero. If Marcus Garvey were alive today in Jamaica, there are some Jamaicans who would stone him to death. And so some of the intellects said, no. The same day they announced over the radio that they were giving medals to the Jamaicans who participated in the invasion of Grenada. Nothing could be more anti-Marcus Garvey than for one black nation to crush the freedom of another black nation. That single act was so anti-Garvey, it was figuratively stoning Marcus Garvey to death, taking him out of the grave. Because I had said in a previous lecture, and almost had to fight my way out of the hall, I said, with the election of the Bostonian conman, the best thing you can do for Marcus Garvey, the most honorable thing you can do for him, is to go to Kings Park and take his bones out of that grave and throw them into the sea. Because you have dishonored him by saying, of all the brilliant minds produced in Jamaica and in the Caribbean islands, there's not one that I think is worthy of ruling over me. And then, soon after, some of the followers of the Bostonian called and said, we know who you are, and if you ever come to Jamaica again, be prepared to go straight from the airport to a Jamaican jail or to a Jamaican undertaker. So years had passed, and I had not been in Jamaica again. I wasn't prepared to go to a Jamaican undertaker or to a Jamaican jail. I arrived, happily surrounded by my beautiful and wonderful Jamaican friends, arguing over who I was going to have dinner with the first night, giving me all of the beautiful island hospitality that I had grown accustomed to years ago, finding all the warmth and the gentleness that I had when I lived in Jamaica. I felt no fear at all that anybody was going to do anything to me at all. Went to the university. The Rasta brothers were there, talking sense and nonsense as usual. And as usual, saying that we Rastas never been. I'm listening as usual with some degree of respect and wonderment. But I wonder how did such a country of wonderful and beautiful people got so mixed up politically when it could be the political jewel of the Caribbean Sea. And I think principally because it lost its concept of history. There is a story told about Suma, and an old man years later comes upon the idea, see, there's nothing left of the great Sumerians. Then he asked another, what happened to them? And the other old man answers, they lost their history and they died. And when a people lose their concept of history, they die politically and culturally. They are in confusion.
All right, now let's go back and see what kind of nation state we had before we lost the state. What kind of universities, what kind of scholars. It is hard for you to conceive with all the anti-African propaganda that you were once the masters of a nation state, not only the equal to Europe, but had a university system better than the Europe of that day. Let's go back now to the 1400s, when Europe is coming out of its bind after the Crusades. It was a drain on European talent, drain on European money, drain on their treasures. Although they were rapers and robbers and brought a whole lot of wealth back into Europe, but the cost of the Crusades was so high, the net loss was far in excess of what they had gained. Now, this period is over. Famines, plagues have taken 1/3 of the population of Europe. Europeans had not discovered or developed the regular use of soap and water. You think he is antiseptically clean, always been that way. You should study a book called Dirt, which deals with the history of sanitation, or the lack of it, in Europe. All right, now, when Europe learns how to build ships again, when they go out into the world again to replenish their food supply, their energy supply, they have to take it from other people. The other people being unsuspecting are surprised and are defeated. Now they have to create a rationale, a reason for having done so, because you cannot successfully oppress a historical people. So you've got to take most of the world out of history. So you have to forget what they did for you. You have to try to forget or rationalize what you did to them. And so the great states in inner West Africa, called the Western Sudan, are going. They have to forget Timbuktu. They have to forget the great educational centers, especially Sankore, one of the great universities of the world of that day. Two universities, Sankore, Salamanca in Spain. They have to literally make slaves out of the Africans who had maintained these great universities. Now, what the African people are losing is their concept of history and a place in history. Now, being brought to the New World, being given a Bible that they did not write, not seeing any image of themselves inside of it, they began to have the illusion that they played no role in the involvement of history. Now, it is not until the 1700s that we began to suspect that we have played a role. When we began to suspect we played a role, there is a kind of unity between the Caribbean free man and the African American free man that should exist today, that unfortunately does not exist, Because at that period in history, the Caribbean free man didn't call himself a West Indian or Caribbean. The black America didn't call himself an American. Both of them had a unity because both of them called themselves Africans. And both of them saw there was only one interest, and that was the interest of African people. All right, now, because the climate in the West Indies had changed, it had not changed to the point of eliminating slavery, but the craftsmen had gained their freedom and had gained a voice and some mobility. So there began to be a traveling Caribbean person. Many of them came to the United States looking for better opportunities. So now, in the 1700s, a man came from Barbados, Prince Hall. He heard all of the talk about liberty and justice, and he assumed that they were talking about us. He assumed wrongly, of course. And he was told, if you own property, you could get justice. So he bought some property. Didn't get any justice. So if you're a preacher, you get justice. Became a preacher. Nothing changed. Then he told you got to have an organization. So he got himself an organization, applied to the British to get a Masonic order charter, couldn't get it, finally got it from an Irish regiment who was angry with the British. He started the Masonic order, first black Masonic order. Did he call it that? No, he called it the African Lodge. Now this was a responsible organization, not a bunch of liquor-lapping hounds that you see today. No social climbers, no ladies showing off new dresses. These were responsible people. These were free blacks working toward the freedom of the slaves, meeting for serious reasons. Now, they began to underwrite the first writings about our history. In other words, the first writings about our history had to be subsidized. Prince Hall and his group were wise enough to realize that the writer had no money of any consequence, but he could write well, and he knew what he was writing about. We would give him a little money to sit down and let him finish his book. So many of the escaped slaves sit down in the lodge and finish their narrative about their life in slavery. Then they began to have newspapers much later. Peter Ogden from Antigua had found the Odd Fellows. Now, why am I emphasizing the Caribbean input into the early Afro-American freedom struggle? Because they had a little more freedom at this juncture, freedom of movement, than the black America. And they did not use it as proud, arrogant prowess, came over beating breasts. I got more freedom than you, my slave master is better than you. They didn't use it in that nonsense. They said, well, let me go over and see if I can give you a hand. And that's what they did. These were able men. So this continued until the slave narrative became a part of the record of the mistreatment of slaves and a part of early American literature. And the rough-hued slave narratives existed until a better written slave narrative would emerge under Douglass. All of this is a part of the writing of history. There was a slave who had been a slave in the Caribbean islands and been in England because his master traveled and took him because he was a good valet and he read what he read, and he was a very intelligent man, Equiano. Now, you're beginning to have a better written slave narrative, written by literate people, putting down the history of our treatment and the history of the background of the same people in Africa. Equiano's diary, worth reading today. Frederick Douglass's Life and Time, worth reading today. Now you have the beginning of a telling of the life of misery until in the 1800s, early 1800s, blacks began to demand an even greater voice. Douglass is out there now, the finest voice we produced in that century. The great black ministry is out there. Now, a Jamaican mulatto, John B. Russwam, and a black American, Samuel Cornish, starts a newspaper, Freedom's Journal. Now, Freedom's Journal becomes the first newspaper, and the editorials in that newspaper are better than some of the editorials in newspapers today. Sounder, clearer, more biting. After Russwam had served for a number of years on the newspaper, he went to Liberia with the settlement movement, set up a newspaper called the Liberia Herald. Still exists. All the papers still existed. All the papers continue to exist. New papers came on the scene, the Anglo-American newspaper and magazine. New personalities came on the scene. A black American, the first black American novelist appeared, William Wells Brown. He wrote history in his novels, then later wrote general speculative history using the Bible and such history books as he could understand, speculating on the history of Ethiopia. His famous novel, Clotel, the President's Daughter, deals with the numerous offsprings of Thomas Jefferson. Now, Thomas Jefferson's taste for chocolate is too well documented for me to have to get into tonight. He just loved those black women. Good taste too, I guess. One, Sally Hamas, had 7 children by her. Yet all the time he was speaking about democracy and morality and also saying he didn't believe in social equality. All kind of contradictions. Lincoln said he didn't believe in it either. All right, he signed Emancipation for another reason, but we don't have time to get into that. He wanted to weaken the South in the Civil War. So now, as we approach the 1850s, another recorder was on the scene
He came to America briefly, couldn't get into schools, and he left. His name was Edmund Viltmont Blyden. Went to Liberia College, went to Togo and discovered the circumstances of his own family's enslavement. Would later write a book, in spite of its age, over 100 years old now, and it's still worth reading, Christianity, Islam, and the Negro Race. Wrote an early book on Palestine, one of the early blacks to deal with the Jewish situation. His travels in Egypt, still worth reading. But a little book that is almost as up to date today as it was when he wrote it, on African customs, pointing out the values in African society that we need to use. Edmund Viltmont Blyden. There are several books about him. These are books by him. Now, as we approach the 1850s, on the eve of the Civil War, we have a few people structuring our history. We have a few poets, Jupiter Hammond and an unknown poet on Long Island who would write the first poem of satire. I've repeated it before. My old master promised me when he died he'd set me free. Lived so long his head got bald, got out of notion of dying at all. This is the first poem when blacks cast some doubt about the promises that was being made to him. He was a slave on Long Island. They did have slavery in Long Island, while in some parts of New England it was too cold to keep them the year round and they could work their way out. Certain other places they kept them the year round because they found something for them to do the year round. A brilliant black woman poet appeared in these closing years of the first half of the 19th century. Elaine Wilkins Harper, an anti-slavery speaker, an anti-slavery poet. She wrote poetry depicting the horrors of slavery. In one of her main poems she would read on the platform is, "Bury me not in a land of slaves." She wrote a novel dealing with the consciousness of whites in relationship to being a Christian and a slaveholder at the same time. She is forgotten now, and her life begs for a good writer to put it all together and do a good biography of her. Elaine Wilkins Harper, one of the forgotten greats. I have not dealt with Phyllis Whitley. I've not dealt with Phyllis Whitley because I have a little prejudice here and I don't want to get into it tonight. I think she was too mild with her poem to George Washington and to Lord Willingham. Just turned me off to the point where but what turned me off was the poem when she said that she thanks God for taking her from her pagan land and teaching her Christian heart to understand. Teaching her pagan heart to understand. She don't know she came out of an area that had just as much Christianity or more than she came into. Well, that's enough about poor Phyllis Whitley at the time. Now, on the eve of the Civil War, we had growing newspapers,
We had men recording. We had the Colonization Society, well recorded. We had well recorded travels. We had a brilliant black novelist and protagonist, Martin Delaney. We had a Jamaican, Robert Campbell, who joined him to go out to Nigeria to search for a place. They both wrote books about their respective travels. And if you want the books in the University of Michigan paperbacks, Ann Arbor paperbacks, there's a book called Search for a Place. Martin Delaney's report, Martin was a Harvard man, so it's a Harvard man's report. I mean, all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed. Robert Campbell, a man with limited education, wrote one of the most moving reports ever. Pilgrimage to my motherland. Spiritual feeling, visiting Africa again, being an ex-slave, now a free man, free with limitations, of course, visiting the continent of his birth. Robert Campbell was Jamaican. I'm talking about a period of intellectual collaboration when Caribbean people didn't think of themselves as West Indians or Caribbean people, when Black Americans didn't think of themselves as Americans, thought of themselves as African people. I'm talking about a period before someone invented a word called Negro and color. Even someone used the word color, it wasn't widely used. But 1829, another great document, a secondhand store owner, pawn shop owner, David Walker, began to write his famous appeal. And because people pawned their clothes and left them there during the summer, he would put some of the appeals in the coat pocket. And sometimes the sailors way out to sea before he noticed them. This is how the appeal got to England and got published in England. This was David Walker's appeal to the colored people of the world. He was the forerunner of a Malcolm X. He was God's angry man. Now, David Walker recorded the anger and the passion against slavery of the African person of that day. And he might have been the best recorder of that period before the period was over. But the one record that we need to examine, uniquely and creatively phony though it is. Now let me explain what I'm saying. Nat Turner's confession is no confession. Nat Turner was so brilliant. Nat Turner confessed only to those things nobody could do anything about. He named only the people in his group who were already dead or escaped. He did not admit he had a wife, and his wife was a secret keeper of the conspiracy. I mean, that was unique. And the white man who took down the confession and who hated his guts kept pestering him. Don't you know you have killed people? People have died. Don't you know you are going to die? And he was waiting to be hung. That Turner said, yes, I know that.
Don't you understand what you have done? You have revolted against the government. And Nat Turner said, the consequence, as a consequence of revolting against slavery, I knew from the beginning that I might have to die. So aren't you sad about it? Aren't you weeping? But I don't see a tear in your eyes, and you've done this horrible thing. He wanted him to crawl, and he said, I'm so sorry, I had to kill you for your wife. He ain't crawling, he ain't crying. So this man is still pursuing him. They take him to the gallows, put the rope around his neck, and this man, you know, aren't you sorry yet? Don't you know you're going to die? Nat Turner looks at him, though he's looking at a piece of dirt, and tilts his head while they tighten the rope on him. He said, didn't God die? Die like a man. And all this man got from Nat Turner is a phony confession. It's not worth anything, because Nat Turner's confession didn't hurt nobody. Because all the people who lived through it and got away, he didn't give their names. It was really not until 10 years later that Thomas Wentworth Higginson discovered his wife, who was the secret keeper for the insurrection, and began to make a record of it. Now, the importance of this for today is that in an age of media, for a revolution, where TV is literally killing the minds of a whole lot of our children, including mine, we don't tell them those beautiful stories, because those stories not on television, not going to be there either until we own a television station and put it there. And if you know what some of these stations, networks sell for, do you know we can dig up that kind of money? Do you know we spent last year $500,000 on potato chips? You know, any housewife with a stove can make potato chips? An idiot can make potato chips. You don't have to be wise. If we start doing the simple things for ourselves that other people are doing for us, we could make money catering to each other. There's no law against sending 10 trucks down to Florida, picking up some oranges and bringing them back and selling them to ourselves wholesale. And nothing wrong with it. We got truck drivers. We got the money for the trucks. We're not doing it. All right, now, back to this history, because I'm only going halfway and I've got a lot to do. After the Civil War, after a period called Reconstruction, the beginning of the land grant colleges, the beginning of higher education, we began to put down in our own way the history of our churches, the history of our societies, most of these things privately written, and some well written, some not so well written, some endorsed by a group of men or literary women who underwrote the expense of having it done. But we were coming back into history. Finally, after some rough starts and some pretty good basic layman's history, a non-profession, but a politician, would write a formal history of African people in the United States, and he would call it A History of the Negro Race in the United States. His name was George Washington Williams from Ohio. This is the first formal history. There have been other histories, informal, written by people who were not historians and had no history training. He had good history reading and a good discipline about himself. He would argue as to whether to use the word Negro. Then he would lose the argument with himself and go ahead and use it. And I'm sorry he lost the argument. But he himself proved there was no such thing. But he thought if he used something else, people would know what he was talking about. So he used it. Now we have a formal history appearing in the 1880s. Now, with the period underway, a lot of tracts, a lot of material written by late ministers. Bishop Turner is on the scene. Henry Highland Garnett, whose motto was resistance, resistance, has written a lot of his, not only his speeches, but has written his famous appeal, modeled after David Walker's appeal. Martin Delaney had written a novel, a protest called Blake. We're getting it together from a point of view of literature. But now, in the 1880s, a young man from Great Barrington, Massachusetts, who had been educated there and assumed he was going to Harvard because the young men who made high marks went to Harvard. They sent the white kids to Harvard and sent him to Fisk. He began to feel color prejudice for the first time in his life. He became conscious of it for the first time. It was there all along. He finally finished Fisk and went to Harvard, did exceptionally well. And there he wrote the first formal scholarly treatment of the slave trade, still a masterwork worth reading. The Suppression of the Slave Trade to the United States by W.E.B. Du Bois, the first book in the Harvard series, books by the former students of Harvard. Now we're beginning to have our history recorded by competent people. He would continue, and his essays would be published. 1903, his famous book, Souls of Black Folks, followed by his book, Gift of Black Folks. Booker T. Washington has recorded his experience under the title Up from Slavery. Now we have a lot of history at a time a new kind of history writer comes on the scene, the radical black journalist. T. Thomas Fortune, William Monroe Trotter, journalist teachers like Kelly Miller, then teaching at Howard University, and others. The foundation for the recording of our history is underway. 1915,
the year Booker T. Washington dies, W.E.B. Du Bois would publish a little book called The Negro. This is the first international survey of African people throughout the world, not just in the United States, but throughout the world. He would later expand this into two other books, one, Black Folks Then and Now, and the next one, Africa and the World. Now you're beginning to have African history by Africans. You're beginning to have Afro-American history. You're beginning to have Caribbean history by Caribbean writers. Now, the migration from the Caribbeans, and a lot of people need to note this, would start early in the 20th century, except for individual migrations. There was no mass migration of consequence until early in the 20th century. This migration would change the cultural structure of the community. It would also change the intellectual structure of the community. From the Caribbeans would come Arthur Schomburg. Arthur Schomburg would contribute to a book called The New Negro, a famous essay, The Negro Digs Up His Past. More important, long range, a Jamaican who had formerly been a soldier in the old West Indian Regiment, J.A. Rogers, lived in America so long and visited Jamaica so seldom, most Jamaicans don't know he was a Jamaican. J.A. Rogers was a Jamaican. I heard from his last wife today. A lot of people don't even know he had a last wife, or a first one either. Be that as it may, I keep in touch with some people. J.A. Rogers began to write polemics disputing the concept of white supremacy. He began because he was light complected and from Jamaica, still the most color stratified of all the islands, color and culture stratified, still. Because he was light complected, he had the hypothesis that the lighter complected person had more brains because they were closer to whites. And so while doing research to prove his point, he disproved his point. And so he began to write about all of the great blacks in history. In his first book, Nature as Nature Leads, 1919, then another book, Debate, still worth reading, From Superman to Man. Then his books, Lives of Eminent Africans. This is the forerunner to the book, World's Great Men of Color. Then he wrote a pamphlet on As Nature Leads, was the preface to the 3-volume work, Sex and Race. He was interested in race mixing through the years. As Nature Leads also was the forerunner of a more refined book, Nature Knows No Color Line. But Rogers was a prolific writer and a columnist. But more than any other of the Caribbean writers, Rogers spent 50 years of research looking at the role of the African personality in human history. And he laid the foundation for that inquiry into history to let us know that we too have played a major role in history. 1915, Carter Woodson established the National Association for the Advancement of the National Negro History Group. Association for the Study of Negro Life and History. That was his words. The Negro History Bulletin and the Journal of Negro History. Now you had a formal organization devoted to searching out in a scholarly way, to the extent that he could find scholars, the history of our people in good work. In the Caribbean, there's several Caribbean historical societies. There's one centered principally in Jamaica. Then there's one that embraces the whole of the Caribbean, including the Spanish-speaking and the Dutch-speaking and the French-speaking. And the West Indian Historical Society is centered principally in Jamaica. My main point is that all of us realized that we had played a role in history, and no one was going to write that history except ourselves. All right. Around 1960, 1962, African people, Africanists, people specializing in African history, began to challenge the white interpreters of Africa. They began to discover that most of the white experts on Africa were digging up information to give to the government on how to control Africa. Finally, the challenge came at Montreal, an organization that had been threatening to come into being for a long time. And it just so happens I was head of the dissident organization at the time. But at Montreal, the blacks challenged the whites and formed a new organization, the African Heritage Studies Association. I remember that a famous French Africanist, Raymond Monet, unfortunately dead now, or fortunately, Raymond Monet always began his lectures on Africa by saying, until the 16th century, the African did not know the wheel. And what is all the chariots Africans produced? There was African gladiators in the Roman arena, in chariots with wheels. And he keeps saying that until the 16th century, the African didn't know the wheel. Well, the main thing at Montreal, some young Turks went into a lecture being given by Raymond Monet and broke it up. He said, this lecture is off, this conference is off. And he kept saying, young men, do you understand who I am? I am Raymond Monet. And they said, you are irrelevant, get the hell out of here. They didn't know who he was, or nor did they care. Misconceptions were over who built Egypt in ancient times. And the Europeans insisted that they built Egypt, though they did not exist when Egypt existed. And we kept asking, and we're still asking, how would you build all those great temples in Egypt that was built 2,000 years before you built
a shoe for a European a house with a window? Why would you leave barbarous Europe and build something that fine thousands of miles away from Europe before you build anything of this consequence in Europe? And why isn't there nothing in Europe of this consequence now? They ran out of excuses claiming Egypt. Now they say civilization started in Sumer, they started everywhere except Egypt. Then they discovered that there were Africans were over there in Sumer too, building. This was a period when there was no separation between Africa and Western Asia called the Middle East. And there's a book called When Egypt Ruled the East. And what you think of as the Middle East was a former colony of Egypt, a colony of the nations of Western, Northeast Africa. And what we're trying to say is that we have looked into our history, and some of the people who have made a life's mission out of it are growing old. Some of them are dying, and they're not being replaced. We should have people who make a priesthood out of historical preservation, just like priests go into church and pledge to God and to a given order. People should go into history. Their whole life is the preservation of the history of a people. You don't have to distort it because our history is so good and glorious. You don't have to tell a single lie. You just tell the truth, it's good enough. I have always wanted to straighten out the black heroes and heroines so that I would have enough security and the people would have enough security to let me write about a few black reprobates. Principally because we have had some villains too. We've had some of the greatest people in the history of the world, but we've also had some villains. I would really like to write a decent book about Thibaut Tibb, the black slave trader, he never said he was a slave trader, he said he was a contract laborer. But his contract laborers never came back. So. Or Deborah Pasha, who was also in the same business. Or the Congo Arabs, mostly black, born from the cohabitation of the Arab and the African woman. There's some closed doors in our history, but there were some glorious doors. When I saw that stupid thing, Chaka, I'd like to write a children's book about Chaka's mother. If you write a book about Chaka's mother, you get a good picture of Chaka. You get a good book of African culture. On the mother in African history, the female in African history, you know a lot about African culture. Because you might be insecure in the presence of strong women in this country, but you were never insecure in the presence of strong women in Africa. In Africa, you never debated whether a woman is superior or inferior, because that's almost like saying your mother is inferior to you. And what fool would do that? Can you be pregnant? What are you talking about? She got you here. And you're going to debate about whether she's good enough to walk beside you? The African had too much logic to do anything as stupid as this. So what we need to do, in addition to recording our history, we need to study what has already been recorded. We need to really study the judicial system of African people. I mean, customary systems, their system. I remember, and I think I've told you this before, but it's worth retelling. When I was in Ghana, I witnessed a trial because I was staying at the home of the superintendent of prisons in Kumasi. And there was a trial, and it seemed like such a minor thing, and I kept wondering why it lasted 3 nights. 3 men had a job. One man faked an illness, and the other 2 men finished his work and collected the money and gave him his share, gave his proper share. But on the way, they saw him in a drinking bar, setting up the ladies and dancing up a breeze. So this made them angry. So they took it to their chief. And the chief was actually trying to satisfy the thing. There was nothing involved now. What was involved was, the total sum was $9. So it was the man wouldn't give the money back. All right, he did wrong. He said, no, they wouldn't take it. So it went on, and finally we called character witnesses after another. Then his wife came in, he's his last character witness, and she said that he was a good man, he took care of the children well, took care of her well, but sometimes he's too generous, and he likes to think he's a dreamer, he likes to think of himself as a rich man with enough money to set up people and, buy drinks for everybody, and he hadn't learned how to control himself in that regard, and she would appeal to the men not only to forgive him, they said, well, we have forgiven him. Well, now what is at issue? The men have forgiven him. The trial still goes on. Then she appealed to them to work with him again. Because if they don't work with him again, he is in dishonor. They not only must forgive him, but they must agree to work with him again. So that the dishonor is off until they not only they trust him again, they'll work with him again, he'll be a friend again. So he's fully restored then. I went back to Kumasi and I asked Dr. Donkwa, Nkrumah's schoolmaster, who was now on the odds with Nkrumah, but that's another story. Dr. Donkwa, what was that trial about? He says, John, his arrogant way. This is affection for him. He's acting like a stupid American. And the child would know what the trial is about. My wife is preparing dinner. Go down in my library and read certain books. You'll find out what the trial was about. Go down in the library, I'm reading an hour. Finally found a little pamphlet by Dr. Donkwa. 26 pages. Obligation in a canned society. I come upstairs. I said, Dr. Donkwa, the trial is about what governs African society. Honor and obligation. Well, John, you seem to see the light. We'll have dinner now. And when you study a society, you have to study more than its history. You must study the moral rules that govern it. This is why in African societies, when the European came, there was no word for jail. These are societies held together by honor and obligation. And when we get that concept back again, move among each other again, And we understand that nobody would snatch a woman's purse. It's a dishonorable thing to do. And you have an obligation to protect her, not to snatch her purse. Once this is understood, once this is ingrained, once we understand that we came out of a society governed by honor and obligation, we can become a people again. Now, all of this talk about unity is also about history. Because if you don't know the history of what you was, you are confused about what you are and what you still have to be and where you still have to go. And I think we have to pay more and more attention to history from our point of view. Get out of the trap of assuming that our oppressor has written any history about us. He hasn't even written a true history about himself. If he did, he wouldn't dare read it if he did. The repeopling of a people, the giving back a people their spirit, the unification of a people is giving them back values that make them appreciate themselves and respect themselves and walk the earth as kings without reducing anyone else to anything else, commanding respect and giving respect. This is what we have to do, because this is tomorrow's work, and this is the essence of the remaking of a people. We are not Western people. We have to stop acting as though we are Western people. We know we live here, and we know we have to make certain adjustments. We know we live in a capitalist system and have to make certain adjustments. But we came out of a sharing society. We have to rescue the spirit of the society we came out of. And we are responsible not only to give the world a new humanity, but we will start that giving with ourselves and with our children. And we will walk this earth shining like a new penny, because we are tomorrow's people. And if we can't be tomorrow's people, the world is not going to be worth living in. Thank you.
Dr. John Henrik.
I appreciate being here at this critical time in our history. And each time I sit and think, meditate, and think I've got the subject, and focus, another subject comes in focus that makes me want to stand again and speak still again. And you wonder, where will it end? I am a person consistently at war. And When you are consistently at war, you need an abode of peace. You need something to retreat within that will give you the peace to go back to the battlefield. And sometimes thinking over how I've spent my life and the fact that I could have done it otherwise, my peace within the wall came when I recognized I will never know peace, because I will never get out of the wall. And that for an activist in a liberation movement, war is normal. Peace is abnormal until the war is won. My mental notes for this morning is about the serious business of being serious. And oppressed people, realizing the nature of their oppression and not being able to face it frontally, generally began to fantasize and create a world for themselves that is unreal, while the real world marches on and sometimes leaves them behind. People, like objects, sometimes become obsolete because they didn't keep up with the age in which they live. At this critical time in my personal history, trying to hold what's left of my family together, trying to communicate with my extended family that sometimes is just as dependable as what's left of my natural family. In the midst of all of this, and looking at the world marching forward and being a teacher of history, I know that we are psychologically, culturally, financially, and politically out of step with history, because we are out of step with reality. We cannot continue to live fantasy. Now, I'm going to look at certain things, recent things, and explain the nature of the fantasy and the desired reality. I have many faults that I'm perfectly willing to admit, and one is a low toleration for people who do not read books.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Books have been my salvation, my rescue, my spiritual abode, to the extent that it's inconceivable to me that there are people who don't read those objectives called books. Now, I began with the Harlem event of last Tuesday. Then I'm going to work back and forth across history to show you how we are continually missing the point. Last Tuesday, there was an event in Harlem publicized as being for Winnie Mandela. It wasn't about Winnie Mandela. at all. It was a charade and a local con game pulled in the name of Winnie Mandela to get an audience. And in every true sense, it was an offense to Winnie Mandela. And yet the place was packed. The people were there. And when she finally arrived, we were told that it wasn't about Winnie Mandela. It was about Queen Mother Moore passing her lifeline over to Winnie Mandela, as though that's possible. Now, to say something against Queen Mother Moore is like saying something against an icon. Now, I'm wondering why other people have lived through the same period as I have lived through, know some of the same fakeries that I know. Why do I always bell the cat, takes a bunt, and identify the fakery, but others know the same fakery and kept quiet? I'm still taking the flak for being the first one to say that the so-called Million Man March was a con game and a method of washing the ego of Louis Farrakhan, and that nothing will be achieved that could not have been achieved without a march. I'm still getting hate mail from my own people, threatening my very existence. People who've been friends of mine for 30 years have broken off relationship with me. The man's crazy. He's against everything. I'm not against everything. I'm against truth. I'm against a lie. I'm for truth. Now, let's deal with this event. Finally, when Winnie Mandela entered, she told them she wasn't feeling well. They continued the ceremony. They continued all of this adoration for Queen Mother. Now, I'm going to sit silent. Now, I've lived in this city since, New York City since 1933. I came here as an 18-year-old teenager. I know Queen Mother Moore for nearly 40 years before they called her Queen Mother Moore. Her name is Audley Moore. She was active in the American Communist Party. There are internal black parties clubs within the party. She always maneuvered herself into being the treasurer. And took good care of herself. Now, if a whole lot of people know this, now I'm going to get some more enemies by saying what is true. Queen Mother Moore is a piece of fiction created in Harlem. She's a Louisiana Creole. For most of her life, she didn't even speak to black people. She must have gotten a dozen trips to Africa. I'm the queen of the race. So why don't he just keep quiet, let her run her hustle after all? But the truth about the matter, right now, she's not running the hustle. Somebody else is running it and making a living off of her running the hustle. Taking up funds, well, the Queen Mother want to make still another trip to Africa. African nations give money, other sympathizers give money. She's had a number of husbands, none of them black. Now look, if you are to get serious about our freedom movement, you've got to know the players in the game. Then you've got to know the jokers in the game. I'm not against her. I have worked with her. She has some land upstate. She's going to call Mount Addis Ababa and build a university there, and I was going to be president of a university of some land that had no buildings. And when I finally visit the land, and not even a decent privy. Now, people move based on symbols. We created symbols, we make the least use of them. The symbol on your money, the symbol on so much that you think started some other place, started with us. So they're using a symbol to get a whole lot of people together. They have a ceremony that has no definite meaning in our life right now because we engage in so much ceremony without substance. And we have not been able to ask leader a simple question. Leader, where are you leading me? And because we have not been able to ask that question, we have not created the kind of leaders that we need. Well, all right, now, everybody's waiting for Winnie Mandela to speak. All the ceremony goes on and on and on and on. The woman told you she's not feeling well. If she's going to speak, let her speak so she can go to a hotel and rest. I heard she had a heart attack before she left South Africa. Now, nothing's taken into consideration. Everybody's going through all kind of ceremonies. And then finally they let us say a few words, and on her way to the door, somebody got to pray again for her. Somebody got to give her flowers they could have given her all the time she was sitting there waiting to speak. But nobody have examined South Africa in its struggle and her relationship to that struggle. In all the years her husband was in jail, they have not examined the tragedy of the recent separation, and they have not understood that when people play a role in our liberation similar to Winnie Mandela and Nelson Mandela, they should not, even when they separate, have any public display of it. If we go back to the African system, the elders would gather them in a closed room. I don't mean they make them stay together, but the reason for them separating would never become common gossip, because when people have played that role in your liberation, you respect them enough not to start rumors and silliness. Winnie Mandela is a human being, and at her age now, she's still a very physically attractive human being. All the years when Nelson Mandela was in jail, let us understand one thing. She was in the heart of that liberation movement, went to jail, suffered, went into house arrest. When you go through all of this without a husband and raising 2 children, because you are a human being with human endurance, you need somebody to confide in. You need somebody's shoulder to lean on and shed a tear.
That's right. That's right. Teach.
Else you lose command of yourself. Nelson Mandela, a human being. In jail, he found not only an outlet, but a way to organize other prisoners and to occupy his own mind, even studying rock formation. Now, with all of this, these 2 human beings under pressure of a fascist government that you have not studied. People talk about South Africa, not read one single book on it, no time. It may be unfortunate that I'm not going to become a dictator. Because I believe that there are certain things in the world either have to be dictated or they don't exist. Everybody that goes to Africa, so far as I'm concerned, would have to read 3 books and explain them before they can go. No passport. No visa, no nothing. And people who cop out on that blackness, people like Roy Innes, I would have certain mornings when I would have executions. They will be executed before they have their breakfast while watching me eat my breakfast. Because I'm tired of nonsense. And I'm tired of ceremony without substance. Now let's hang into this, what we're talking about. We're talking about 2 people in South Africa in the midst of a struggle. Now, in the midst of this struggle, when you're paying attention to this struggle, you have to remember that people who've been associated with over 50 years. And when the McCarthy period was driving black writers and so-called leftists and activists to cry and to weep and to confess on their friends, I wouldn't let it happen to me. But what did I do? I took a minor job at NBC at night. Night supervisor of maintenance in one of their uptown studios. High sounding job. Nothing but a damn porter. Supervising some other porters. And because I supervised them so well, and they got all the offices cleaned and there was no complaints, they were paid for 7 hours. They finished in 4 and went home and held down a job in the day and together family, sent their kids, paid a little mortgage, so long, no complaints. You know, so I'm all right. And I have to be there, whether they're there or not. And what did I do? I mean, after they're gone, I'm got all the NBC telephones available to me. I can call all over the world. I got a stationery. I called my friend Eastern Udom in Nigeria in the middle of the night. John, what the hell is wrong with you? Crazy enough. So I got a free phone. So I use it. Now, but I'm trying to focus in on the situation that produced a Nelson Mandela and the situation that produced a Winnie Mandela. I said long before, even as much as 2 years before he was released, if there was a betting contest about who would be run for president of South Africa, my bet is on Winnie Mandela. Now why? Why did I say Winnie Mandela instead of Nelson Mandela? Because I know in 27 years in jail, living under a fascist government, they've got time to play games with your mind that you cannot control. And so let's look at him, not as a cop-out, not as the president of a country, but as a compromise waiting for the real revolution to occur. A holding action. Now let's look at Winnie. A nationalist who realized the one thing that you're going to have to realize if you bring off a revolution, you've got to have the land back. For land is the basis of nation. Without land, no nation. She said she can't get what she wants, take a gun and go back to the bush. That's revolutionary. Now, you have a commission in South Africa looking into past atrocities, and you got people confessing to past atrocities with the agreement that they will go scotch-free. What other people in human history treat their enemies in that way? When they catch them, they kill them or drive them out or bury them. And yet we, of all people, where the greatest atrocity has been committed, were asked to forgive. You take one of the great moral leaders of the 20th century, Bishop Tutu, to head the commission. You mean to tell me you're going to forgive Sharpeville? You're going to forgive Soweto? You're going to forgive the bulldozing of the homes, the whole villages of African people in a land that was theirs? Is that the gas has turned on them? You're going to forgive the death of Stephen Biko? All of this going to be put behind you by some damn commission? We're supposed to be better than any people in the world, but our great spirituality, we're going to forgive. I grieve today over the death of my mother because she died of a disease that was unnecessary. People don't even die of it anymore, called pellagra. Pellagra is a diet deficiency. All she had to do to cure herself is to eat. Now, as a kid, 7 and 8, or less than that, I noticed my mother serving everybody, making sure everybody got it. You got a little more, you got a little more. And she, what's left in the pot, she'll take that and she'd never sit down. I did not know she was killing herself. Then I go to the hospital and stinking wooden Jim Crow hospital. I hate hospitals to this day. She asked for a drink of water. I tried to get it for her. And a white nurse told me, boy, you don't work here. She'll get water when I say she was boss of the black nurses who wouldn't give her a drink of water. Do you think I will forgive the society that killed my mother? then how can I be asked to give, and how can I expect South Africans who suffered more to forgive? Let's be real. All of this talk about African liberation, all the libations and the ceremony, it don't mean nothing unless you are willing to work for the liberation of African people. That to work for the liberation of African people, you've got to be serious. You've got to be able to face the truth. And how can you help South Africa when you don't even know what you are helping? You don't know the whites there. You don't know the blacks there. Or during this McCarthy period, I'm working at NBC at night. I'm reading South African history in the day. I'm writing a book on resistance movements in Africa, especially South African resistance movements. I'm reading all the books of competence written on South Africa, how the Boers got there. And you're not going to understand South Africa until you understand the Boers. You got to understand the Boers are Calvinists. You got to understand the Calvinist branch of Christianity. Because the Calvinists said that they are ordained by God to rule over lesser breeds. And so when they created apartheid in the atrocities of African people, they did this in the name of God. Now, take the people, the Arabs who killed those people at a hotel in Egypt, shouting, God is great. I'm saying the most atrocities ever committed against human beings in human history has been committed in the name of God. If you commit an act of murder in the name of God, then you are charging God with the approval of an ungodly act. And by affiliation, you are an atheist. Because you have made God ungodly by asking him to join you in the crimes you're committing against other people. Now, you're not going to face South Africa by just being against apartheid, because the larger issue is European domination of the land. Now, slaves were taken out of West Africa. Slaves were taken out of North Africa through inner West Africa. The slave trade existed all along the coast of East Africa, and the Portuguese slave trade met the Arab slave trade coming from the north, and a lot of these slaves went to Brazil and parts of South America. And the Arabs destroyed the matrilineal system. For the patrilineal system, the lineage coming down through the male. Go to the marketplace in East Africa right now, male dominated. Go to the marketplace in West Africa right now, female dominated. Because the Africans who Islamized the Africans in West Africa knew what part of the culture to leave alone. And the one part of the culture you'd better leave alone is the matrilineal system. The lineage comes down through the female side. Therefore, the king's son cannot be king, but the king's sister's son cannot be king. Now, what is the African intelligently done? He's cutting down on competition between the father and the son over the kingship. Because the son became an able assistant to the father, because he knew that is high as he's going to get. He will never be king, because he's been ruled out. Otherwise, if he can be king and father keeps living on and on and on, he might think of some dependable poison to get father out of the way, for he wants to be king. To understand this, you've got to understand African customs. To understand history, you have to understand customs, you have to understand folklore. You got to understand something else, the rule of honor in warfare. The African did not hit you in the back. The two warriors would face each other and they step back 10 feet. They would give the opposing warrior the time to change his mind. And an African would never fight a coward. And all you wanted to, all you had to do now, I'm afraid. Nobody gets any mileage from fighting someone who's afraid. It's against this manual. This is why growing up and caddying at Fort Bend in Georgia for Eisenhower and Omar Bradley, and I wasn't doing anything. Hey, Pee Wee, that was my nickname because I was so small. Supervise the crap game. I said, I ain't betting nothing now. I'm supervising. Why did I get to supervise the crap game? No one could get a reputation beating me up. If you are so bad for a reputation, you got to beat up little Pee Wee. We know he nothing to your man. Because a star child can take him over. Now, again, after I was in the Army, I'm a sergeant major, I'm big cheese in the Army. That's next to being in office, you know. And I have to ship soldiers overseas and process them coming back. During that period, no soldier can go to town. None of your soldiers can go to town. The stationary group. So I come payday, to go up to Commerce Street and negotiate. So, well, Sergeant, you can't let us do nothing. We start shooting crap, you tell us we're making too much noise. You supervise the game. Oh, so I supervised the game. End of the day, I got more money than anybody else. I ain't bet nothing. In town, I take a shiner to some girl who have birthdays every other month, depending on what souls are listening. So she had a birthday on me. So I'm renting some nightclub, giving a big durée for her. And came time to tip the waiter. I tipped him and almost began to cry. My father, sharecropper, mill hand, part-time farmer. 1 week with all of this, he made $18. And I counted the $18, and he lectured me, persevere. If you work hard in this country, boy, you see what you can do? $18 in 1 week. Giving a party for this girl who wasn't a birthday anyway, but for that jive. I tipped the maitre d' more money than my father makes in 3 months. And where did I get all that excess money? Not persevering, not working hard, not being honest. I'd learned to be a little crook for the first time in my life. I got it cut in the crab game. Now that's real. See, too many times you get into fantasies and don't deal with real. Now let's deal with what's real in South Africa. The Boers came into South Africa to rule blacks. I am not here to give you equality. I am here to rule you. I am ordained by my God to rule over the lesser breeds. And I have declared that you are a lesser breed. Now this is the South Africa that Winnie Mandela and Nelson Mandela has to deal with. Now deal with the human pressure on both of them. Deal with the political pressure on both of them. And deal with the mentality of both of them under these different pressures. Deal with people, appealing to people for human consideration who have not accepted the humanity of African people before they arrived. They arrived at the conclusion that they were going to rule over lesser breeds. And in studying the longest, the most consistent resistance movements in Africa, period, at night I'm studying these movements after the fellows have cleaned all the offices and go home. I'm sitting there on NBC time studying the struggle in South Africa. And writing a whole book on it. Book after book on resistance movements. Now, Winnie Mandela come out of this 27 years without a husband, still in the struggle. Don't you think we should pay enough respect for her not to get her involved in a Harlem con game? But if you've never read a single book on the struggle, and if you've not followed her career for over 30 years, as I have followed her career, 2 hours after Nelson Mandela went to jail, the information was on my desk at Freedom Ways magazine, where I was one of the editors. I had kept so close in touch with the movement and corresponded with people in South Africa. They corresponded with me, sent me pamphlets, information that nobody else had. And how did they do it? They would take a conservative South African paper, take out the guts, put the pamphlets and the information in the middle, then wrap the paper. When the South African post clerks see the paper, well, ain't no harm in sending that paper out of there. Let it go. And I would take the New York Times, take the guts out of it, and put my material for South Africa inside, you know. Then when they see, well, this is the New York Times, well, they ain't nobody's harm, ain't nobody in. Let it come in. So I was corresponding with the activists in South Africa long ago. So now I'm going to sit on stage. They asked me to introduce Winnie Mandela, and I thought she was going to start talking, and here's somebody running a con game doing the African ceremony, all wrong. And she sit there, told the people, I'm sick, I want to speak, go home. She heading up the aisle, more delay. I'm saying that we have to be real about what we have to do in the world. There's a book called The Tribes. It deals with everybody in the world, all the major groups in the world, in their fight for a piece of space on the turf called the earth. Everybody's fight except ours. Asians willing to join the Europeans in taking over Africa. Everybody wants a piece of Africa, and the Africans are running from Africa. Look at the contradiction. Yet nobody has read, and I've yet to meet 10 people who read it. It's a long essay of William Leo Hansberry, Africa, World's Richest Continent. highest rainfall, greatest hydroelectric potential, in spite of several deserts, more fertile soil than any other spot on earth. Sheikh Anta Diop continues this in a book called Africa, the Politics of a Federated State. He shows you that the river bottoms of Africa, under proper cultivation, can not only feed Africa, but maybe 1/3 of the world. Now, I sailed down that big Congo River. There are parts of that river that's a half a mile wide. All of that water is running to the sea. The sea don't need the extra water. Good engineering can hold that water inside of Africa and wipe out the deserts. And you're talking about nonsense. If you're going to prepare a people to rule a nation, then they've got to be prepared for everything in a nation, including the manufacture of the toilet paper. And when you talk nationhood, you've got to talk technology. If you can't control your rivers, you can't control your nation. Can't control your land, you can't control your nation. Can't control your ideology, you can't control your nation. So don't shout nation time until you understand this. You shout nation time, who's going to fly your aeroplanes? Who's going to manage your harbors? Who's going to negotiate for you in international? You got goods over and above that you need. You can bargain on the market. I got something you need, you got something I need. We can have an exchange. The real strength of a nation is in its resources. And if you do not manage the wealth-producing resources of your nation, you have no nation, and you are a fake when you think you're independent. There is not a nation in Africa where the African people manage the wealth-producing resources in that country. There is not a nation in Africa that is politically free or economically free. Now that's real. Now, Basil Davidson, one of the white writers who've done the most in telling the truth about modern Africa and how Europe tends to keep it under its domination, have told us that what happened in Africa, what happened to our freedom movement. Now, I did a book called Who Betrayed the African World Revolution? What went wrong with the civil rights movement? What went wrong with the Caribbean Federation concept? What went wrong with the African independence movement? There have been so many betrayals since then, I got to write the whole book over again. Because you're copying out. When you let your wealth-producing resources go to the hand of other people, you are giving up nationhood. Now explain, why is it before integration in that bag of worms you had at least a black grocery store every 3 blocks? Now you don't see one. It was no mystery for them to manage the store. Why do you have to have Koreans in that managing the store now? East Indians, Arabs. If you can't manage your community, you can't manage a nation. You rehearse for nationhood in your community. You rehearse for your community in your family. What did we lose in the process that we have to get back or be destroyed as a people, go out of business as a people. We stop talking to our children. There's a such thing called good manners. There's such thing as the proper thing to do. There are certain things in the family that is not negotiable. I mean, we don't discuss whether we forget this. Now, there was a time when if a man said something about your mother, even a coward would fight. He'd rather fight and lose than not to have fought at all. Mother was dear. And the sister didn't come too far behind. We've forgotten all of this. We've forgotten curfew, the father, the authority figure in the home. He said, 11 o'clock, I want you in this house. He didn't say 11:30. 11 o'clock, I was here. You don't negotiate with him. Master the situation. What we've lost is reality. In that if a family has a structure, you can give a community a structure, and subsequently a nation a structure. We are an unstructured people following other people who don't know where they are going. And if we ask the question, leader, where are you leading me? You better get a good answer or replace the leader. Now, haven't we fathered enough people feathering their own lip, lining their own pockets? We haven't asked any questions. And when I began to ask some questions, I became a villain. They took up over $3 million in collection in the Million Man March. Why is it? 90% of those people were Christians. Why did the Muslims take up the collection and didn't account to anyone afterwards? And why did you let them get away with it? Because you dared not ask, leader, where are you leading me? Now, if over 1 million men march on Washington, if each one spend an average of $100, look how much money you got just right there, and they did more than that. Plus the fact they paid ahead of time. They contributed additional. There was enough money for 6 marches before the first march, before the march took place. Then why are they saying they got a deficit? Want to raise another $1 million? And they've said that. You haven't asked any questions. What happened to the first? I'm a villain in my own community because people said, if you get can you get 1 million people to Washington? I'm not right or wrong whether I can get 10. That don't make me wrong. Wanted to know, what did you do with the 1 million you took to Washington? And what is the aftermath? What you have not examined is the aftermath. What came after When you go on a worldwide trip, an entourage of 30, a 4-motor airplane, a 6-man or woman crew, you have spent money. The same money taken up in Washington could have saved one of the predominantly black colleges. The same money for the trip could have built a chain of supermarkets throughout black America. Who was the trip supposed to serve? The closest person to a radical that he met in Africa was Winnie Mandela. Most of the others were cop-outs, compromises. And some were thugs with an army of thugs. Mobutu, who participated in the murder of Lumumba, one of the richest black men on the face of the earth. Some people in his country are starving one of the richest countries on the face of the earth. Why are they starving? In an African tradition, the ruler is not the owner of the wealth. The ruler is the guardian of the wealth. The role of the ruler is to make sure that things are distributed so everybody can have their share. Now, where nobody called into being African traditional governments, why haven't somebody studied the African customary court? I have attended customary courts all over Africa, and I say that if I'm ever to be tried, I would prefer one of those courts to any civil court, because before the Africa knew there was a civil court, they had more democratic justice than anything they had afterwards. And they didn't have one civil trained lawyer. What did they have? Respect for the idea that the elders had lived longer than they had lived and knew more, and their uncle could be in charge of that Supreme Court. We didn't lose all of this coming to America against our will, because I can remember when there's serious problems in Georgia and Alabama, the first thing you try to do to keep white folks out of it. And we would gather, and the older people would talk about it and straighten it out and call the young people concerned in and not ask them what they wanted to do. Tell them, this is what you are going to do. That was an internal family dictatorship. That was authoritarianism. But when we had that kind of authoritarianism, we had no drive-by shootings. We had no people putting poison in their veins. We were not the majority in the jails. Now, show me that this dictatorship through family custom was wrong, inasmuch as once you discarded it, you expose yourself for exploitation by everybody in the world, not just whites, East Asians too. East Asians have taken over the government of Guyana, former British Guyana, and Trinidad. How did the blacks let them do it? We are so democratic toward other people, we are undemocratic toward ourselves. We should preserve these governments for our children still to come. East Indians came in as farm laborers, literally coolies, being given privileges by the British, and carefully waited their turn and took over the government because blacks were too kind to them. Now if you look at this catastrophe, look at the catastrophe in Trinidad, now look at the irony of it. Trinidad produced the three major Pan-Africanist theoreticians, H. Sylvester Williams, C.L.R. James, and George Padmore. The same island that produced the whole concept of African reclamation and African unity couldn't find it in their will to unite the very island that produced the concept. There's something else even more tragic and terribly personal, and maybe shouldn't be mentioned at all. Of the three major Pan-Africanists, all three of them had children by black women. Not one ever established a lasting relationship with one. If you're going to unite Africa, you're going to have to unite Africa in bed and out of bed. You've got to unite it symbolically, because you cannot lead people back to Africa when the symbol of your mate is alien. The road back to Africa does not start between an alien woman's legs. What I'm saying is that in this regard, both of us have some responsibility. It's not all the black man's responsibility. It's not all the black woman's responsibility. It's responsibility of both of you to realize this. And because white sociologists are saying that there's a war between the black man and the black woman, because white women live saying it, you feel called on to act out a war they created in their sick mind because they said it. Most of the time, you know, what the hell are we arguing about? We got along before we heard the story. But my point is that we have not faced reality and read enough to know the background to what is happening. When Farrakhan goes to Iran, do you think Farrakhan knows enough of African history to know that for 2,000 years before the first Europeans set foot in Africa, for 2,000 years the enemies of Africa came from Western Asia, and the last invasion of Africa came from Iran, 550 BC. They were so brutal to Africans. The Africans cried out, "Oh God, if you cannot send me a liberator, send me a conqueror who will show me mercy." Now, the little Macedonian, sometimes referred to as a Greek, called Alexander, Didn't have to knock at Africa's door very hard for Africa literally let him in to show mercy. It's the first European occupation of Africa. This is 332 AD. Now, everything that happened in Africa, BC, everything that happened in Africa before that was non-European and non-white. How can they build the pyramids in Africa when they had not built a shoe for themselves in Europe or a house for the window? It's a contradiction. Why do you give so much to other people before you give anything to yourself? Because if we discovered our role in history and read the proper books, even those written by white, enlightened whites who repudiated the bigoted Europeans, we would know that at this juncture in history, with books like the Bell Curve, the Disuniting of America, assuming it was ever united, and now a book called Not Out of Africa, repudiating all Africa's claim. Africa can't claim Egypt, and Egypt is part of the Nile Valley that stretches 4,000 miles within the body of Africa. I can show you without any difficulty that Rome and Greece were not European creations. There was no Europe. Opposition to Rome and Greece created Europe. When they got together to protect themselves from Rome and Greece, the Franks became the French, the Huns became the Germans. Scattered warring tribes coming together to protect themselves against the Mediterranean force of Rome and Greece, and therefore becoming a state in the process. How can they, without even a state or an organized army, go all the way and organize Egypt when they hadn't even organized a pair of shoes? We need to ask some serious questions about our understanding of history, but you've got to know more than history. You've got to know a comparative knowledge of history. You got to know something about European atrocities to other Europeans. Now, we made a lot to do about, there's 500,000 people killed in Rwanda by Africans against Africans. Okay, Basil Davis has written an article explaining how the French set it up with the Belgians, how the Belgians put the Tutsis or Watutsis against the Hutus or Bahutus, installed a minority Africans over a majority. And so the big Tutsis made the smaller Hutus their servants and treated them ruthlessly under Belgian rule. The war was a war of revenge set up by Europeans, not Africans. There was a time before this interference when if the Tutsis had a difference of opinion with the Hutus, would they send their warriors? No. They would send their dancers. Who wins the dance contest wins the war. And nobody got hurt. Give the loser a big banquet, let him go home. We didn't lose that in the United States. I remember in Gethsemane Baptist, and when I was growing up, there was only two denominations, Baptist and Methodist. The rest of the people were strange people. We didn't pay much attention to them. Anyway, thought the Catholic was some kind of gypsies because of the long rope. So, I mean, the Baptists and the Methodists were the only denomination to be considered. No Fractal minister came to our church. He wanted to make an announcement. He wanted to challenge our choir. Singing contest. Head of our female Amen corner, Miss Elsie, said, would you dare come into a Baptist church and challenge us to outsing and question whether we can outsing a Methodist? And so he issued the challenge again. Save our pride and our honor. We gathered up our lead singers, wagon, went to this church. First we resented the fact that the church was called Bethel. How dare you Methodists call a church Bethel? That's a Baptist name. Out of place, even choosing a name for your church. More out of place, even thinking that you can outsing our choir. So we go to Bethel to discover that the same little minister had challenged about 12 other churches and 12 other choirs. And we sang and we sang and we sang. And we won, of course. But he took up enough money to burn his mortgage. And that was the reason in the first place. Then, because we had suspicious of Methodists, because they got sprinkled, because they couldn't possibly end up in beyond the pearly gates. But we had some toleration for them. They were at least human beings. So after this singing contest, the Methodists began to bring out more than a slight repast. The Romans didn't eat that well or cook that well. And we ate until we could almost fall. Sister Elsie said, in thanking them, you Methodists sure can cook even if you can't sing. And so when we pass Methodist church and hear the bad singing, we bow and said, well, at least they can cook. And what's all of this to do with what I'm talking about, facing reality about Africa? We didn't lose everything. Some of the customs carried over, but these customs were African traditional customs of self-help. We never heard of the word adoption. Were taken in. Some woman would take him, some families take in a child, they had no mother, no father. Raised a manhood, womanhood, no papers, no nothing, no court, got nothing to do with it. Now we let the court take away children who shouldn't be taken away. Don't take away those who should be taken away, because we have no community coordination. We've got no community coordination in understanding what is happening to us politically in the world. To understand what is happening to us politically is to realize no one came into Africa to do African people any good. I have no exception. You can be as Islamic as you want to. And why not? You created it. But you don't have to follow a bunch of fools and endorse the slave trade, turn your back. Well, this go rampant. You have to prove everything. I'm saying once you look at what is happening and what has to happen, you've got to understand that there's a point where we missed the boat. We missed the boat because we did not become serious about serious things. So we had the civil rights movement and civil rights pimps, the anti-poverty movement, anti-poverty pimps, the black studies movement, black studies pimps. Once we learn to get these pimps out of our system and out of our life and face reality based on people who assume responsibility, and we protect the people who assume responsibility. I am not an admirer of any form of totalitarianism that takes away the basic dignity of a human being. I am not an admirer of Adolf Hitler. Yet, if you read without prejudice Mein Kampf, that is one of the finest documents on social organization that has been written. Read it without prejudice. And the one thing he says about organization, if someone can do a job and do it well, doing without corruption, keep all the parasites and detractors away from him and let him do his job. That's still true. That's still true. Every time you want to do a job for black people, all the detractors and everybody come around. But everybody wants the front position for the washing of the ego, but not for service. We suffer from an untreated disease, ego starvation. We are longing for the front position because it makes us feel powerful, but does not assign to us the responsibility of power. That a free people must be a responsible people. A free people must be an honest people, must be an uncorruptible people. I could have done many other things with my life. I've never had a fortune or yearned for one. I don't think I could manage one right now because I don't think I can find enough people I can trust to help me manage it. I never owned a car because I can't park very well, and besides, public transportation was so accessible to me when I had my full vision that I didn't see the necessity of owning a car. And just at a time I thought I would buy myself a little Honda just for because the family car was always gone or being used for other reasons. Well, nature, circumstances saw fit to begin to extract my eyesight. I could have sat down and cried. I could have lived on my little pension and Social Security. But I realized one thing: my greatest facility was still there. With eyesight, you can analyze and observe. And I was good at observing audiences and observing classes. And I could tell when there's a dull light in the student's eyes. I'm not to sit and blame the student.
I'm not to call him done. Give me 3 weeks. I'll put some light in that eyes. I'm putting some knowledge in that head. I can't time a motor. Can't even mix a decent drink. But I can teach. And I know. So let me do what I am most able to do. Let each one in our struggle do what he's best suited to do. And do it well. Mm-hmm. I'm willing to turn the administration, the clerk work over to someone else. But when it comes to the analysis and training researchers, and that's something I've done well. I never strive for any great degree. I taught 50 years. I reckon 1 semester in finishing grammar school. I trained so many students in PhDs, helped to write PhDs, until soon after I began to have difficulty with my eyesight, I answered a letter from University of the Pacific, a recommendation from one of my students. But my students informed them that I've taught all these years without a degree of my own, and asked me, would you want to enter the program and get your degree? So I entered the program. It took me, all the credit they give you for things you've already done, it took me a year to get my BA and 2 years to get my PhD. Now, I did not know one thing more with the degrees that I knew without the degrees. Because getting the degrees, all I did was something I was doing all along. Now I did it in a formal way and wrote a paper about it and laid out some research schemas and got the degree. People are still saying that, well, you can't depend on him. After all, he is a semi-literate, he never actually finished grammar school. I don't even tell them any difference. I'm going to close out this by letting you know my main peeve at this junction in our history is that we have not read documents enough. We have not read books enough. We've not done enough analysis. Samuel Cardin, who just came back from Mauritania, new information on the Arab slave trade. I had shopping bags full before he left. People in the South discovered that I wanted material. They sent me 2 more shopping bags. I got material, debates from the House of Lords on the slave trade, testament by those who participated in the slave trade, doctor's thesis written about some of his victims, some we met in England and especially in the conference at Manchester. So I don't debate about what there is or is not. Colonialism was a form of slavery. Neocolonialism is a form of slavery. Right. The TV set is a form of slavery. Right. Now, I wonder, can you take this? The Bible, improperly used, is also a form of slavery. Now that means that I'm against the Bible? No. I'm as spiritual as anyone else.
But I question the intelligence of anyone who thinks everything in the Bible is true or supposed to be true. One of the main reasons they haven't translated the Dead Sea Scrolls, because if you translate them properly and understand what they're saying, you got to change the whole thing around anyway.
That's right.
Then you got to make a comparison between the Old Testament and the New Testament, so-called King James Version. Version is an interpretation. Man has changed, especially Europeans, literature of the world to suit the sickness of their ego. Now we can cure the sickness of our ego by getting serious about serious things. That does not mean we got to take laughter from our life, love from our life, enjoyment of our children from our life. In fact, we're going to do it better once we understand better. All my life, I have been in love with something or somebody. The somebody sometimes had made out as well as I wanted to. But the something has never failed me. The something is my commitment to African unity, to truth wherever I can find it, and understanding that those in a fight for your liberation needs comfort and protection because they are human beings, and that so much pressure can break any human beings, and you cannot judge people who change under pressure until you've been under the same pressure and failed to be broken. So you've got to have some kind of mercy and consideration. Now let me end where I began. When we look at South Africa, the special nature of South Africa, the whites enslaved Africans all over Africans and took them out. They enslaved South Africans on the spot. And so when they said they were fighting against apartheid, they were actually fighting against chattel slavery. They was fighting for emancipation. I believe with the legacy of a Winnie Mandela and the legacy of a Nelson Mandela, he is in charge of a holding action so that the real revolutionists can prepare. It's like Booker T. Washington shuffled, scratched when nothing was itched, said yes when he didn't mean it, so that another generation can say, hell no. His sacrifice put up a school. The school is still there. What did you get for your shuffle? You still shuffling. You ain't got change for a dollar. And he shuffled so you would not have to shuffle. When we understand the messengers, just the basic 20th century messengers, Booker T. Washington, Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad. I don't rule out Elijah Muhammad. He was a semi-illiterate who created a kind of Islam that resembled real Islam less than mist resembles rain. And yet, his Islam communicated and created a Malcolm X who took it to a higher level, out of which came a Farrakhan who could have taken it to a higher level instead of creating a con game around it. The commitment must be
to the people, not to your personal ego. Farrakhan can sell one of his stretch limousines and see a black child through medical school. Did he have a right to accept $1 billion from Gaddafi, or a promise of it? People give that money to nations, not individuals. Do he understand a religious state, and that the worst crime that's ever happened to people has happened in a religious state in the name of a religion? Do you understand that Adolf Hitler was a Christian socialist? You got to understand history to get out of the way of the dangers of history and to guide your people through the obstacle course of history. But you can't go washing your ego at that expense. A true freedom fighter is a sacrificial human being. And the serious nature of being serious is commitment. It is like a relay race. You carry the baton around the field and pass it to the next runner, hoping that the next runner will do better than you, and the next runner after that runner will do better than that, until finally we find our way back home. And once you discover that you're a child of Africa, once you discover how to reclaim the land, then the African state of mind can follow you wherever you are on the face of the earth. It is like a sun that never goes down. But you have to learn how to face the truth about yourself and the whole world, and work toward making that truth into an instrument of your liberation. This, in essence, is what I mean about the serious business of being.
On your favorite radio station, which is what? I thought so. WBAI 99.5 on your FM dial. Just a few notes before we get to the business at hand here tonight. First, I should warn you that my job is to maintain order, and there will be order. I learned from your dear mayor. A little humor. And order we shall have. Yes, your enthusiasm is strongly encouraged, but please, don't attempt to throw chairs. We want every last word from our participants to be heard, so I ask that you be quiet to allow them the opportunity to present their views. And so we will move on. If you must move around, try to be as quiet as possible. I know it's warm. It certainly is warm here. It's going to get hotter too, yes. But they're trying to open up a window or two so we can have some air. Just this afternoon, I got a call in the office, and somebody wanted to know what the discussion was to be here tonight. And I told him, generally what it was about. He says, "Oh my God, you mean they're still discussing this stuff?" I said, "Yeah, of course they're still discussing this stuff, because this stuff is the stuff that scholarship is made of and that academic inquiry is made of." Tonight we enter the world of scholars who have diametrically opposing views on the subject of the origins and foundations of what we know today as Western civilization. One school of thought is that it is distinctly African or Afro-Asian in origin. The other, that Western civilization in large measure is the bequest of ancient Greece. Make no mistake, this is not a mere difference of opinion in the ivory tower. The battle itself has become an allegory for something as important as the debate itself. Academic insurgents have breached the ramparts of the Academy's high priesthood, and the battle is as much for the authority to write history and for how to write history. Our task tonight is to ferret out the truth insofar as we can discern it, but more importantly, to question and challenge. And we have four incredible people with us tonight, and I'd like to introduce them to you and have them come to the stage as they're introduced. Already on stage is Professor John Henrik Clarke. They were standing for you, Dr. Clarke. Teacher, historian, writer, lecturer, John Henrik Clarke is a unique resource and a special institution in the African world. Beginning in his early years, Dr. Clarke studied the world history of African people and became a master teacher. He has authored and/or edited more than 30 books, short stories, and pamphlets on African and African American history, and is Distinguished Professor Emeritus of African World History in the Department of Africana and Puerto Rican Studies at Hunter College. Professor John Henrik Clarke. I'd like to ask to the stage Dr. Martin Bernal. Dr. Martin Bernal has been a professor of government at Cornell University since 1972 and an adjunct professor of Near Eastern Studies also at Cornell since 1986. Educated at King's College, Cambridge, where he earned his doctorate in Chinese Studies in 1966, and at Peking University, the University of California, and Harvard, Dr. Bernal's works have been widely reviewed and criticized, in many instances as controversial. His chief publications are the two-set volume Black Athena, The Afro-Asiatic Roots of Classical Civilization, and Cadmean Letters, The Westward Diffusion of the Semitic Alphabet Before 1400 BC. Dr. Martin Bernal. I invite to the stage Professor Mary Lefkowitz. Right here. Nice to meet you. Thank you. You can sit right here. Mary Lefkowitz is Andrew Mellon Professor in the Humanities at Wellesley College. She is the author of Not Out of Africa, How Afrocentrism Became an Excuse to Teach Myth as History, and is co-editor of Women's Life in Greece and Rome. With fellow Wesleyan Guy McLean Rogers, she co-edited Black Athena Revisited, a collection of 20 essays by scholars from a broad range of disciplines who take dead aim at Dr. Bernal's Black Athena specifically, but contend generally that the Africa-centeredness of scholarship on the roots of what is called classical civilization is blatant revisionism. Dr. Mary Lefkowitz. I invite to the stage Professor Guy McLean Rogers. Professor Rogers, as I said, is also at Wellesley College, where he is an associate professor of Greek and history. With Dr. Lefkowitz, he co-edited Black Athena Revisited and is author of The Sacred Identity of Ephesus, Foundation Myths of a Roman City. Professor Rogers. So here we have a rather distinguished panel, and I would like them first to begin with their conclusions. They will have about no more than 5 minutes to summarize their major thrust this evening. Professor Clarke, we will start with you.
The one single point I wish to get across before we start anything, I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
There will be order. Thank you.
Shall we continue or what? I'm not clear.
Go ahead, Dr. Clarke.
You trees.
Go ahead, Dr. Clarke.
Broadly speaking, honestly speaking, the book, Not Out of Africa, a good sophomore effort, is not really about Not Out of Africa. Last year it was the bell curve. This year it's Not Out of Africa. Next year it'll be something else. This is part of a world war against the role of African people in the history of the world. If we began history, began mankind, how is it that the last branch of the human race to enter that arena, marked civilization, now think they brought civilization? Now, it is part of a war over and above Professor Lestowitz's book and over and above her political naivete. Her naivete is about what is happening in the Western world. There was a recent book called The Tribes. It diagrammed every people, major people on the earth, searching for a piece of turf for themselves. It left out the African people because the other people, including Asian imperialists, have plans to take over Africa. There have been several articles in the New York Times advocating the recolonization of Africa. This book and other literature of this nature mean to prepare the world to accept a rationalization for the re-enslavement of Africa. Now, and when you deal with professional white behind kissers, and as Carlos Cook, raised to the skin they wear. These people, if I'm be so kind to call them that, are running from themselves
and teaching us a lesson that we should have learned long ago. Sometimes white wannabes are more dangerous than whites. And sometimes they'll fight you harder to be accepted by whites. They are running from their own people.
2 minutes.
And running from definition. Now, what we need to look at now is how Professor Lewis neglected the white writers through history, the radical European writers who wrote positively of Africa and who identified the relationship of Africa to the ancient Greeks. Now, if given time, and I probably won't be given it this evening, I can prove to you with your satisfaction, if you are listening, that Rome and Greece was not European creations. These were Mediterranean-inspired nations and couldn't be created by Europe because at the time there was no Europe.
We'll have to leave it there. We'll have to leave it there for the moment.
All right.
Thank you very much. I now ask Professor Lefkowitz to present her 5-minute conclusion.
Can you hear me? Maybe you don't want to hear me. But let me just begin by saying what my book, Not Out of Africa, isn't about. It's not an attack on Afrocentrism. If Afrocentrism means recognition of African achievements in the world, it doesn't seek to deprive Africans of their rightful heritage. Africans do not need Greece to have a cultural heritage. They have a rich cultural heritage. Egypt is just one part of it. They don't need Greece. I'm concerned because what is being offered in some quarters as African history is really a European myth. And thus, instead of getting real information about Africa, what people are learning is something that's really 18th century French. It's Eurocentric, it's based on Greek and Roman myths. I do not myself think that one should do that, because Egypt itself is so fascinating, so rich. There is so much that you can learn and know, and that I myself, as a result of all this work that we have been doing for the last 4 years and more, have come to know and understand about Egypt. I would like to now spend a great deal of the rest of the time that I have learning about that, because it is so different. It's so different from what the Greeks thought that it was. Herodotus was very impressed by Egypt. He wanted to say that everything in Greece that he could think of came or had some connection with Egypt. He didn't really understand the depth and richness of Egypt, which went in directions way beyond what he knew from his own experience in Greece. So I am concerned about that in Not Out of Africa. I've tried to explain why the notion of an Egyptian mystery system, which is basically a French invention, it's based on a novel that everyone has forgotten about, but still you can find it in some very obscure libraries, get it up in Boston even, and that book, which was by a French priest, is based on Greek and Roman sources and tries to describe a Greco-Roman Egypt, and that this myth was preserved in Freemasonry and thus came into American culture. So I'm concerned that that myth not be taught, the notion that there was an Egyptian mystery system. Instead, I'd like to see people learn, all people learn, not just black people, white people, any people learn about Africa and the civilizations therein. And Egypt is particularly appealing because it's so old, it's so impressive, its role in the Mediterranean was so vast, and so many other civilizations were touched by it. Even if only slightly, they did get touched by it, and we have to work on that. I would like to say, just in my last 2 minutes, that from my point of view and the point of view of my colleague Guy Rogers, the ancient world is multicultural, and that one cannot study any one bit of it without studying every other bit of it. And the debate tonight, and I hope the debate will go on for many, many years because so many of us will learn from it, that debate should investigate the degree and extent of those links. Myself, as I think you know, I don't think that Greek philosophy was stolen from Egypt. I do not believe there is any evidence to show that. I think that because Egyptian philosophy, and there is such a thing as Egyptian philosophy and deep Egyptian religious thought, which is very, very complicated, and I myself need to know more about it still. But it's not like the Greeks. It may in many ways be richer and better than some of the concept.
Well, you'll have to leave it right there for the moment. I would like Professor Bernal to conclude in 5 minutes or less.
Well, can people hear me? Yeah. Yep. I agree with Professor Lefkowitz that Africa does not need Greece. There are plenty of glorious African civilizations. It's just that it happens to have Greece, or to have influenced Greece to a significant thing. This is not an issue of politics, it's an issue of history, the way things were. Now, Greece is extremely important because it is the single greatest source of European culture, and therefore we are concerned with it. And it is very interesting to note that European culture did not begin in Germany or Sweden, but at the extreme southeast corner of Europe, and the reason for that is quite straightforward. It was the closest area to the great civilizations of northeastern Africa and southwest Asia, and this East Mediterranean complex was the source of Greek and hence, I believe, European culture. Now, that's not to deny that there was a great deal of local development within Greece, and I certainly do not propose that Greek culture was merely a projection or an imitation of Egyptian or Semitic culture. It's clearly a very distinctive culture, but to try and understand Greek culture without knowing the background of the ancient cultures behind it would be as absurd as it would be to study Japanese culture without knowing the Chinese and Korean roots behind it, and no East Asian specialist would dream of doing that. That you have to see the cultures as interrelated, and that the older cultures and the more elaborate cultures had the predominant cultural influence. One of our basic disagreements is that Mary Lefkowitz, sitting in the 20th century, feels that she knows better than the Greek historians of the 5th and 4th, 3rd century, when they said that there were significant influences. Yes, he was very impressed. Yes, he was very Greek. But what struck him were specific similarities. And Herodotus, was rather a plodding historian. He said, well, what's the reason for these similarities? I think they're too close for coincidence. I don't think the Egyptians could have borrowed them from the Greeks because they've had them so long. Therefore, the most likely explanation is that the Greeks took them from the Egyptians. And this is what I call the ancient model. And this model was not overthrown until the early 19th century. Now, Mary Lefkowitz mentions the 18th century novels, and at times, despite the attention she's devoted to dismissing my book, I sometimes feel she hasn't read it, because I do devote quite a few pages to the novel Setos, which she talks, and I too have read it. It had to be sent by interlibrary loan to me, and I do think it is important in the formation of Masonic thought. But what she does not bring forward is the fact that this was perfectly orthodox history as understood in the 18th century, and going back beyond the 18th century to the view that the Greeks and Romans had of the Egyptian sources of their own culture. Now, I think that the Greeks were, on the whole, a very intelligent people, and I respect their philosophy, their art, their democracy, their science, but I also respect their history, and this is a great anomaly in Mary Lefkowitz's approach, in that she says they're very good in these other respects, but they cannot be trusted with their own history. So that I want to bring that out, that one has... Now, she says that modern classics has dismissed all this, and it's true that the predominant view of modern classicists is that the debts to Egypt and Phoenicia, and I don't want to underestimate the importance of Levantine or Southwest Asian influences on Greece, that these influences were exaggerated by the Greeks, and I think that they clearly were I think they were properly developed, and to some extent the Greeks may even have played down because they were very conscious of being Greek and proud as being Greeks, and they were affected by two forces. On the one hand, they wanted to plug in to the ancient civilizations and give themselves cultural depth. On the other hand, they were very conscious of being Greeks and wanted not to be surpassed culturally by the Egyptians and Phoenicians, who were still very much around. So they had two forces working on them. Modern scholars working in an intensely racist 19th and 20th century had no double force. They had the single force wanting to make Greece pure, white, and European, and the ideological pressure that put on the scholars led to what I see as the recent dismissal of Egyptian and Phoenician influences on ancient Greece.
Thank you. Professor Rogers, please do present your conclusion in 5 minutes or less.
Thank you. I'd just like to say from the beginning that Professor Lefkowitz and I are here precisely because we're open to debate about these issues. 3.5 years ago, the University of North Carolina Press asked Professor Lefkowitz and me to put together a volume of responses to some of the questions which were either implicitly or explicitly raised by Professor Bernal in his work, Black Athena. And what I would like to do for just a couple of minutes here, and perhaps expand upon this a little bit later, is to set out some of those questions and to give you some sort of sense of what the preliminary answers to the questions that the contributors to our volume found. Obviously, among the important questions that people have been concerned with, number one, were the ancient Egyptians black? 2, did the ancient Egyptians or the Hyksos colonize Greece? 3, did the ancient Egyptians or the Phoenicians massively influence the early Greeks in the areas of language, religion, science, or philosophy? 4, did 18th and 19th century scholars obscure the Afro-Asiatic roots of classical civilization for reasons of racism and anti-Semitism? Let me give you some sense of our conclusions. Number one, the scholars who have looked carefully at the first question have concluded that the attempt to fit the ancient Egyptians into a modernizing category of either black or white do so from a perspective which lacks both historical and biological justification. Did the ancient Egyptians or the Hyksos colonize what would later become Greek lands in the 2nd millennium? Unambiguous archaeological evidence to that effect is lacking in the Mediterranean. Did the ancient Egyptians and the Phoenicians massively influence the Greeks in the areas that I outlined? There is no doubt, and no one has denied for at least 50 years that I know of, that there was Egyptian influence on early Greek culture in several different areas. in areas actually that curiously Professor Bernal skips over, like art and architecture. The real scholarly question is, can that influence be described as massive in the sense that Professor Bernal means? And the conclusion, which scholars from many different subdisciplines, and not just classicists, but Egyptologists, Semiticists, and African historians have reached, is that the case cannot be made for a massive influence. Furthermore, students of the ancient world propose a very different model of interaction among the cultures of the ancient world in the time period that we're discussing. Instead of seeing a one-way street leading from Egypt to Greece, scholars now are shaping a model which includes many two-lane highways going from Egypt to Greece, going from Egypt to the Near East, to West Asia, and back in the other direction as well. What about racism and anti-Semitism in 18th and 19th century historiography? Yes, there were some scholars who operated from a framework which we would consider to be both racist and anti-Semitic. But an undifferentiated picture of racism and anti-Semitism cannot be sustained on the basis of the evidence.
Thank you. Well, you've heard their conclusions, and we'll get to the amplification of their conclusions as we go on in the evening. But I wanted first to ask each of the discussants tonight how they came to this particular area of study, and how scholastically have they undertaken comparative analysis in this particular area of study. How, in effect, are you preparing, or have you prepared yourself? We'll start at this end of the table and go straight down. Yes.
I'm not sure I quite understand what you're asking. Are you asking how we became interested, or what our scholarly preparation was?
Both. And I'm asking particularly, in as much as you exert influence by virtue of your scholarship in this area, I'm asking, how do you defend your scholarship in this area? How did you acquire your scholarship in this area?
Okay. In a way, I am, I think, an example of the kind of training that Professor Bernal has been calling for, because I have the advantage of not having an undergraduate degree in classics, but an undergraduate degree in ancient history, which included, where I was taught, not only Greece and Rome, but also Egypt and Persia and Phoenicia and Palestine. So that's my preparation. How do I defend my scholarship? I don't have to defend all of the different areas which are raised by Black Athena or issues that we're talking about. The whole point of putting together a collected volume with scholarly views by different people is to offer different perspectives on these questions. My own particular expertise happens to be in the eastern part of the Mediterranean from about 1200 BCE to 300 CE.
So are you saying that you were a facilitator of a frontal assault?
A frontal assault on what?
As opposed to, in this book, Black Athena Revisited. If you're saying that you're not yourself prepared to defend the scholarship in this book.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm certainly prepared to defend the scholarship in this book, but I don't claim, and I don't think that anyone else would claim to be an expert in the 27 different fields which Professor Bernal raises. In that sense, we're all students of the...
If you'd pardon me, Professor Bernal will defend his own work. I'm saying that you, as a co-editor of this book, I would have assumed, perhaps it's naivety on my part, that part of your role is also to inspect the scholarship of contributors to your book, as well as to exercise some kind of scholastic judgment as to their expertise on the subject.
I think your question is now a little bit clearer, and my answer to it is that I stand completely behind our conclusions, and I take full responsibility for them. Is that clear enough?
Well, I was under the impression I was saying what I had to say quite well. You evidently are having difficulty trying to understand, and that's an entirely different problem, one which I'm happy to say belongs almost singularly to you. Professor Lefkowitz, how did you come by your scholarship in this area, and how do you defend your scholarship in this area?
Well, I come by my scholarship in this area as a classical scholar. I have an undergraduate degree in classics and a PhD in classics. My work has been widely through the whole field of Greece and Rome. I became particularly interested in a neglected field. It was neglected entirely when I came to it, which was the study of women in the ancient world. Half of the women in Greece and Rome, and I think elsewhere in the ancient world as well, were simply, half the people were ignored. So I became very interested in that and spent a lot of time on that, which involves many different periods of antiquity. I got interested in this subject because I was asked to write a review for the New Republic magazine of Martin Bernal's 2 volumes, and at the same time I was asked to consider such influential and important books as George G.M. James's Stolen Legacy. So that's how I got into this. My perspective is simply that of a person who seeks to understand history and who uses evidence. I defend myself by citing my sources and the materials. Anyone can check these references. My goal is not to stifle discussion or to do anything I do not seek to indoctrinate. I have no agenda, even though many may be imputed to me. I have none. You may say that, but how do you know what is in my mind? If I am a white person or a Jewish person, does that mean that someone has told me what to say or told me what to think?
Professor Lefkowitz, have you been to Africa?
No, I have not been to Africa. Have you?
Have you studied in Africa?
No, I have not studied in Africa. I never said I did.
Can you tell me the African scholars to whom you have referred in your scholarship?
I have referred to the writings that are in Black Athena Revisited by some distinguished Egyptologists, such as John Baines and David O'Connor and Frank Yurko. I can only refer to those in detail. I have read many other things, but I do not pretend at any time to be a scholar of Africa and Egypt. I must rely on others for that, including Martin Bernal, whose work in spite of his suggestion, I read, and I know I could find the pages very easily on Terrasson that he mentions. And it is an example of the comprehensiveness of his work that he knows this obscure source.
In writing as prolifically as you have on ancient Greece, have you been to Greece?
Yes, many times.
I thought so. I would like to ask the same question of Professor Bernal.
Well, my training was not in this area at all. It was in East Asia, Chinese, Japanese, and to some extent Vietnamese. And the one advantage of learning Chinese, in particular the Chinese writing system, is that it makes you somewhat less frightened of others. I had done a very little Greek at school, and I tried to teach myself more as I did Hebrew. But essentially, over the last 20 years, I have been an autodidact, that is, teaching myself, but in a very privileged situation, in that I was a teacher at university, so I could go to the experts, ask them naive questions about the new subject that I was looking at, and they were extraordinarily generous in responding to me. So that I did get information in this way. I was also given a very broad historical background by my father, who read me H.G. Wells's Outline of History over 6 years with various glosses, so that he gave me a sense that one could understand history, one could see things in larger contexts and sometimes even in global contexts, and that I found very useful and confidence building. But I always insisted, and I say this in the introduction to Volume 1, that I am trying to open doors for people who have more or are better equipped in a specialized sense to go through, because there are many areas that I look at and touch on but cannot follow through. So I wouldn't claim a deep expertise. Yes, I have been to Greece. Yes, I have been not only to Egypt but to Tunisia, to Malawi, to Zambia, to Zimbabwe. So I have some experience of Africa. So I have that background, and I think that has helped me in my general approach.
In your books, your 2 volumes, Professor Bernal, the Black Athena volumes, are you suggesting that you initiated much of this information, or are you picking up from where others have left off?
Well, I mean, I start off looking at the ancient sources, the ancient Greek sources, their view of their own history, but I don't take them on face value. I then try to check, looking at archaeological, linguistic, cultic information from other sources. So I was using a multidisciplinary approach, and I am eclectic, and I've been accused of that. But I think in these areas where there's so little information that one cannot follow the rigor of pursuing one particular discipline, like linguistics or something like that, one has to look across the board.
I was referring specifically to the scholarship of African scholars.
Yes, I mean, although I must confess that I came to them rather late on in my study, and to some extent I found that I had reinvented the wheel. That there was a great deal of what I had laboriously tried to assemble for myself had been assembled, and this was very striking in the case of scholars like Du Bois or Sinclair Drake, but also many of Sheikh Anta Diop and others provided extraordinarily useful avenues for me to pursue. I wouldn't call myself an Afrocentrist, except to the extent that I believe that Africans and peoples of African descent have played many significant roles in world history, and that these have been systematically denied by European and North American scholars in the 19th and 20th century. I think that the degree of racism in our society can hardly be overestimated. We all have it, and it's very, very difficult to see past it.
All right, thank you very much. Professor Clarke.
I came to this subject before I was 10 as a Baptist Sunday school teacher. I wanted to teach junior class in Sunday school, so I learned to read very early. What baffled me from the beginning was the Bible itself. I could not find my people in a book that's supposed to be about all mankind. And what called my attention to the neglect of Africa was the Sunday school lessons with all those white angels. And when they said God is love, God is kind, God is no respect of kith or kin, I kept wondering, why didn't he let at least 1 or 2 little brown or black angels sneak into heaven? So I began to suggest that somebody else had tampered with God's book in favor of somebody else, and that the Bible to a great extent was a rationale for European domination, but had been used as such. Then, coming to, after leaving Georgia, after a white man that I've worked for, if he's alive today, he's a liberal with a capital L. His name was Gagsteiner. I asked him about some books on the African people in ancient history. And in the language of the South, he let me down slow. I mean, he spoke kindly. He said, you know, John, I'm sorry that you came from a race that's made no history. But if you persevere, if you obey laws and study hard, you make history someday, and you personally might one day be a great Negro like Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington was the one thing whites approved of at that time. All right, while doing chores at a local high school, holding the coat and the books of a recitalist, I opened a book called The New Negro, and I found an essay by a Puerto Rican of African descent, Arthur Schomburg. The essay was called The Negro Digs Up His Past. Now I knew I was not only older than slavery, I was older than my oppressor, and my oppressor was the last branch of the human race to enter that arena. Mock civilization. Don't get mad, get smart, prove me wrong. Now, in the Old Harlem History Club, under Willis and Huggins, long since dead, John Jackson, who died only a few years ago, we had to take up a collection to bury him, Charles Seifert, J.E. Rogers, under all of these teachers pointing me to good material, and Arthur Schomburg telling me, go study the history of your masters. Study the people who took you out of history. Then you'll understand your history. I started on an old chestnut, recently mentioned, H.G. Wells' Outline of History. It is still worth reading. It is a good basic outline. His basic facts are in order. When he tells you about the Crusades, he's not off one iota. But his interpretation is basically Eurocentric to the point of being a prejudiced document. Now, I was reading these kinds of books. I was reading Spingarn's Decline of the West when I was 18 years old. So I began to read European masterpieces, and I began to read European curiosity about Africa. Gerald Massey's 6th volume, Egypt, Light of the World, 2 volumes. Natural Genesis, 2 volumes. Book of the Beginning, 2 volumes. And I began to read Gerald Massey's attitude on religion and his idea that nearly European concepts of religion were stolen from outside of Europe. He was not a historian. He was not an Egyptologist. He was an agnostic, fighting the arrogance of the European of that day. See, the History Club led me to not only reading masterpieces by white radical writers who set the black radical writers in motion. A whole lot of claims blacks did not make until they saw the documents and works written by Europeans. And these works written by Europeans, what black had the time and the money to sit down and do a 6-volume work?
Well, Dr. Clarke, I would like you to hold it right there. Yes, thank you. Hold it right there. Sometimes you regret having to ask a question that is so obvious that it almost hurts. Okay, now let's get into the fray. We will have the scholars asking questions of each other. And I'd like to start with Professor Lefkowitz asking a question of Professor Bernal.
I'd like to ask Professor Bernal if he could point to some specific instances which he could cite where Egyptian thought influenced Greek philosophy directly, and if he could discuss some of those for us.
Well, the Greek philosophers were extremely respectful towards Egyptian philosophy, and particularly Plato in his later dialogues. The emphasis on geometry, which was the great strength of Egyptian mathematics and was the center of the Platonic educational system, I think is one example. I would also think that the system of ideas or forms which Parmenides and Plato pushed looks extremely Egyptian to me, but I can't prove it. I also think that the distinction between worlds of being and worlds of becoming, which fits Egyptian grammar extremely well and Egyptian cosmological notions extremely well, look very influential. I think that the Greek tradition, which was that Pythagoras and Plato had drawn from Egypt, seems altogether plausible. But what I insist, and here's our major methodological difference, is that I don't believe one can establish proof in these distant areas of history. One has to work on a system of probability, or what I call competitive plausibility. What is less unlikely than the other? Given the closeness of the two countries geographically, the contact that we know was taking place in the 6th and 5th century, when Greek philosophy began to be formed, the likelihood of contact is extremely high, and I think if anyone should have to prove anything, it should be those who would deny that there were significant Egyptian influences on Greek philosophy at this time, as the Greeks themselves associated the word philosophy with Egypt in their earliest references to it. It seems very strange that the people who maintain the Greeks' own tradition on this subject should be asked to prove their case rather than those who challenge it.
Well, I think those are some interesting ideas, and I would like to think very hard about them, but I think we must also think about the things that are very different and very, very confusing in the tradition, such as some of the things that are said about that Pythagoras learned in Egypt. He couldn't have learned there because they aren't Egyptian, particularly. There are some mistakes that are made in the Greek understanding of Egypt. And one problem is, in thinking about this contiguity, very few Greeks could get to Egypt over a long period of time, say from the 10th century to the 7th century. Then there was a window of opportunity, but then again the Persians moved in, kept the Greeks from getting there in any great number, and really until the conquest of Egypt by Alexander.
I hate to interrupt you, Professor Lefkowitz, but the idea here is to not just explain the question that you yourself have asked, but to follow through based on the response you got.
Well, I thought that's what I was doing, but...
All right, well then, actually we differ there. Professor Lefkowitz, would you like to ask a question? Professor Bernal, would you like to ask a question of Professor Lefkowitz?
Yes, as she and the predominant view of classicists at the moment concede that Egyptian art and architecture, and she's just written an article in the New Yorker showing a particular medical view was taken by the Greeks from Egypt, why is it so implausible to suppose that the Greeks took other aspects of their culture, particularly in this period, I believe also much earlier as well? What is the reason for denying the possibility, which was brought up by the Greeks themselves, of transmission of mathematical and philosophical ideas at the same time?
There's no reason to deny it. It's just simply to try and find what these ideas were. Now, in the case of the medical thing that you mentioned, it happens to be a particularly wrong idea, and of course, wrong ideas can be transmitted as well as right ideas. And this is one thing that in tracing the history of the world, we tend to concentrate so much on the glorious achievements and the glories of Greece, or the glories of Egypt. There are also some non-glories, and some of the medical ideas were one of them. I think we're all very lucky not to have been living at that time. But I would say there's nothing implausible about it at all. And there is a great Greek interest in Egypt, as you say, and that surfaces very clearly in the later dialogues of Plato. But I think that if you're going to talk about stealing ideas from Egypt, which I know you are not, but others have, then you really have to show some parallel text and show what is done. I think the idea of some influence is something that could fruitfully be discussed and pursued, and I would like to continue to do that and to continue to encourage others to work on that.
You want to follow up on your question?
No, I'll leave it for there, if we can have further talk.
All right, Professor Rogers, you get to ask Professor Clarke a question.
Yeah. I hardly know where to begin. One thing I'm curious about, I had a quick look actually at the introduction to the second edition of Bradley's The Iceman Inheritance, a very interesting book with a lot of interesting hypotheses about the origins of cultures and civilizations. Professor Clarke wrote an introduction to the second edition to it, in which he stated that the first show of European literary intelligence surfaced around 1250 BCE with the publication of two books of folklore, the Odyssey and the Iliad. And that struck me as somewhat curious because, in fact, as far as most scholars seem to be able to tell, the Iliad and the Odyssey were composed actually orally and didn't reach a literary form, if you mean by that a written form, until probably the 6th century BCE in Athens. There are obviously texts from Mycenae and Crete and elsewhere with real Greek in a literary form from before 1250, in fact, going back probably to 1600 or so. But this has significant implications for the idea, which some scholars have put forth, that Egyptian language was deeply influential on the first form of Greek that we have, that is the Linear B tablets.
What's your question? So I'm awaiting the question.
That is my question. Professor Clarke has stated that this is the first form of literary intelligence that surfaced around 1250, and in fact it did not, and I'm curious how he is maintaining that.
All right.
It is the first book, and it's a book of folklore, and we really don't know whether Homer wrote it or whether Homer was man or woman. It's the first book to become known basic to the West in a form that we could study and conjecture about, and it emerged at the time Europe was beginning to show some intellectual maturity. And if you deal with this, you have to deal with what Professor Leskowitz accused me of, not paying attention to historical chronology. And if she read any of my texts, any of my numerous guides and curriculars and lecture notes, you know that I'm a specialist on chronology. I know that one comes first and two come second. But what I was trying to get across is that in the 8th century to the 12th century, so the intellectual emergence of Europe, at a time Egypt was in its 23rd dynasty and dying after nearly 10,000 years of some forms of organized society,
Europe intellectually was just being born. And I further maintain that Europe in general had nothing to do with the creation of Rome and Greece, and yet the challenge of Rome and Greece created Europe, because they were scattered tribes, and the challenge of Rome and Greece brought them together, and they became a people strong enough to create a state. If anybody got any information to the contrary, state the information to the contrary. I maintain that there was no Europe. You're giving Europe credit for things that happened before the first European war. Shoe or lived in a house that had a window. And I'm saying that you have not read, not just Massey, Joe Massey, his European disciple, Churchward, Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man, the Origins of Religions, and his extensive work on Freemasonry. You've not read the American disciple of Massey, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, is Who is This King of Glory, one of the best written books on the Christ story, when he proves that the basis of European spirituality was taken directly from Africa.
Professor Rogers, would you like to follow on your question?
No one is actually maintaining that literary Greek culture pre-existed any number of Near Eastern cultures. Again, I find it a bit curious that...
Except Egypt is physically a part of Africa, created by the Africans from the South.
Even if I concede or admit or agree with you that Egypt is part of Africa, what I'm about to say...
There will be order. Thank you. There will be order. Thank you very much.
Do I detect some disagreement? My point was going to be that the most recent scholarship about the genesis of those two oral epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, points, in fact, in another direction to influence, and that is, in fact, the Hittite Empire, whose documents we can read very easily, and there may well be independent confirmation of the historicity of some form of a Trojan War in those documents. And so what I'm really asking is, why is it that we're just really looking in one direction when we're talking about the origins of Greek civilization?
When Alexander entered Egypt, he wrote home to his mother and said that he at last reached the land where the Greek gods began, Apollo and Zeus. And he wanted to consult one of the great African teachers of oracles. And the oracle asked, how old is this man? He said, 32. They said, in 20 years, maybe he'll be wise enough to ask me a question that I care to answer.
Professor Clarke, would you like to ask Professor Rogers a question? Professor Clarke?
Yes.
It is your turn to ask Professor Rogers a question.
My main concern is that they seem to have equated the civilizations of the Tigris and the Euphrates with the civilization of the Nile. What proof do you have that the civilization of the Tigris and the Euphrates predated the civilization of the Nile?
I don't think that I said that, and I don't think that anyone maintains that. I think the Hittite Empire obviously comes at a much later period.
I know very clear when the Hittite Empire came, I know what damage they did, because I maintain that every people who came into Africa, Greeks, everything from modern day English, everybody that came into Africa did Africa more harm than good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that Africa owes nothing to outsiders in regard to development, because all of them declared war on African culture, war on African civilization, war on African ways of life. They began to bastardize Africa and confuse and create a kind of historical schizophrenia that the Africans had even got rid of to this very day. And they created whole words that did not previously exist, like Middle East. Middle from what?
In round two, we will continue. Professor Clarke, you will ask the first question in round two of Professor Mary Lefkowitz.
At your own admission, you encountered J.A. Rogers 4 or 5 years ago. J.A. Rogers didn't say he was a historian. He was a searcher trying to find the role of the African personality in world history. He worked over 50 years of his life, gave his service, died broke. What gives you the audacity to think that you can dismiss Rogers out of hand, and what gave you the maturity to think that you can judge a writer like Cheikh Anta Diop, the finest historical writer we have produced in the 20th century?
Sir, what do you deal with that?
I try to ask questions of all the material I read. I try to answer those questions on the basis of the evidence, the historical evidence. It all, in my view, comes down to that. And I do not wish to criticize any individual at all. I am dealing only with written work. The people who write that, I do not always know, and I have no individual or personal criticism of them. This is the way scholars, I'm sure, as you know, proceed, and that is simply what I did. In my book, I will leave it to everyone who reads the book to judge what I did.
I think you have emphasized too much the word black, and we made the same mistake. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. The proper name of a people must always relate to land, history, and culture. I did not say Cleopatra was black. I quoted someone else who inferred that. My defense of Cleopatra is not on her blackness, but on no matter whatever she was born in Africa. Her manipulation of Mark Antony and Caesar kept the worst aspect of Roman rule from the backs of Africa. I defend her as an African nationalist. And that's a good defense. And no matter what she did with her wares in and out of bed, there's a whole lot of people got less for it.
Professor Lefkowitz, you may ask a question of Professor Clarke.
Professor Clarke, do you think that we should always judge history in terms of race?
Look, there was no such thing as race in the psyche of the world until the Europeans put it into the psyche of the world. The Africans knew nothing about race and didn't think they belonged to anything called a race. Right. And when the Africans saw the Europeans, because they have a traditional hospitality to strangers, they didn't fight them, they didn't kill, they were curious about them. And with the African explorers, especially Mungo Park, went into Africa, nobody hurt him, nobody shot at him, nobody shot any arrows at him. The Europeans went in peacefully, but the Africans heard that Mungo Park was a pork eater. Most people don't know it, but Africans were not great pork eaters, and they're not great pork eaters today. Pork was a meat you ate in certain ceremonies, certain times a year. But we were not great pork eaters before we came to the United States, or were forced to the United States. But in the United States, we had to eat the part of the pigs that white folks threw away, so we made delicacies out of it and survived. I had this argument with Malcolm X. I said, if it wasn't for the black woman making delicacies out of pig feet, pig heel, the guts, chitlins, you and I wouldn't be here arguing the point. I'm afraid that you're not only a delinquent in African history, you're delinquent in African folklore. So much of our history is tied up with our folklore, but Europe has introduced words that didn't exist in anyone's vocabulary before. No one ever thought of anybody being inferior or superior. Intelligent people don't even a human being can't fall into that category. And nobody had the extensive problems the Europeans had with women, because in the period of feudalism in Europe that lasted over 1,000 years, the white woman in Europe was a vassal. But the African woman had never been a vassal in that sense. If you read Cheikh Anta Diop's The Culture Unity of Black Africa, dealing with the history of the matriarch, he's got all evidence right there that we were the first people to support a woman as head of state. We were the first people to support a woman as riding ahead of her army. We were the first people to make women a god.
I'd like to ask Dr. Bernal to ask of Dr. Rogers a question.
I agree. I haven't read Black Athena Revisited. I haven't yet received my copy. But I do know who the contributors are, and I have read the reviews they wrote, and these reviews, I'm told, are very similar to the ones that originally appeared. So the title Revisited is slightly misleading, because these were immediate responses in the heat of polemic. Now, I have no doubt that the conclusions he summarized are the conclusions found in the book, but I'm not sure whether they're the result of an impartial selection, because having read most of the reviews, not all the reviews of my work, I find a pretty systematic selection for Black Athena Revisited from the hostile ones. And other ones which were more balanced or more friendly to me have been in fact, completely systematically not requested, or if requested, refused. And these include the 3 experts on Egyptian-Greek relations, not Egyptologists, not Hellenists, but specialists in the interrelations between the two cultures. And these 3 scholars' works were, in fact, excluded, and it seems, I wonder, if there's any other explanation for their exclusion than the fact that they would have appeared too friendly, or to have taken my work too seriously, and serious is a word repeated in these reviews. Thank you.
I'm afraid I have some rather bad news for you, Professor Bernal. Professor Lefkowitz and I actually didn't read just some of the reviews of your work. We read them all. We collected them all. There's 50 pages of bibliography at the back of our book with asterisks next to the current outstanding reviews of your work from 1987 until just a few months ago. As for the selection process of the essays that went into it, I have to say to you that we, in fact, do believe that we have given a representative sample and here's where the really bad news is, we actually excluded the ones that attacked you personally or attacked your competence for this field. As far as the three experts on Greek-Egyptian relations are concerned, two of them that you're referring to must be Eric Klein and Stanley Burstein. Eric Klein has written several articles about those relations. We, in fact, did ask him if he wanted to contribute, but he couldn't meet our deadline. When he eventually did, I'm afraid to tell you that his essay did not actually agree completely with your conclusions, but the reason why it wasn't in the collection was that it came in too late. As far as Professor Burstein is concerned, I'm afraid that his essay was much more critical than you seem to believe. So that really is the explanation, I think, for those omissions. I might say that as far as our editorial posture was concerned, we realized that these are sensitive, difficult issues, and we fully expected that we would be in this room here tonight. We didn't know the date, but we knew we'd be here. And so what we tried to do, was we tried to have what we call full disclosure. It's the reason why the book turned out to be not just another 150-page book with some essays sort of thrown together, but a book which attempts to give summaries of comprehensive accounts of the questions that Bernal raises. And we give Bernal full credit for raising those questions. I think that Professor Clarke and others are quite correct. Professor Bernal is not the first person to raise those questions, but in fact, he raised them in a compelling and interesting way, and we feel that we are giving him and those of you who are interested in these problems, as we are, complete respect, both by answering them in full and by being here tonight to defend our views.
I want to just, if I might... yes, please do. I'm sorry.
I don't expect any scholar to agree with me entirely, and what I found with the reviews he said is that they did not agree with all I said, but they took what I said seriously, and they did agree with some significant things. I don't want total praise, and I'm sure they're right that the predominant reaction from the disciplines which I am challenging is hostile. I don't question that for the moment. But the selection does include, I'm told, personal attacks on me as being a baby and various other things. So I don't think they've been quite so scrupulous as far as that is concerned. I'm also intrigued because one person who had attended the meeting, the party given for the contributors to the book, which of course I was told nothing about, described it as a lynch mob. Another mutual friend of Mary's and mine refers to it regularly as the shit on Bernal book. And so I think there are very different perceptions of this book.
Is that a title that you come up with on the spot, or is it something you've been thinking about, Professor Bernal?
It's a title that a mutual friend of Mary's and mine uses regularly. He's a colleague at Cornell. It's not, I wouldn't have thought that up.
I think that if you look carefully, and I'm sorry that you haven't had an opportunity to work through the book carefully yet, I think when you do, you will see that there are not very many ad hominem attacks in it, although I find your defensiveness about that somewhat curious, since in Black Athena, volumes 1 and 2, part of your methodology has involved actually contextualizing people and talking about their family relations, their own personal backgrounds. And so I'm a little bit puzzled by that kind of response.
I have no objection to people attacking me personally. What I would like to see is a all-round collection, and I think that as I live by the sword of the sociology of knowledge, I must be prepared to die by it. And I think that people will see in 20 years where I'm coming from or what my personal problems or axes were. But, and I think that's part of the story of the book, but I think there's also the substance of the book. And I would have hoped to have found more, a wider scan, and we've had many collected volumes on this. I mean, don't think this is the first response to my work. There have been 4 journals now have had selections of articles on my responses and their responses to my responses, and there has been real dialogue. This was a book which I was not told about till long after it had begun, and when I was told about it and asked if I could see the pieces to write a response, I was told there was to be no response, and furthermore that the responses that I had published to the articles criticizing me were not to be included. This does not seem to me opening the debate, it seems to me stamping out heresy.
May I respond to that briefly?
We will have a free-for-all in a minute. But I wanted to follow up on a phrase that you said, and I didn't want to leave it unaddressed, the issue of full disclosure. And it is to that I'd like to ask the question of Professor Lefkowitz. Are you comfortable with the fact, you obviously were comfortable with the fact that your book, Not Out of Africa, subtitled How Afrocentrism Became an Excuse to Teach Myth as History, was underwritten by several foundations that have reportedly rightist leanings. I wondered whether this was a reflection of your own personal or ideological view, or whether you were just so cash-strapped that you took money from anyone.
No one tells me what to think, and no one tells me what to say except me, and the main financing of this book was out of my own pocket.
But surely you can appreciate the color of accepting funds from foundations that do not enjoy wide acclaim and receptivity. And I thought that maybe there was some concern on your part, in as much as you're interested in integrity, scholastic integrity and all, that you might have foregone the grants in the interest of academic and scholarly integrity.
If they had asked of me to do anything, I would not have accepted these grants. They did not do that. Therefore, the grants did not go to me, they went to Wellesley College, which had no objection to taking the money.
But still the question remains. You have a duty, do you not, inasmuch as you are preparing work, the aim of which is to overturn the revisionism, you say, that is going on in black studies, particularly in African studies, this whole battle that you have been dealing with in terms of Afrocentricity. Do you not, regardless of where Wellesley chose to accept money from, do you not, as a scholar, have an obligation to discern where this money is coming from, to see whether the source is compatible with your own views as a scholar?
I did not see anything in the conditions of the grant that inhibited what I did and what I meant to do or say or think. I believe that I acted with perfect integrity. Now, you may disagree with that, and you may disagree with the aims of those foundations and other foundations, and that is what we do in a free country. Until they are outlawed, I don't see what else can be done.
Well, let me ask you the question perhaps more directly. Had there been, say, a foundation to wipe out scholarship of any sort, if such a foundation were to have given money to Wellesley College, would you have found it equally acceptable to take money from such a foundation to further your work?
I don't know what foundation you're talking about. This seems to be a
It was a hypothetical question.
It's totally hypothetical. I don't know what you're trying to force me to say or to compel me into what corner you're tending to put me.
I'm not forcing
you to go ahead and attack me.
I'm not forcing you to say anything, Professor Lefkowitz. I'm just trying to elicit a cogent response from you.
Well, you be the judge of my response.
All right. Okay, in this last round, before we get to questions, and we will get to questions, but let me warn you, you ought to have questions that are questions, not lectures, and that are straight to the point. In this round, it will be a free-for-all in which all of the discussants are permitted to ask questions of each other and to chime in responses whether they are asked the question directly or not.
Will we have time to sum up?
Yes, we certainly will.
Your treat. I think we should. All right. I just wanted Professor Lefkowitz to know some basic information about the concept of Afrocentricity. There's a lot of people who believe in the African awakening and discovering of their history and their culture who do not accept the word Afrocentricity because it's a compromise with the word African. It's either African centricity or it's nothing. That's right. And if she attacks Afrocentricity as the teacher of myth, have she attacked the nonsense about Columbus discovering America? Because he discovered absolutely nothing, and he committed an act of genocide. He set in motion an act of genocide 10 times worse than the act of genocide in Europe called the Holocaust, as though that was the only Holocaust in the world. That event in Europe was wrong. And even if only 6 people were killed, it was wrong. But it was a matter started in Europe by Europeans that should have been solved in Europe by Europeans.
I'm sure that you're aware, as we are, that there's a spectrum of Afro and African-centric views. I'm a little bit curious what you think then of the work of Asante, who, as far as I know, does call himself an Afrocentrist. Are you saying that Professor Asante's work actually is flawed conceptually?
I'm saying that all work under the guise of Afrocentrist is not perfect, but it is an earnest effort to restore Africa to a proper commentary in human history. I think Professor Sanchez's work is written too fast, and there's some things he hadn't checked out as well as he need to, and I think too many times Afrocentricity becomes a personality cult, but that don't mean that I'm against African people discovering their history, their literature, their place in the political science of the world. That don't mean that I have not played a role in encouraging people to write about Africans in all the societies of the world. See, your talk keeps telling me what you have not read. You could not have been asking these questions about Afrocentricity if you have not read Anacalypsis, 2 volumes dealing with the massive explosion of African people throughout the whole world. You could not possibly have read with any degree of understanding the 3 volumes, Africans in early Asia, Africans in early Europe, Africans in early America. We're not talking about no hearsay. We're talking about documents. Professor Joseph Harris's book dealing with the global dimensions of the African diaspora. I don't know, I mean, you keep telling me, you keep confessing your ignorance with your questions. You have not read, I'm telling you, before Afrocentricity, radical Europeans had pioneered in this work. Now, I haven't even mentioned the radical black writers that you probably have not read. Now, if you read Chancellor Williams' chapter 2 in the book, Destruction of Black Civilization, read that chapter 2 called Egypt, Ethiopia's oldest daughter. And it deals with the southern African origins of Egypt. If you read a book called Nubia, Corridor to Africa, once more you got it. Also you got the early Arab slave trade. I keep saying nobody came into Africa to do African people any good. After the Romans had disgraced themselves trying to be early Christians, the Africans thought that by accepting Islam,
they could get the Romans off of their back. They were right. They did get the Romans off their back. But the Arabs replaced the Romans on their back, and the Arabs are still on their back.
Speaking of book reading, I'm a little bit curious then. One book I have read is Civilization and Barbarism, in which a scholar that we've talked a little bit about has written that the 18th dynasty in Egypt, quote, colonized all the Aegean Sea and consequently brought the region of the world out of proto-history into the historical cycle of humanity by the introduction of writing, linear A and linear B. And I'm quite curious what Professor Bernal thinks of such a hypothesis.
Clearly, linear A and linear B do not come from Egyptian hieroglyphics. It is an Aegean and an Anatolian script. On the other hand, there's no doubt that Egyptian relations with the Aegean intensified a great deal during the 18th dynasty, and we have documents and paintings representing what the Egyptians interpreted as people from the Aegean bringing tribute to Africa. We also have scholars like Professor Redford in Toronto who takes it for granted that there was regular correspondence between the court in Mycenae and the court in Thebes. And there's no doubt which was the more powerful state. There is archaeological evidence of contact at that time, but Greece was already literate in its own scripts of linear A and linear B. I was rather intrigued by Professor Rogers mentioning texts, Greek texts in the 16th century. I don't know what he's referring to there, that the linear B texts are 2 or 3 centuries later, but that's a side issue, I agree.
Actually, it's not a side issue. I'm afraid that Chadwick and others have now updated the earliest linear B tablets. But I would like to come back to you for a second now that we're talking about the 18th dynasty, because as I'm sure you know, the funeral stele of Amenhotep has been used actually to make some claims by some scholars about Egyptian dominion at that time over the Aegean. But since you've mentioned Professor Klein, in fact, both Professor Klein and Professor O'Connor at the Institute of Fine Arts here in New York, I think have shown fairly clearly that this in fact is not the case. So this leads me onto a point about source criticism, and I would like to raise this as a general point, that one of the very curious things to us about Black Athena is that it does appear to us that the rules of the sociology of knowledge appear to apply to scholars of the 18th and 19th century, but not, for instance, to Herodotus or texts which seem to support Professor Bernal's point of view. And I'm wondering then what, since we're speaking of principles of selectivity, what then the principle of selectivity for the sociology of knowledge might be.
The reasons why, I don't accept Herodotus uncritically. I think one should try and check Herodotus wherever possible, but I think one should also check the 19th and 20th century scholars thoroughly. The reasons why I, on the whole, incline to believe Herodotus more than the 19th century scholars,
since last October, I believe, September, last time he was here. But this man can speak at the slave theater every Wednesday, whenever he gets ready. And he's known all over the world. And I don't care where you are, everybody knows John Henrik Clarke. And we are so fortunate to have him with us. And so I would like for everybody to stand on their feet and put their hands together for our scholar, our elder, our hero, Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Okay, Dr. Clarke, you don't need no introduction as a slave.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to be talking about a subject that has no end, because the subject keeps coming back to us and we keep misunderstanding it. But before I start, permit me a brief personal note, because since I've seen you last, I've passed a landmark I never thought I would reach, because in my radical young days, picketing and challenging police, I never thought I'd get 60.
All right.
But I reached my 80th birthday since I've seen that. I went to Columbus, Georgia, where I grew up, and went to school up until the 7th grade.
All right.
Among my sisters, I have a sister who dearly loves me, got all of my books lined up on the shelf, and she boasts about her brother who writes books. Tell people, don't put your fingerprints on these books, and don't be bothering my brother's books.
All right.
I wish somebody would bother them long enough to read them. I wish somebody would wear one out so I could replace it. But I was among some old friends who still survived, and my 4th grade classmates, about 3 of them are still around. I came home to do some serious eating. You Northerners don't know a great deal about this good Southern cooking.
All right.
And my sister, who loves me so much, forbade me to eat these old dishes like crackling bread, sauce, any part of the pig. Got plenty of food now. The pig is the cuisine of our survival. We were not a great pork-eating people in Africa. And we're not a great pork-eating people in Africa right now. But being enslaved, we had to eat what the white folks threw away. So they threw away the pig's feet, We made a delicacy out of that. Threw away the head. We made sauce and other things out of that. Sometimes we threw away the skin. We fried that and took some cornbread and mixed it with little onions and made crackling bread. All these things I can't eat anymore, and yet I had a wonderful time at home. Then went to Atlanta for 5 more days with colleagues and friends. And I didn't think about being 80 because I work at something 7 days a week. And nothing would bore me more than protracted rest. The struggle is my norm. Being outside of the struggle is abnormal.
All right, all right.
I am from that generation that has never known peace and never expect to know peace. We will struggle to the end of our life so that another generation will know peace. We are the sacrificial generation. This is why we do not understand Booker T. Washington. He scratched his head when nothing itched. He laughed when nothing was funny. He said yes when it didn't mean yes, so that another generation can say, hell no. Came your time to say, hell no. You didn't say it. All right, to the subject, the world war against African history. I'm saying you do not understand the issues of today because you do not understand the nature of that war that has been mounted against you to remove you from the commentary of history and to say you have no history and to remove you outside of humanity and to say God do not love you. No, God loves you, so therefore when a crime is committed against you, no sin, because you're not the child of any God. And this is what is happening to you now. And this is why you do not understand. You keep protesting when people are acting rather normal according to their norm. And they will continue until you set your norm. And the only way you can set your norm, you have to understand how to handle power. If you had independent states in Africa, all independent, if they united and say nothing will go out of Africa, no mineral, no zinc, no manganese, no gold, no diamonds, no cobalt, they can close down Western industry. That's power. But when those things that belong to you are in the hands of other people, when you do not know enough about your own history to seize your rich prerogatives, you pay for it by being reduced to servitude. Now I'm going to devote some time to the president of Rutgers and his remarks, and to 3 articles that just appeared in the City Sun on the Arab slave trade, the present-day Arab slave trade. Too many things have happened in the name of religion that has nothing to do with religion at all. These are customs
drugged into religion by the foreigners and the fakers and the fools who gain control of the religion for power reasons. There is nothing in any religion that separates men from women. And yet every organized religion that you know of downgrades the role of women. Every organized religion you know of, a male chauvinist murder cause. Now you have to understand the difference between religion and spirituality, because religion kills spirituality. Religion is the house organ of a bunch of gangsters. Spirituality has humanity. You do not kill anybody in the name of spirituality. And yet 2 world wars were launched in the name of God. And a number of smaller wars were launched in the name of God. People program other people to be less than other people and proclaim themselves Christian. Hitler was a Christian. He's not the kind of Christian I am, or I was. The Ku Klux Klan are Christians and proclaim themselves Christian. Now when he says he's a Christian, he prays to the same God you pray to, and he's not struck dead. Who is he lying to? Is it the same God you pray to, or one his warped mind created? Now, you are shocked because of what the president of Rutgers had to say about IQs and minority group passing an SAT. I would be shocked if he didn't say it and didn't say more. All right. Some of our children did not pass a white test created by whites for whites, and white children get advanced schooling in the test so they can take the test and pass it, and some of them get their answers ahead of time. And if they pass it, not because they're smarter than our children, but because they had the answers ahead of time. And they're taught how to pass these bogus tests. And there's no proof of their intelligence in the first place. Now he said it was a slip of the tongue. And maybe he could have been. But he is mild in comparison to others. He articulated what others are thinking under their thinking words. And this is nothing new. We begin to discover these things. Now we want to burn down schools. You came out of integration with some misconceptions. We should have continued to build the predominantly black colleges. We could have built any predominant black college, could have built into a school better than Harvard University. Why didn't you do that? No, you just had to be close to them. You had to be near them. You thought we got the NACP syndrome. You soak up education through osmosis by just being near them. Huh? No. They didn't teach your history. They didn't respect your history. They didn't look at you as a people with a history. How do you think they're going to control the world? Once you understand who you are, you will demand your prerogatives. You will demand the right to rule. They are more sophisticated now than they were 50 years ago. They don't send soldiers to conquer you anymore. They send a loan. They send dollars. Then they tell you when to devaluate your money. They even tell you who to fire. They even tell you who's going to be prime minister of your country. They are more ruthless now and more imperial now than they were before the so-called colonies fell apart. All right. You're more colony now. All right. Because you don't see their hair. You do not understand the nature of their history. You not only must understand your history and how it is manipulated, you must understand their history. When I came to New York, and after reading an essay by Arthur Schomburg called The Negro Digs Up His Past, and when I finally found Arthur Schomburg, and I wanted to know, I was a teenager then, so teenagers are this silly. I wanted to know the history of all of the African people, the Negroes and those in Africa, henceforth within the hour, his lunch hour, all of it. He said, sit down, son. What you're calling Negro history and African history are the missing pages of world history. Son, go study the history of your masters. Go study the history of the people who took your people out of history. Go study their sick need to take you out of history. If they had to take you out of history, then you've got something that they fear. You've got something that they do not want to compete with. They do not want to stand toe-to-toe with you as an equal. Their announced superiority complex could be the flip side of an inferiority complex. I began with an old chestnut, still worth reading, incidentally. H.G. Wells' Outline of History. It's Eurocentric. It's white in all its attitudes, but the chronology is impeccable. His dates are in place. His events are in place. Now you can go over all of this and Africanize it. All right. He's done your work for you. He tell you what happened when. And he show you exactly where he left you out. He had the Crusades, the European emphasis, and he leaves out the fact that the Ethiopians and the Coptic Church did not join the Crusades, that the North African Church did not join the Crusades. This was a European matter. He leaves out, he glorifies Richard, the so-called lion-hearted, without telling the real truth about Richard. Richard wasn't lion-hearted. He wasn't even religious. He didn't even go to the Church of England. So what's he on the Crusades about? To rescue the Holy Grail that wasn't holy in the first place and wasn't even lost in the second place. They wanted to marry him off to some homely, flat-breast princess, and he wanted to get the hell out of England to keep him married that woman. He was a coward, running from his royal responsibility. They joined the Crusades and ran. Or he don't tell you that part. You got to read some other books to get that part. Now back to this president of Rutgers and his apologies and all the fuss is over. I think the students should have made that point known, and once it's so well known, they should get off the picket line and go into the book and show him how well they can study and what good marks they can make, though they are going to a school ruled by whites. They can even take their books and on their terms and still beat them. And some will prove that. Paul Robeson went to some of the same schools. Ended up speaking over 20 different languages. Football star. And when they announced the great football team of that day, they had a 10-man team. They left Paul off of the team. He just now made the Hall of Fame. Yeah. All those people that made the Hall of Fame, and Paul Robeson did 10 times more, and he just now made the Hall of Fame in the last few years. That's the school where Paul went. Became a lawyer, but a man who stood on the line for principle. He could be making $2 million a year. His salary was reduced to $6,000 a year, sang in his brother's church. The same people who milked him dry, using his voice to raise money. And when he was reduced, and he was singing in his brother's church, and he insisted that the fee be in a manner that the common people could hear him. $5 and $3. The same people who had bled him dry wasn't even there. Now he had an all-black audience. One of the most brilliant men we produced came out of the very school where that man is president. Good repudiation of what he said came past the SAT test. I imagine if rabbits were making up a test as to who would go into the brow patch, they would make a test that a fox can't pass because they don't want him in the brow patch. This is what you have to understand. This world war to deny your humanity by denying your history. Now let's look at the 3 articles on the Arab slave trade in the City Sun. This is delicate now, because the brothers think that by being Muslim, you've got to endorse everything Arabic. If you want to know the difference between a religion and a religion, go into a white church one Sunday and go into a good black church the next Sunday. It's a different, not only different, it's a different religion. You don't necessarily have to approve of everything Arabs do in order to be a Muslim. The Arab is a pseudo-white. He's a white ass kisser because he wants to be white. He wants acceptance by whites. He will do the same thing whites do, downgrading you. He was in the slave trade before Islam, and he never got out of the slave trade. He's killing Africans in the Sudan because they are not Muslims.
He's killing Africans in Mauritania who are Muslims but happen not to be Arabs. One day, African people will have to mount a case against the Arab and let him know, if you're going to live in Africa, you're going to live on African terms or find some new geography on which to live. Mount a campaign, drive the slave trading, womanizing, raping dog into the sea and still be a Muslim on your terms. Because we buy things and swallow the hook, line, and sinker, none of the brothers have taken time out to study revolutionary Islam in Africa. That was used as a rallying cry against the Europeans. But if you don't know history, you won't know how to deal with this. Islam in Somalia, under the leadership of Muhammad bin Abdullah Hassan, called the Mad Mullah of Somalia, was revolutionary, anti-imperialist Islam. The Islam under Muhammad Ahmed in the Sudan, that unified the Sudan and drove the British out of the Sudan, was revolutionary Islam. And when Arabs came down with the British from Egypt, he called them a bunch of dogs unworthy of the faith. And he was a devout Muslim. You think you got to agree with everything a damn Arab have to say in order to be a Muslim? The Arab is the most corrupt element within Islam and the lowest in morality. The United Nations, all kinds of committees have documented this. You chuck on the answer, it's all a lie. Everybody's a lie. I mean, no document is true. I have just on my desk 11 books on the Arab slave trade. And all I'm doing is a chapter, not a book. The United Nations have documented this in documents too, especially that leading chapter, slave trade in the Indian Ocean. When we deal with the relationship of the Arabs with the Africans, we should read a book called The Arab Conquest of Egypt. It's been reissued by A&B Press. You can get it in paperback. The Arabs proposed Islam as an alternative to Roman rule. The Africans thought by adopting Islam, they'd get the Romans off of their back. They did. But the Arabs replaced the Romans on their back, and he's still there. Look at every North African country. The black population is to the south, and the black population is in servitude. I'm not talking about something happened yesterday, but something is happening right now. The Arabs destroyed the effectiveness of the organization of African unity. They want no unity in Africa. To speak against the Arabs is not to speak against Islam, except for Africans that been no Islam. How many times do I have to tell you Zayd bin Harith and Bilal, both assistants to the Prophet, helped to bring the religion into being. But the brothers are so sensitive
They think nobody taught the Prophet Muhammad. Well, his rich wife hired these two literate men for the purpose of teaching him. Bilal is classified as a slave. They were both, Bilal and Zayd bin Harith were Ethiopians. Now you classify them as a slave. Bilal was a lawyer who was captured and reduced to servitude. The rich wife of the prophet bought him out of servitude because he was a literate man. The one thing that is difficult for you to understand is that most people who come down to us as gods were illiterate. There is no proof that Jesus Christ could read and write. Buddha was the exception, because you cannot equate reading and writing with great wisdom. There were men who had great wisdom, great leadership, who could not read and write. I'm not advocating it, but this is a fact. Now, once you study Zayd bin Harith and Bilal, that once the prophet was under pressure in Arabia, he told these two key followers, go to Ethiopia, go to that land of righteousness where no one is wrong. Look at that reputation the Ethiopians had. The Greeks called them the favorites of the gods and the tallest of men. There in Ethiopia, his followers waited out the storm and the controversy. Some converted Ethiopians to the faith. Some married Ethiopian women and never went home. And if you see some of the Ethiopian women, you can understand that. On his deathbed, the prophet was supposed to say, Islam will never forsake Ethiopia when Ethiopia is in distress. No nation in Africa has suffered more at the hands of Islam than Ethiopia. The Muslims from Eritrea, backed by a Muslim zealot, Gaddafi, destroyed the political effectiveness of Ethiopia. She's literally a weakened nation. At what point in our history are we going to understand that powerful people cannot afford to train you in the technique you need? Because if they train you, you take their power away from them. Because they've got power they took from you. If we were serious about South Africa, we would have no demonstrations, no loud noises. We would have started 50 years ago quietly smuggling young men and women out of South Africa, sending them to the best schools of administration, sending them to the schools of harbor management, airport design, sending them to the Colorado schools of mines. They would know every single thing they need to know in order to rule a nation
not only to electricity, but how to make the light bulb. And they won't go around boasting, we talk too much. Then they would gradually go to Africa on vacation. Not go to South Africa. They would go to nations near South Africa and just wait. Then blacks who know military, blacks former officers in the army, blacks who know landcraft, blacks who know how to take over forts, blacks who know how to take a bank and run it, blacks who know currency.
All right. There you go.
Won't ask for nothing in South Africa. Just move in there and take it all.
All right.
Take it all.
All right.
And say just simply, those whites who intend to live under African rule may stay. Those who disagree with it may go. And if you love Africa so much you insist on staying, we will give you a permanent peace that you can keep forever. The length of your body from head to toe, 6 feet under the ground. Why don't we find out how white people treat their enemies?
All right.
What did they do with Hitler's followers that they found? They put them on trial at Nuremberg. And they killed some. And some killed themselves. But none of them were permitted to stay in power. And once you tell a European he's not to hold power, not to control money, he's going to go crazy or go home.
Yes, sir. All right. That's it.
Because he didn't come there to be ruled by you.
All right.
Now the mistake was to shout such democratic phraseology,
right.
non-racial government, as though there could be a non-racial government.
All right.
One man, one vote.
All right.
The main thing you needed to talk about is African rule.
That's it. That's it.
I want a nation as African rule as France is French rule, as British is British rule. If that's a contradiction, then you are living a contradiction. I will share with you in Africa to the extent that you're willing to share with me in Europe. I will give you inch for inch as much land in Africa as you're willing to give me in Europe. And there's many rights that will sell that. No, but you want to integrate. You want to be a part. Stay and help and stay and share. They do not have the mentality to share. They didn't come there to share. They came there to take it all and to rule it all. And when you do not understand their history, you are in a trap. You thought that it was a fight between the capitalists and the communists. It was a fight between those who held power and those who wanted it. The communists wanted power over African countries and wanted colonies just as bad as the capitalists who had them. But one thing which gave you some illusions about the communists is that the communists had an imperial empire in Europe. But the European colonies began to revolt. And this is what the fight with Russia is about. These people wanted sovereignty. Now
Now, Russia made a mistake, and the communist world made a mistake, and everybody tried to point it out to them. It was called a red beta and a fool. No nation should ever declare itself officially an atheist nation. Man cannot walk this earth without a spiritual belief system. It is a belief system, a spirituality that lifts man higher than the dog, that gives man responsibility. But to declare a nation officially atheistic, I will let the churches stay that are there, but no more churches can be built. All the politics in the world will not substitute for the culture and the spirituality of a people. You can tamper with that politics. But once you tamper with that spirituality, that spiritual being, you got a problem. Now, no matter how communist the Poles become, they're still going to be Catholic. Now, I'm not arguing the rightness and the wrongness of the Catholic Church. The Poles going to be Catholic, right or wrong, even if they are communists. That prevailing spirituality is going to be Catholic. Now you go to tell them, call them an official atheist nation. Part of that culture comes out of the understanding of Catholicism, or the interpretation of Catholicism. Now, because the European is not original, you think is original, that's part of the trap you're in. You think the European has something to offer, he has nothing to offer himself. This fool has fought 2 world wars, killing in excess of 200 million people, his own, and still can unite against you. Lot of useless killing. The European fights for revenge just to show something. Now the Germans were basically defeated, and they finally decided they're going to teach America and the Allies a military lesson. This is what the Battle of the Bulge was about. They knew they couldn't win, but they thought they would let them know that militarily we know our business. Though we're going down in defeat, we're going to kick your butt on the way. So that cost about 50,000 people. America, having won the war, having bombed the industrial cities, bombed an open city, no military target at all, called Dresden, 35,000 people, just for revenge. Now, if he do this to his brothers and sisters, now what in the hell are you expecting? Now you turn it to him for hope? Ain't no hope there. Ain't no hope gonna be there. You go into his schools and you expect the kind of education that you need to reclaim the state and lift you above him and to be liberated from him? Are you sane? Are you real? With the same energy and the time, you could have doubled the enrollment of Tuskegee. Tuskegee didn't have to be a university. We got enough universities. That's a great liberal arts university. But Tuskegee was training us in nationhood, self-reliance, plumbers, cooks, orthopedic schools. Tuskegee's cooks and bakers school was so good, the Army was sending their cooks to Tuskegee. All those schools are gone, except the veterinarian school is still there because it's one of the best in the world. It races over Cornell's veterinarian school. I was speaking to the president a few days ago, and he said, well, John, some people have to know in mathematics. I said, well, there's no contradiction in what I'm saying. We need great technical schools. We need schools of mechanics. We need schools where not only teach men how to fix a car, how to design a car from scratch. But all the cars we use, we don't have one car company. With all the leather that is available, all the cows we attend to, we can't tan leather and make shoes. We can flow shine if we put our mind to it. We're making them apologize for being in the business of the shoes. You make Flowshine buy shoes from us. And as for sneakers, we let our idiots do that. The idiots make the sneakers, that's so easy. We won't even cite our best technicians for the sneakers. The guys who fail at other things, we let them make sneakers. Because guys who've been in prison need some practice before we elevate them to higher. Make sneakers for a while. See how well you do that. Then we'll let you make shoes. We can create a whole industry. Why don't we do it? We have lost the history of the time when we did everything for ourselves. We have lost history of the time when we ran nations all by ourselves. We have been delinquent in studying the society that we produced that had everything in it that Karl Marx advocated that Europe never practiced. Everything. There's nothing in socialism or communism that wasn't already lived out in African society. We didn't dogmatize it. We just lived it out. We didn't dogmatize Christianity. We just lived it out. John Jackson has documented this beautifully in one of his last books called Christianity Before Christ. In another book, Pagan Origins of the Christ Myth. You think there's only one Christ story. Every civilization in the world of consequence has its own Christ story. Every civilization has its own creation story. All right. Go ahead. And everybody thinks they created the beginning of civilization. When I was in the anti-poverty program, I was going to teach my students a lesson, so I asked an Igbo to come in and tell his creation story. So he said, well, dear children, now let me tell you how the world began. It began among the Igbos, a place called Anisha. Our God waved his wand and said, go forth, you great Igbo people, and civilize the world. Right. And that's how the world began. All right. Next day, I had a Yoruba come in. So I'm glad you children waited. Now you will know the truth. I will tell you how the world began. place called Deuteronomy. Our God saw fit to designate the Yoruba as the bringer of the civilization of the world. Students thought I was crazy. Next day I brought in a can from Ghana. His story was more beautiful. One thing I like about his story, there's always some good eating in the Ghanaian creation story. He said that his God, Anan, waved his hand, "Go forth, you great Akan people, and civilize the world." And we started out to civilize the world, and God said, "Wait, gotta have a chop." Nothing before the meal. In Ghana, all meals are called chop. Because that's literally what it is, a chop. And so girls came out, beautifully dressed, plates of gold, serving this great food. And after everybody got their stomach full, now go out and civilize the world. And that they did. And the good God blew his breath, created a great hole. Out came great Akan people marching to civilize the world. Years later, I'm in Ghana. I'm with a professor, and he's taking me out to the hole where civilization started. Just like an old gravel pit to me, nothing exceptional. So we rode for about a half hour. I said, "Professor, now, according to my research, the Akan people used to live in East Africa. And they always moved out of places where people try to impose religions on them against their will. So they moved from East Africa to the Niger River. And when Islam came down, they moved from the Niger River to the Volta River. Then they had some difficulty among them, and some moved to the coast. And then a priest called Akamfo Anochi brought the golden stool and reorganized them into the great nation that they are today. That's essentially the story of the Akan people, isn't it, Professor? He said, "Of course, Professor Clarke, but are you going to spoil a good story with the truth?" I said, "No, Professor, no. They came out of the hole." You said they came out of the hole? They came out of the hole. Don't ever spoil good folklore with the truth. Don't spoil the Adam and Eve story by saying it's a joke. So if that story is true, then mankind is about 6,000 years old. Each time they dig in Ethiopia, they find somebody 1 million years older than the last one. Mankind is about 4 million years old. So what happened to the Adam and Eve story? Now what happened to the flood story? But if you read the folklore of the Old Testament, by Sir James Fraser, it's full of flood stories. Everybody got their flood story. When you don't read history, anybody can tell you anything. I enjoy folklore. I read a lot of it. I know the Bible is full of great spiritual inspiring lessons based on folklore. It is not less because it is based on folklore. But don't start killing people if they tell you something is not true. There is absolutely no documentation that Moses ever lived.
None whatsoever. No place. If you got any, please show it to me. There is no documentation in existence about an exodus. None. No place. Now, it's an inspiring story, and we believe it more than the Jews. Because we, in slavery, wanted to attach ourselves to a people who escaped from something. And so they told this escape story, and we bought it. And right now, you can get blacks to weep over the 3 Hebrew boys in the fiery furnace. Right now, a piece of folklore. Nothing to prove any of it. And yet there are magnificently written books dealing with how spirituality emerged. You will not take time out to read Alvin Boyd Kuhn, especially Who is This King of Glory? One of the best books ever written on the Christ story. Shadow of the 3rd Century, a book, one of the best books on St. Augustine. Or Gerald Massey's book. Just read the first of his 6th volume, Egypt, Light of the World. And among his essays, read the historical Jesus in the mystic Christ. Now, once you know this and end the world war against your history, you will know what you will have to do, because history is a tool. History, I have repeatedly said, is a clock that you use to tell your political and historical and cultural time of day. It is a compass that you need to find yourself on the map of human geography. History tells the people where they have been and what they have been, where they are and what they are. Most important, history tells the people what they still must be and where they still must go. You cannot exist successfully and be full and whole and totally human and be absent from your history. There are certain very basic things about history. You don't have to read forever, but certain simplified approaches to your history that you haven't even read. I think Professor Joseph Harris's little book, The African People and Their History, it's in paperback, easy to get. A good introduction to our history. John Jackson's book, An Introduction to African Civilization. I've been told that my introduction to his book is one of the longest introductions ever written. You wrote a book introducing a book. And a little book that I wrote a few years ago, still in print and still for sale, it's an illustrated lecture, The African People in World History, published by Black Classics Press. So I'm not telling you some monumental, expensive thing you can do. Now, all these things put together, it would probably cost you about $12 to $15. All right. So there's no excuse, really. Teach a Scotch costs you more than that. You want to know where the money's going to come from? Leave off a 6-pack. You get it. All right. When I was teaching the students, I used to assign students paperbacks at $5, $6. Students say, but I don't have the money, Professor. How much did your sneakers cost? You're coming into my class with $150 sneakers. He can't spend $5.50 for a book that's required to reading in the class. We cop out on ourselves. We cop out on our children. All right. There's so much learning that has to take place before the child gets to school. There's so much learning that's fun. We fail to make it fun. We make it too dreary. I want to teach a kid mathematics. Tell me, Jimmy, how many steps it takes to get from the table to the door? None. Go to the left and tell me how many steps it takes. Go to the right, take me how many. Go straight, tell me how many. You're teaching mathematics and you're having fun with it. You teach him a piece of corn, the scientific effort that goes. Take a piece of corn, that same piece of corn becomes a piece of bread, that same piece of corn becomes cornflakes, that same piece of corn becomes so many things. All you're teaching him basic science. Basic science. And all you're teaching is about a piece of bread. You can bring some raw wheat. This is how the raw wheat looks. This is how they refine it. Fine. This is how it looks at the biscuit. That's science. You ain't picked up a book yet. It's everyday living. That's science. That's geography. Kids read the paper about Somalia. They get a map of Africa and say, oh, this is Somalia. This is where it's located. You ain't picked up a book yet. You're teaching him geography. When the word is mentioned, you just point to him on the map. You can put a small world map. When you read the papers, point to the place. There's a whole lot we can do ourselves. And when the child gets to the school can teach instead of keeping order all the time. You have to let the child know the school is where you teach. You have to give the teacher time to teach and not to keep you from hitting your next door student or knocking the books off. Great expectations need to be put forth from the very beginning, what needs to be expected of you. But in the final analysis, there should be a target in his mind and in your mind. Our ultimate aim is to build and sustain a nation. All right. All right. Therefore, do everything is necessary to achieve that objective. All right, there you go. If a nation has airplanes, make sure that somebody knows how to fly them. All right. Make sure that someone knows how to make one. All right. Someone knows how to design an airport. All right. When you design an airport, you remember now, thousands of tons of weight has to hit that ground consistently for 10 years before you repair that airport. So the man that puts it down there better know his business. You better not put it on no soft ground, but reinforce it if you do it. People need railroads. Somebody have to know railroad engineering. And someone have to know locomotive design and locomotive repair. If our ultimate aim is to get back what slavery and colonialism took away, which is nationhood, then we must look back at what we had. They built the pyramids without an industrial complex. All right. All right. That's an achievement. You can't say it was done by Europe because Europe wasn't in existence. Asia had no contact with Africa at the time. When the Europeans came, they found no jail system because no one had ever gone to one. No word for jail. Did they bring civilization? No, they ain't bringing civilization. They're bringing disorder. They're declaring war on your culture, your women, the dress, your art. They're making you despise the thing that made you feel good about yourself. They're manifesting in the name of a superiority complex and inferiority complex. They don't want to compete with anything you've done. So they want to destroy that and let you be totally dependent on them. Now, if you study Europe, you study the breaking up of the Soviet Union that did not have to break up. And there was nothing basically wrong with a union. There's nothing basically wrong with a Soviet socialistic union, Soviet socialistic republics. Nobody objected to being in that union. What then did break it up? The main people in Moscow, white Russians, did not understand that they had a multicultural empire. They could not homogenize that empire around the thought pattern of Moscow. Had they agreed to respect the cultures of the colonized people, respect their religion, whether you agree with it or not, just respect it. Give them a fair share of the economy. Praise them for what they give to the total union. Realize that most of the agriculture in Russia was coming from the colonized part of Russia. And some of the best mineral wealth was coming from the colonized part of Russia. Well, the colonized part said, "Oh, never mind, if you can't play straight, I'll take it for myself. I can market it myself." What's happening right now is an absolute disgrace. No use for those people being killed. Russia's not being run by a drunk. This man's not even sober half of the time. The low caliber, this other guy that they threw out, he at least had basic intelligence. And he was sober. Now, these are the people whose desire it was to rule over you. If they liberated you, they're going to liberate you so they can rule over you instead of the others. All right. Freedom is something you take with your own hands. You do not inherit it from a will. It is not handed down from one generation to another. And when you inherit it, you must re-secure it in your own terms with your own hands. Freedom is never secure. You can never take it for granted. It's a precious substance. Today, when we look at Africa, there is not a single African nation ruled by Pan-Africanism or nationalism. I have said a real revolution will occur in Africa when an African head of state prays to an indigenous African chosen God in public and without apology. Until that day comes, Africa will revolve, but Africa will not move forward. You cannot use the breathing apparatus of the politics of your former master to build your state. This is something you're going to have to sit down and design for yourself and stop worrying about whether he lacks it or not. If he lacks it, chances are it is wrong. Has not spared this great African people for an ideal reasons. We were never a minority. We number throughout the world with our people in Asia, in India, and over 300 million in the Western world, over 750 million in Africa. We number 1 billion people on the face of this earth. If we create an industry just traded with each other, we need no other customers. We have to turn to each other and believe in each other and love each other. We need ourselves first and foremost. I advocated something, and one girl said, "You're going to get yourself in trouble." I advocated that we need a hugging brigade. See a brother or a sister feeling down and neglected, walk up and give them a nice big hug. So one girl said, "You hug the wrong person, you're going to get hell knocked out of you." Okay, let's put it another way. When we see each other, there should be instantaneous, cordial communication. We're in the same struggle. We came out of the same historical womb. There was a time and place, the riverbanks of Africa, especially the Nile. We gave the world the social thought that went into the making of the Bible, the philosophical thought that went into the making of what you think is Greek philosophy. We gave the world its first humanity. Now we need to seek some partnership in doing the same thing again. And my suggestion is that in seeking the partnership, we find a mirror and see who's staring back at us. That's my partner. You and I will change the world. We'll give the world a new hope, a new lease on life, and a new humanity that will not only be good for our children, but their children and the still more beautiful ones waiting to be born. If we did it once, we can do it again. But you cannot change the world until you agree to change yourself. Thank you.
A loud ovation for Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Garveyism in Jamaica of today. They can call him a national hero, but you go to the library, you don't find any books on Garvey. You don't find nothing in primary schools on Garvey. And the material in the Jamaican Institute on Garvey is deteriorating, and they haven't laminated the paper so they can save it. There's no Garveyism in the Caribbean islands, and very little here right now. Why he was heard here is not because anybody got any better brain than anybody else, but because our crude slave master and our crude oppressor made us know one thing: we were not a part of the state and not wanted to be a part. We were brought here to labor, and once that was over, you're a surplus population. Well, in Jamaica, they had the illusion of being a part of the British Empire. You cannot sell a state to a people who think they've already got a state. It was a matter of a frame of mind. Many people took pride in being a part of that empire. And while many of us would have taken more pride in being part of the United States, but the United States let us know by putting up signs letting us know what we are not wanted. Even signs, black drinking water and white drinking water. And you figure that one out. They reminded us every day of our status in such a way. They were killed in a concept of being such a true blue patriot, and yet we held out hope and fought in all of its wars. When someone asked me years ago whether I loved this country, I said immediately, and I didn't think it out too well, I hate what it is, I love what it promises to be. That was before I understood that the promise wasn't even made to me or my people. They weren't even talking about me when they announced the promise. But what I should have said is that you brought me here against my will, and I'll stay here against my will. And so far as I'm concerned, with the life that I have in me, I'm going to transform this nation to something better. Failing to do that, I have no compunction about trying to destroy it. The role of the writer, the teacher, the leader is to make a new society. And where he cannot make a new society, he has the bounding responsibility to wage endless war on the society that harass him. Faith has assigned this task to the thinker, the teacher, the preacher, the political activist.
And to him, war is a natural way of life. War against oppression, war against hunger, war against any form of deprivation of the human being. It's a way of life. It's a normal way of life. Fighting to improve the condition of people, fighting to give strength to people without it, fighting to give homes to people without a home. Because I remember Dr. Ben saying last night in a lecture we gave together, he was quoting someone else, but it was an excellent quote. Show me how you treat your women, and I will show you the condition of your nation. And I say that the measurement of a nation, the measurement of a people's humanity, is how well they treat the very old, the very young, and the life giver of all people, the women. I don't mean she must necessarily be pampered all the time, but she must be protected and respected all the time. Shall I start, Reverend?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much again. We're going to be talking about the Zulus and the struggle for Southern Africa. I did not use the word South Africa because I'm speaking about a broader dimension than just South Africa itself. The Zulus influence all Southern Africa, and the Zulus gave forth a warrior example that influenced all Africa. And the main target of those trying to downgrade African history is to downgrade that warrior group that gave to Africa and the world its greatest example of warfare, standing up and protecting those things that belong to them as against those things that the enemy was claiming. When we look at Africa picture, the picture of African manhood in the mass media, there is something wrong with the picture in general, more wrong with the television series, The Africans. If African people were alert, they would have assigned people to look at it and explain it, but they would not have assumed there was anything basically true in the film. Do you expect South Africa, who put up most of the money, to have anything true and complimentary about a people who fought to keep all Europeans out of Africa, especially the Boers, and whose war with the Zulus drained them to such an extent they could not establish the republic inside South Africa or Southern Africa that they wanted to establish? Once you check out who's doing something and the motivation for doing, you will know what to expect. The picture, the series of the downgrading of Zulu womanhood
and manhood. And it came soon after another slick job, slicker than the Zulus, a series called The Africans. Now, if you knew African history, you could see the downgrading in the Africans. But the Africans was done by a master black hustler with great skill and one of the best informed Africans on the face of the earth who know better, who never lie without knowing he's a liar, who never lie until he knows that most of the audience will not know that he's a liar. He's a master con man and a master hustler that has been in favor of the whites against the blacks for more than 25 years. He wrote the first anti-Nkrumah article called Kwame Nkrumah, the African Czar, Leninist Czar. I commissioned an African to answer him. In other words, as the African freedom explosion became a world issue, he was trying to water down the enthusiasm for it by writing an article saying that Nkrumah was a pawn of the Soviet Union. Now, this is the man that made the picture. Now, if you did your research work, you would understand the National Endowment endorsed the series at first, but in the interim, the administration changed and the National Endowment withdrew their name, but it couldn't withdraw the money because the money had been spent. Only $600,000 in the first place. It cost $7 million. He got Africans of note to be his consultant. I don't know what they consulted him about or what he consulted them about, because everything in the film did violence to everything they stood for. But there are some Africans who are hungry. One, I could understand his position. He's a marrying man and a divorcing man. He had 2 sets of alimonies to pay. He needed the money. So sometime you sell a piece of your soul, you think, and you walk through the world as though you got a whole soul, when one time if you sell a little piece of your soul, your whole body is polluted. Your whole body is less of a body just because you sold one little piece. It's what I can do without that piece. You can't. You can't do without any piece. You have to have a whole soul or none at all. Because you got to have a whole character or none at all. You're either honest man or you're a liar. One or the other, and there's nothing in between. So, all right. Who backed the other party called 7 Million, Annenberg Trust of Philadelphia? Who are they? A Jewish real estate, a newspaper foundation. Why would they endorse that? Why would they put up the money? When you look at the picture, you can see what is happening. You can become an amateur prophet. Why would they endorse an African film? It said nothing of complimentary about Africans. Not really.
He said something about African exploitation of the minerals in the 4th section. But every time he had something real good to say, he said it about Muslims in Africa. Algeria, he was just eloquent about that. Egypt, Muslim customs, the Muslim woman so moral, dressed up, then showed an African woman in a bathing suit. He was downgrading African people in behalf of Islam. And most Africans did not understand what he was doing. All right, now, I've been in trouble most of my life, so a little more ain't gonna kill me. I think this film was backed by a Jewish foundation because ultimately they're gonna make peace with the Arabs. And you're gonna see the Jews and the Arabs in the same political bed against us. We have no friends, no place. If you realize that, if you realize we have no friends, then you count yourself all over the world, you might be 1 billion people, maybe you don't need any. Maybe you can manage without. And you shouldn't let that little item worry you. People make coalitions, people make alliances based on interests. And people have always made alliances at our expense and made alliances with us to benefit themselves and broke those alliances when it was no longer to their benefit to do so. All right, now let's go back to the Zulus, because when Mazrui came to southern Africa, he missed the Zulu story altogether. He missed the South African story politically altogether. He told a few things here and there to give you the illusion that he favored the radicalism, the revolutionary warfare that's going on, the frontline states. And yet, while he gave you the illusion, in other places he said applied what needed to be done, all he did there was just to infer here and there to show you what a pitiful lot they're in. And when he showed black kids in the hospital, he showed the sickest ones he could find, he could focus the cameras on. And he did not show anything because Muslim men, including black men right here, some in the audience and some all over this country, Muslim men are generally chauvinistic, believing in the separation, physical separation of woman, and assigning women to a lesser task as human beings. And blacks are forever joining things without examining them. But if you're going to join something, you transform it. Join it and transform it into something that you want to use for your liberation. Everything you belong to, from a whist club to a fraternity to a church, should be an instrument of liberation, or stop wasting your time. I have never been able to explain, even partly, why anybody should belong to Jehovah's Witnesses. And what's this got to do with the Zulus? Maybe everything, maybe nothing. If the founder of Jehovah's Witnesses said that there's room in heaven for 250,000. Well, there ain't no room for us. Ain't enough room for the white members. You know they're going to take precedent. So what are you doing hanging out over there? We want a big heaven where all of us can fit. Because we have used our emotion in a wrong way. We have not seen the best things about us, and we have let others emphasize the worst things about us. Now, there was another series by Basil Davison that was fairly good. It was fairly good mainly because Basil Davison focused on chronological history. I mean, step by step, the progression of history, and moved it on. His series can be used in a classroom because so many of us in a color trap, and we had to buy one of the series for use in the classroom. We would buy the Ali Mazrui because he's alleged black, and Basil Davison is alleged white. And that's what we would have gone wrong, because Basil Davison's series is at least usable in the classroom. If he takes a piece of history, he runs it straight to its ultimate conclusion before he moves to the next one. Ali Mazrui didn't stay on anything over 2 minutes. It's choppy, episodic, and it's not usable. And yet, technically, from the view of camera work and angles and technology, it was the finest series that's ever been done. From the point of view of content and history teaching, it was one of the worst. Now let's come back to the series, The Zulus, where so many things were wrong, technically, factually. The whole thing was at least 95% factually in error. The people didn't talk like Zulus. These were actors, and bad actors at that. The people didn't look like Zulus half of the time. And it seemed to choose women who, nearly all of the lead women were light to the point where Zulus are not. And they had words, they were saying words that Zulu women do not say. You had one scene where a sister looks at her brother who's the future king, and she said, I would have a chance of being queen, and you're going to be the future king only because of what's between your legs. African women don't talk that way. Clinical descriptions of sex belong in a medical book. You just don't go around talking about clinical descriptions of sex. It's a highly personal, confidential thing between a man and a woman. Group sex is as bogus as group therapy. But the dogs on the street don't think so, because they are dogs and you're human. You're supposed to think so. It's a personal and sacred thing to human beings, and it is a matter of maneuver and negotiation and conviction and convincing between two human beings. And even if it fails, you don't go out and publicize. It still remains a confidential matter between two human beings and not for the community. You give it that dignity, and Africans gave it that dignity. And they didn't shout about it in this way. Now,
When we look at the people that we call Zulus, who are these people? Because the mass media is out to control image. They're out to, if they control what you look at, they can control what you think. If they control what you think about yourself, they can control what you do about yourself. Now, if they give you an example of the Zulus that's bogus, you will forget that the greatest military force against the whites, who fought them longest with greater degree of consistency and had more victories than anyone in Africa, were the Zulus. A war has been declared against us. And this war started in the 15th and the 16th century, and that war is still going on, only now it is more sophisticated. This is the war against our manhood and our womanhood. Now, the war, all this exposure and this fake pity for the black family is part of the same war. The black family is in trouble, no more or less than any other family in the Western world. Western civilization is in decay because it is not civil. It is not a civilization at all. We are in trouble because that civilization, that mechanism never fit our temperament as a people. It's like a body rejecting a transplanted heart. It simply won't go with the body. We are rejecting the container that they put us into. Now, when I gave a lecture on the historical origin of teenage pregnancy and didn't blame the black men, the black women fraternities who invited me got angry. I said, there was no teenage pregnancy in Africa. There was no African man calling women bitches. There were no broken homes in Africa. Now, who is this black man who's breaking homes, signing children that he don't support, and slapping women around for reminding him of his responsibility? Who is he? Who created him? Western oppression and Western environment. That don't mean he is right at all. That don't mean he need to be excused. If he had revolutionary fervor, he would have revolted against the conditioning and been a man in spite of it. That I would be and do what a man's supposed to do, no matter what kind of oppression you place on me, because that is what I am. I am the shoulder of responsibility. When you touch a woman romantically and physically, when you have the privilege of sharing the sacredness of her personal favor, the two of you are about to change the world. That's no small thing to think about. That's a monumental thing. So both of you have to understand the consequences of doing it, or have the strength not to do it. But you have been programmed into a society where walking away from this sacred responsibility becomes a casual thing. What the women did not like, that I pointed out that the rape of black teenagers along the shores of Africa, in the slave castles, on the boats, on the plantation, was the beginning of widespread black teenage pregnancy. I also pointed out that there are 3 million people in the world called Eurasians, half Asian, half white. There's not 10 marriages between whites and Eurasians. In South Africa, there's over 1 million people called coloreds. That means cohabitation between the African man, the white man, and the African woman. And then there's another, almost 1 million, called Cape coloreds, cohabitation between the Asian, Cape Malayans, and all these people who came in later, and the whites. There's not one marriage between them. Now, who is the greatest deserter of women in the whole world? Now, I'm not trying to justify a single black man who deserted any black woman. And I'm saying that every single one should be called to his responsibility and made to shoulder his responsibility. But look at the historical origins of how this thing started, with the remaking of his mind, with the remaking of the condition where he had no security, where he must rise each day and literally beg for the right to live to the end of the day, where he does not inherit a job normally, he doesn't get his bread normally. He literally engaged in a form of protracted begging. And your begging for one day don't carry over to the next day. The next day, another form of begging, form of asking for permission to live to the end of the next day. And the next day it starts all over again. Look at what it is doing to his spirit. Look what it is doing to his very soul, the very dignity. Then he goes on the weekend and worships a white god. And in the rest of the week, you expect the father, black father in the home, to have full respect. When you worship, you're worshiping the oppressor, the symbol of the oppressor. Now, what the Zulu people tried to do is to preserve the concept of African sovereignty, the African nation state. Now, the Zulus did not start in South Africa or Southern Africa. Nearly every African in Africa came from another part of Africa. And the one thing we need to study in order to understand any portion of Africa are the migrations within Africa. The Zulus once lived along the coast of Southern Africa, of Eastern Africa, before they were called Zulus. It was a group called the Ngunu. There's an Ngunu group inside of the Zulus to this day. We meet these groups in a book by an Arab writer. The book's called Gems of Travel and Meadows of Gold or something. I'll remember his name in a few minutes. But the book was written 947 AD, over 1,000 years ago. And he encountered that group. They were living in East Africa then. But I'll tell you something about certain African groups, not just the Zulu. The Kan has the same trait. The Musi has the same trait. Anytime they are faced with a force they can't deal with,
they pack up and move some other place. Can't fight it? Get out of the way. Here's a group come now antagonistic, want to bother with your land, want to bother with your cattle, want to bother with your money, with your women. All right, so let's go find another home. Africa's so big, you know, you can walk 10 miles away and find another country. Ain't nobody a country that's free for you to take if you want to, because ain't nobody there. The Zulus, when Islam hit that coast, began to move inland. Then they moved inland until they moved into the Congo Basin. Now the Congo Basin got crowded with other groups moving out of the way of Islam. See, everybody trying to purify Islam quite forget the damage it did. People trying to move out of the way of the Islamic slave trade. People tried to move out of the way of warring groups, and they were not a part of either part of the war, and they don't want to be caught in the crossfire. They just pick up and go. The African is a natural nomad. That don't mean he didn't build cities, but he'll move in a minute, you know, and go build a city some other place. So now the Zulus moved inland, and when the inland became crowded with herds and people with their flocks and cattle and sheep and goats, not for war purposes, not for any disagreement with anybody. They were living with a magnificent people, the people of the Congo, the Bashango people, one of the finest people in all of Congo. The Bashango or the Kuba people. The Kuba people didn't say go. Nobody said go. They didn't see the space they needed. So they wanted more space, and they began to move. Not only the Zulus, but other groups began to move down into the open landmass further to the south. The group with the prefix Ama to their name moved closer to the coast. And then the Zulus were referred to as Amazulu, follower of Zulu. Their first great leader was named Zulu. They took his name. The other groups with the prefix Ba to their name, we can find these groups still there. The Bamangweta, Bamwakatsis, the Borolongs, they veered inland. Now the home of the great B group is now Botswana. There was a group called Botswanas, that's the third wave of the B group. The Borolongs went further into Central Africa. Later they would have a good relationship with they would join the Zulus, many of them as officers in the Zulu army. All right, now they settled. The Zulus settling along the coast around Natal, the coastal part of southern Africa. Further to the south, in the tip of South Africa, near the Cape, it's another people that had been there all along. They'd been there so long, no one could remember, and they're not too clear on it. These are people called the Koshon Sand people. If you meet them, you say, what's your name? He says, Koshon. If you talk about his language, he says, Koshon. If you're talking about the two of them, they say, Koshon Sen, S-E-N, Koshon Sen. If you're talking to a Sen, he says, Sen Koshon. Like two vaudevillians arguing over a building. Who gets the first name on the marquee? But if you talk to a Koshon, he said that they are the seniors, the Sen people are the juniors. Talk to Sen, he said that he's the senior, the Koshons are the juniors. Now this don't start any fight, but some of the best jokes you've ever heard
between them is about who's the senior and who's the junior. See, good-natured kidding that white people make fights out of, the Africans make good jokes out of and good relationships out of. You even dance around and fall out with laughter, arguing over something. Nobody resolved anything. They don't intend to resolve it because that means the argument is over and there's no more fun. They want to come back the next day and argue some more. So arguing become a marathon thing that you do. It's like Dr. Ben and I arguing over dynasties. Or who paid the last dinner bill? I treated you the last time. It's my turn now. You treated me. My turn. It was nonsense. But we enjoy it. We ain't gonna ever settle it. We don't want to settle it. He knows that I know that the 18th dynasty was the greatest dynasty ever to sit on any throne in any time in the history of the world. And I know that he thinks that the 19th is the one. But I'm never going to concede to him. He's never going to concede to me. And we're not going to lose friends. We're not going to lose friendship over it. Because it's part of both of our culture. It's to choose a subject that has no end because we won't let it end. Another branch of the Zulus took over. Nearly everybody who became imperial in the world, this is true across the board, was once colonized by someone else. And that's where they got the idea of dominating others, because they were once dominated. The British were once a colony. All right. And so once they freed themselves from being a colony and remembered being a colony, they decided to colonize. All right, now, a group called the Mtiwa took over with the colonial masters of the Zulus. The father, the Zulu king, who's going to become Chaka's father, headed the regular Zulu group, while another king, Jobe, headed the dominant group. Ninda, who is going to be Chaka's mother, came out of the dominant group. In other words, she had a higher royal status than the man she married. The dialogue between them was a disgrace. Zulu dialogue, Zulu courtship is just something else. I mean, they sing praise songs to a woman and they hire a poet to compose poetry and stand in her path and recite it to her. While you stand aside, see what impression it makes on her. I mean, the courtship is an elaborate thing. All of this before you consult her family, the two families consult themselves to see if there's a possibility of you getting together. All of this, you ain't touched her. You create an elaborate ceremony, around her. Well, anyway, Chaka's father met this lady from the dominant house, and negotiation began for them coming together. Negotiation between the two respective families.
Finally, it was agreed that she would join this other house. The house that she joined was the house her people dominated. She came from the Mtiwa group, then the colonial masters of the Zulus. Everything went well until the marriage and months passed, and the other 3 wives had given birth to girls, and she gave birth to a son, Chaka, automatically making her the favorite wife. She had produced the warrior to carry on the tradition. The other wives grew jealous and began to tabulate the months between the marriage and the birth of the son. They assumed or said or proved or insinuated that the child had arrived too early, that there must have been some kind of relationship before the marriage, which is against custom, because the wives or future wives of Zulu kings supposed to be certified virgins. How you certify a thing like this, I don't know, but they're supposed to come to the king untouched in that regard. Now the gossipy wives started out on Nida, spreading rumors. Subsequently, they told the king, if you don't get rid of her, we will tell King Jobe, and he will rule you out of lineage and rule her out of the royal line. She now goes back to her people with her son. Now this is what the movie got wrong. The two, with the children kidding him and kidding her for not having a man. Africans don't do this illegitimacy. First, his mother and father was married. What's illegitimate? How did that get in there any place? Here, John Gunther in his book Inside Africa said he was in. He was illegitimate. Illegitimate how? His mother and father were married. His father acknowledged that was his son. The mother acknowledged that was the father was the father. So what's illegitimate? On the main thing, Africans don't even use the word. The whole concept of illegitimacy is unknown in Africa. Then, as he grew up, when she came back to Zululand, one of the other wives, 2 of the other wives had given birth to sons. 2 of those 2 sons would someday be his assassins. His 2 half-brothers, Dingang, and the other half-brother. Now she leaves, goes back to her people, where Chaka grows to early manhood. She seeks friends for him. And when he refused to fight, she tells him and explains to him that there's no other way to survive except fighting. In the film, when the boys kid him and throw him in the water, then she tells him in the future he'll never leave his enemies behind. All the South Africans are trying to say is that if Africans come to power, they're going to kill all of us. That's all they're trying to say. Clarke left many enemies behind, so long as they realized that he was the boss of Southern Africa. All right, Clarke grew up. His mother sought friendships for him. His father did not see him again until he was 14 years old. Now, all of this was left out of the film. This is a beautiful thing, ceremony. And when his father saw him, his father came to dress him for the ceremony of manhood. The ceremony of manhood is when the boy goes out into the bush, kills an animal, and brings back the mane. He has one spear, one shield. So that means he has nothing to practice on. He must find the heart of that animal the first shot, and he cannot afford to miss. And when he comes back, he is declared a man. He had to go to the hunting ground, was 3 days away. He came back in 6 days, so that means he must have found his animal the first day. Came back with the proof. Now he's growing up. His mother is seeking the friendship of the son of the king, Jobe. This son is called Ding Iswayo, the wanderer. Ding Iswayo befriended Clarke, but after an argument with the father, he goes and lives among the coast and lives among the whites. He noticed something when the whites are fighting among themselves. They keep running at each other in a straight line, and they get killed quicker that way. Ding Iswayo comes back to Zulu land, revolutionized Zulu warfare, and introduce a concept of warfare that still exists, broken field running. If you're running a zigzag line and someone's shooting at you, that cuts down on their chances of hitting you. That doesn't mean you won't be hit, but you're reducing the odds. Now it's in the infantry of the world. If you're moving forward on a battlefield, don't move in a straight line. He introduced broken field running. He revolutionizes the Zulu weapon, the assegai. He saw that the Zulu throwing weapon was too unwieldy. He revolutionized the shield. He makes a shield with matted with wax. So if you would throw a spear dead at the shield, it would glide off instead of penetrate. Now Clarke and Ding Iswayo is revolutionizing warfare in Southern Africa. Then Clarke tells the Zulus, take off your shoes, it's making too much noise. The Zulu would move on a city and a group, and so silently, you don't know they're there. Then they would stand up and begin to bang the weapon against the shield. And then you know that not only you were in war, you were surrounded. You ain't heard nothing. A movie called Zulu, who did everything wrong, show all of the regiments in one, all together. But the Zulu fought in a 3-regiment formation: white shield, brown shield, black shield. The white shield regiment made from the hide of white cows. The shield made from the hide of white cows. These were the trainees. Their job was just to hit the enemy and get out of the way, just to let the enemy know the battle had started. The brown shield regiment would come in and finish if they could. But the black shield regiment was the Zulus' elite guard. Once they entered the battlefield, they had to win or die.
They never left the battlefield with victory or death, one or the other. They were specially trained, special beer was brewed for them, special women were trained to marry them. That was the only branch of the Zulu war group permitted to marry. So you can see now how men fought to get from one regiment to the other. In days before the war, before battle, Clarke isolated the men from the women. He said that warfare is passion. That's the dispensing of passion, and so is sex. If you lose it in the bedroom, you don't have it for the battlefield. So hold it up for a little while. After the battle, your pleasure. Get the battle over first. So because of the special treatment he gave that group, it was always striving to get into that group. Now, what you have to understand, looking at Clarke's best years, is that his mission was accomplished, is that he was to hold the whites to the coast and not let them come inland. And he did that. And whites could not come inland without his permission. And when certain Zulu ceremonies took place, he did not give them permission at all. He was the master. And had he lived, there had been no South African situation because there had been no whites there that wasn't under control of blacks. All right, admittedly he was a dictator. Admittedly he was ruthless. But had he succeeded, even killed 50,000 more Africans, he could have saved 5 million. Now, if you're part of the statistic that might have to go, I'm sure you're not interested. But that is a fact. Whites were weak enough to be defeated then, and he had a chance. All he had to do is to unify Southern African blacks, and Clarke never fought the whites. Another fallacy a lot of people don't seem to be able to deal with. Clarke fought other blacks in order to bring them into a Zulu federation to save Southern Africa from European domination. His best years were the years, now, when Ding Isweyo came home from the course, and 2 of them revolutionized Zulu warfare, Clarke's father died. Ding Isweyo installed Clarke as king of the Zulus. When Ding Isweyo died and Jobe died, Clarke combined the Mtiwas with the regular Zulus. In the next 9 years, he was the most powerful force in all Southern Africa. He built the Zulu Empire during that period. He would move to the east, he would move to the west, conquering and consolidating. And many people, many groups that did not want to fight him joined him. One was another B group called the Borolongs. Their main king had died, and they were under weak leadership. And they stayed with Clarke until they found a strong king named Morake. Now, with the Borolongs working with him, with all the branches of the Zulus working with him, he would move further to the south and further to the west. 2/3 of South Africa under his control. Discipline, the absolute best. Many times the Zulu would trot 50 miles a day and back just to keep in shape. At his best, he was the supreme leader of Southern Africa.
He faced the people still existing in South Africa. He was never physically defeated. When he faced the people called the Swazis. The Swazis wouldn't fight him. The Swazis fought from ambush. Didn't have shields of any consequence. Long, hard sticks. They would sneak up and hit the Zulu on their leg and move out of the way. That's aggravating. Just get on your nerve. Climb up in a tree and jump on your head. Until Clarke declared it a stalemate and spared the Swazis. That's about as close to defeat as he ever got. He said they're crazy. He said that they had a woman ruler, and the Swazis, he thought because a Swazi man rises each morning and goes to the door of his mother and prostrates himself, and he won't rise until she give him permission to rise and said, "Rise, precious fruit of my womb," and go forth for the day. He said, these men must be weaklings. He found different. But he eventually learned better. About 4 years before his death, that's be about 1824, one of his great warriors, known in history as, the British call him Moselekatsi, and the Africans who can speak with a click language call him Umzelgeza. You have to say it fast or you say it wrong. Umzelgeza. The British called him the path of fire, path of thunder. He met with Zulus near the edge of the Drakensberg Mountains and said that he has gotten enough of Clarke's killing, and he didn't think the spoils were being equally divided. With his 15,000 Zulus he had under his command, he decided to break away. And when he made this decision, the Zulus gave him the royal salute. Then he shied away from it, almost like Caesar refusing the crown that he knew he wanted. He said the royal salute belongs only to Clarke and his mother, the great elephant, Ninda. To call a woman an elephant in African society, that means she's strong with great character. In this society, you don't do that. Now, they gave him the royal salute again, and he partially accepted their leadership. Then he noticed the old men standing by, frowning. Then he prostrated himself in front of the old man and asked for apologies from his elders. So I've spoken like a child. I have not asked my fathers which way to go. And they said, rise. We agree with you. We will leave Clarke. And they pointed toward the mountains. We will go beyond the mountains, where there are women to be our wives, cattle as plentiful as ants, land as far as the eye can see. We have had enough of Clarke's killing. We will find a new home. Then he turned to the men and said, do you know what you are doing? You cannot go back and claim your wives. You must leave your children, your wives, and everything behind, because if you go back, you give away what's going to happen. Now, history shows that some of them went back one by one and claimed their wives and children anyway.
But most of them went without their wives, without the children. They went to a country, part of it is now called Zambia, other part is now called Zimbabwe, later called Southern Rhodesia and Northern Rhodesia, where they found a new home for themselves across this mountain under the leadership of Umzelageza. Now Chaka searches for a new leader, a new warlord. He looks among the regular Zulus. You don't find one. But among the Borolong people who had joined them, who had moved down from Central Africa with them, he finds a leader in the Brown Regiment, Brown Shield Regiment. I saw his picture when he was 74. And as much as I'm close to 74, the picture frightened the hell out of me. Mamboza was standing there with his loincloth on, not a gray hair in his head and all the hair on his head, not a break in his complexion at all, not a wrinkle in his face. That's Mamboza. He assumes warlordship of the Zulus to fight the Ponderland campaign and other campaigns. All right, now near the end of Chaka's life, he's growing weary, not only of warfare, but of some other things. Because the Zulus are patrilineal. This is one of the few African people who are patrilineal. The lineage come down through the male. He has sent most of his sons away, all of them really, because he feared that one day they may come and dethrone him. His mother, Ninda, wanting a grandchild to pamper, takes this last son, has a little village built where she can go and pamper and dawdle over her grandchild like grandmothers want to do the world over. Chaka discovers this and is angry with her. But contrary to all the literature, they say he struck his mother and she died. There's not one iota of proof in it, and I went all the way to Ireland to find the diary of the white man who was with Chaka during his death, during her death. Chaka began to lose interest in the dance because Chaka was a great culture figure and a great dancer. I'm going to see, you see, more and more you see what's left out of the film. He was a great dancer. He created a Zulu dance that is tantamount to close order drill. He created a dance that was so universal, we make a game out of it called statues, a frieze, that came from a form of Zulu warfare. Now, when he began to lose interest in the dance and people began to dance in front of him badly, just to see if he would push them out of the ring and show them how to do it, they knew that something was happening to his mind. And then there's an event, it's recorded in the history of the Jews of South Africa. My man named Herman something. I have the book and I have the treaty. So if anybody want to argue the point, I've got all the evidence. 2 months before his death, he signed a treaty granting a piece of land in Zulu land for the settlement of the Jews. I've got the treaty, I got his signature, and the date. And yet most historians say that he was insane during the months of his life. He obviously was not. That was a very tight treaty, because if it was so tight, if the Jews let any of the enemies of the Zulus move over the land, they would lose the land. And if the land was ever used as a haven for the enemies of the Zulus, they would lose the land. It was a tight treaty. No insane man can think that way. So, sometime near the middle of 1828, he had been accustomed to occasionally going on a hunt with an Irishman named Henry Louis Fan. And he liked Fan because Fan could cook up something that Fan called Irish stew. And Chalker took a liking to it, you know. And, well, the Irish had no colonies, so he had no reason to fear this white man, you know. Had no colonies, had no armies, no navies, you know. So he let him in. While on a hunt, a runner came to him to announce that Nanda, his mother, had passed. He was 60 miles away from Zulu land at the time. He went on back to bury his mother. And I know this might sound gruesome to you in your Western mind, but one of the great funerals in Africa, Chalker decreed that 15,000 men would guard her grave for a year. And they did. He ordered the whole nation into mourning. If anybody showed any form of gaiety happen or laughter, they got punished. He maimed the cows so the cows could also mourn for the passing of Nanda. He said that there'll be no crops planted for a year. The people said they could take that, so they did. He forbid certain other things. Then he said, no cohabitation for a year. Then the old ladies took over. Said our king is crazy. He has forbidden life itself. We will not survive as a Zulu nation unless we bring forth life into the world. Here is a patrilineal society, a male-dominated society. The women, the old women of the council ordered his ceremonial death, not his assassination, his ceremonial death for the good of the Zulus. They said, he is royal, only royal hands shall touch him. So they chose his two half-brothers to do the job. And when they went into his tent, he would say, you think that by killing me, you will be king. You will be the bondsman and the slave. Whites are waiting like ants to take over this country. Then in the second cry, he reminded them that you have called me many things, saint, tyrant, God, and devil. To some extent, I am all of these things, but I am something else you need to remember. I'm the greatest hope you have for freedom from European rule in this century. In the last blow, he looked at them with pity and said, oh, what have I done to you, sons of my fathers? Now Chalker is gone. Zulu land is looking for a new king. They find the king among his assassins, Dingang. That was one of the boys born when Nanda went back to live among the Mtiwas, came back to visit Zulu land, and some of the other wives said, the shame is gone, now we have sons. That was one of the sons, now grown. Now, Dingong takes over. Now the fight between the whites have started, not with Chaka, but with Dingong. Now the British push the Boers, and the Boers push the Zulus, and the Zulus push back. The Boers want to find a separate republic on the other side of the Vel River or the Orange River that they wanted to call Transvaal. They want to get away from British taxes and British rule. And so they're trying to move inland. Dingong stops them twice, destroys their wagons and their horses. The third time they were about to be defeated, at the edge of that river, the British realized that if any whites are defeated, they may be next. Though the British hated the guts of the Zulus, the British came to their defense. They would meet Dingong at that river. The battle was so fierce and so many butchered bodies flowed down that river, the Africans called it the Blood River. The Battle of Blood River was one of the decisive battles for the African to hold on to Southern Africa. Finally, the battle was lost. Dingong was driven into exile. 1838. He dies in 1840. Now coming to power, a Zulu of the British choosing. You have to understand something about Zulu character. They never produce half men. Their men are whole men. Their puppets are puppets all the way. The Zulu puppet Mpande would rule the Zulus for 32 years, rule or misrule. The Zulu war machine has fallen apart. Mpande is fat and sloppy. He does not marry the women assigned from the family designated to train women to marry into the king's household. He marries into the common women because he can discard them easily. He's a fat, beer-drinking, liquor-lapping slob. He's overweight, couldn't get out of the way of nothing. He is so naive, and the British wrote out his death warrant. Because he believed so much in the British, he signed it. So all right now, approaching 1870, he is becoming unpopular with the Zulus. He has produced a strong son who is now a favorite among the Zulus. The son is Kechewayo. In 2 years, so much support is rallied around Kechewayo that he dethrones his father and becomes king of the Zulus. Kechewayo began to punish Zulus for being fat and sloppy, starts the Zulu war machine again, sets out to train the Zulu army again, sets out to avenge the reducing of his father to the status of a puppet. He is planning now the war against the British. It took him 4 years to get it all together. more than 4 years. He did not fight the battle until 1879. He knew the missionaries helped reduce his father to puppetry. So he's going to attack a missionary station, Roki's Drive. Now coming back into Zulu land, the Borolong warriors, these related Zulus who had previously fought with Chaka. Now the new leader is coming. Mambosa is old now. Well, I can't say he's old because he's near the age I am now, so I don't think I'm old. So the moderately young Mambosa, 74 years old, looking like a man of 30, comes back to offer help. But the condition is that you give his son a command assignment. His son gets the job of leading the troops in the attack on Roki's Drive, the British missionary station. If you see a film on the late show called Zulu, that's what the film is centered around, that attack. There wasn't about 96 British. The African killed about 200. At the end of the film, there's still 96. Mambosa goes to help Cachuwayo plan the big battle. Because this battle one battle is a rehearsal for the other battle at San Helvina. This battle was so perfect. A few years ago, a publisher wanted to commission writers to write books about the greatest battles in history. The first book was written about at San Helvina, the Battle of San Helvina. Now, after the missionary fight, this would lure the British into the camp to face Cachuwayo. And he pulled back and let them walk right into his trap. Mounted on this side, mounted on that side, the sea at the back, and facing it was Cachuwayo on a horse, just looking at them for 3 days. Just looking at them, scrambling. They can't get out, they can't get in. Nobody can get out, nobody can get in. Finally, he gave the signal for the battle to start. Damn near everybody down there got killed, including Jerome Napoleon. Churchill wrote about this in a book called A Roving Commissioner. Churchill wrote exceptionally well in the years when he wasn't a cigar-smoking, senile drunk. He handled the English language. Churchill was a good writer. His other book on the war in the Sudan called The River War, I call it the greatest piece of war reporting since Caesar came home from Gaul. He's a man with great talent. When he went to Eton, he couldn't learn French, couldn't learn German. They said, I suppose you just concentrate on the English language. Just learn that and we'll be satisfied. He's a rich boy, so you don't tell them too much of what to do. He learned the English language well. So he was a reporter in his early days, so he wrote 2 books on his reporting in Africa. One, The River War, about the battle, the retake to Sudan. One about the war in southern Africa called A Roving Commissioner. And he's the one that mentions the fact that Jerome Napoleon was killed in this battle, that these Africans had changed the whole structure of the British Empire. Now, Cachuwayo would make a mistake. Same mistake Nkrumah made. He left Africa at the wrong time. Had Nkrumah stayed in Ghana, nobody would have been able to overthrow him. He could have rallied the people. Nobody would have been able to overthrow him.
Ketchawaya went to London. Queen Victoria received him. The war wasn't too popular in England. British tailors vied for the honor of making him a British suit. And they did. And there's pictures of him in this British suit. Big, fat, tall Zulu. Ketchawaya. Looking utterly ridiculous in the British suit and a top hat. The main thing is that when he got back home, the British had split his country into 13 different parts, and he was only king of one part. Finally, they would drive him into exile and into suicide. Now the British would breathe easily and said, at last the Zulu has been broken. They had spoken prematurely. They had forgotten that second Zulu Empire. Now under the son of Ketchawaya, Lobengula. Lobengula was blocking the path of the British trying to take over mining concessions in this area. An Englishman named Cecil John Rhodes, with consumption of TB, was told, if you stayed in England, you might live 6 months. In Africa, you might live 2 years. Went to Africa, that good African climate cured him, and he lived for years, stole so much money, finagled so much money, betrayed so much people, they're still trying to count his money. If you understood that no black man would ever accept a Rhodes Scholarship, all that's blood money. He wanted now to take over the area of the second Zulu Empire, Matabele land and Mashono land. The people in what is now Zimbabwe are Shonos mixed with Zulus. Remember the 15,000 Zulus who went there, mostly without wives? They married Shona women. So there's no great division between them. They're all relatives. But the main thing is that when Cecil Rhodes tried to take over this country, he tried to provoke a fight with Lobengula. Cecil Rhodes wanted to build a communication system from Cape to Cairo, a good idea for Africa's purpose, but he wanted to build it for colonial purpose. He accused one of the vassal states under the Borlong, under the Shona people, accused them of taking wire from the rail, from the communication system, and asked that they be punished. And when they were punished, he asked the British Empire to punish the king because he had punished the people too severely. He faked the war using British freebooters, and all that salary was what they could take from the Africans. When they saw the gold bracelets on the African women, they didn't ask to give them to me. They just cut off the arms and took them. So we ain't got nothing to be kind to anybody about but ourselves. This war led to the exiling of Lobengula. His followers followed him into exile. Finally, he told them to go back and make peace with Cecil Rhodes and save their families. In the beautiful poetry that Africans talk sometimes, he said, "Go sweetly, go in peace. There's nothing else I can do for you." They've got another fight, for they've spoken prematurely one more time. After the Boer War,
Some Zulus served as wagon masters and quartermasters and supplies in the British Army. The British said that they would remit their taxes. Instead of remitting their taxes, the British doubled their taxes. Now this would start and provoke the last Zulu war in Natal and other places. This war was partly led by a young Zulu king, Bambata, and an old Zulu, Sigananda. When Bambata goes to Sigananda and asks for help, Sigananda is 95 years old now. Sigananda is the oral historian of the Zulus. He was body servant to Chaka. He was in the army that guarded the grave of Nanda. He went up, when the Zulus wasn't fighting, he went up in the Congo and fought with a dissident king called Tam Tam Anna. He came back and he saw the Zulus sitting around pitting themselves, and he cursed them out and said, "There's no blood on your sword. The imperialists have violated your women, have taken your land. Are you sure you are Zulus or old women waiting to be buried?" Then he started his own private war, then went to jail. Now he's back in Zulu land and out of jail again. He's head of a small group called the Kubes. He's known as Sigananda of the Kubes, or Sigananda Kube. Now, when Bambata goes to him and asks for help, based on the fact of what help Bambata's father had rendered to him, this angers the old man. He said, "I helped your father because he was a Zulu and I'm a Zulu. I'm not going to pay this tax. The British want to charge $75 a month for having a dog. He lacks dogs and his sons. He ain't going to pay tax on either one of them." Bambata was called a horse thief because every time he wanted a horse, he'd take a horse from the British. Every time he wanted cattle, take cattle from the British. So you ain't bring no horses here, ain't bring no cattle here. They all belong to me. So when he wants one, he just takes one. So the British looking for him. He now goes to Dennis Zulu, the last son of Kechewayo. Dennis Zulu said, "I don't want any part of this war. I've had enough of the British jails, enough of war." Then he speaks in a loud, secretive, and yet loud enough to be heard across the room. He said that while I want no part of this war, I've had enough of fighting, enough of jails. If there's anyone in the sound of my voice who wants to help this young man, my eyes did not see his form disappear. My ears did not hear his footsteps as he departed. Standing by is the last of the great Zulu warlords and war planners, Senjani. He goes now to help Bambata plan that last Zulu war. And when he go back to Natal, find out what the old man has done, the old man has started his war already. He ain't waiting for these young people to get back. He started the war already. He would fight for 9 months. Finally, the British, Bambata would go to the grave of Kechewayo to pay his respects, as is the custom. Any time you're making great decisions in Africa, you go to the grave of your elders or go to your elders. The British were supposed to have cut him down on the way from the grave. His wife refused to go into mourning. If the British knew enough about Zulu custom, they would have known that Bambata was not dead. His wife said his spirit will come back and lead the Zulu people. He'd escaped. He had a dummy on one horse, and he was on another. And he didn't ride as a customary white horse that day. He was a strategist too. The British killed his dummy, his double. Cut off the head and displayed it among the Zulus. And this is a lesson for you. You better stop this revolt. It stopped the revolt, all right, but it did not send the wife into mourning, because Zulu wives, after the husband died, supposed to mourn the rest of their life. But this didn't signal to the British the fact that Bambaataa was not dead. A man named Benny's doing some work on Dennis Zulu discovered that Bambaataa escaped and lived in an obscure village in South Africa until 1926, where he died of natural causes in old age. Now, in summation, Zulus have played a major role in the transformation of South Africa. That was the Zulus in the building of the ANC, a great Zulu in the building of the South African Communist Party. His name was Champion. And when someone asked him, in the choice between the party and your people, what choice would you make? He said, I will choose my people every time. And when the party propagated the concept of separate states, the whole homeland concept is now practiced in South Africa, was taken originally from a plan laid out by the South African Communist Party. They may not have known what was going to happen to it, but they designed it first, the so-called separate states for different African groups. When they asked Champion about separate states and in South Africa with different groups, he said, of course, all of it belonged to we Zulus, so I'll take it all. The party expelled him for being nationalist. And he did not. And when the white head of the party, A.E. Bunting, went to Russia with a delegate, all white, Stalin took him to task. Stalin wouldn't even shake his hand. How are we going to unify? How are we going to have a great party in South Africa? You haven't even got a single African delegate. The next time he went to Russia, he took Champion. Tall Zulu, 6'7", I mean just a magnificent statue of a man. He only died about 7 years ago. He was 97. Another Zulu taken with South African acceptance, taken with his acceptance by the Boers, went to a university called Witwatersrand. And because this was a British-run Boer university. You have to understand one thing about the Boers that I should have said earlier. They are Calvinists. And the Calvinist creed is that they are designated by God to look over all lesser breeds. And they don't feel guilty about what they're doing in South Africa because they assume that the African is of lesser breed. Now you would wonder, why would anybody belong to the Dutch Reformed Church? And yet you got blacks in the Dutch Reformed Church. You got blacks fighting to join the Mormon Church, and they say we don't have souls. We can't be priests. We can't be nothing. Why do we have to belong to? Well, anyway, that's another lecture. Champion continued his course of nationalism. Many times when this course did not go well later on, some Zulus became conservative, and some of them are conservative to this day.
But the Zulus continued their fight on a different plane. When Mahatma Gandhi was in South Africa, he started a fight to unify everybody except the blacks. United Nations League, Natives League, United Colors League. If King understood Mahatma Gandhi, King would have never said he's a follower of Mahatma Gandhi. That's still another lecture. But the Zulu War of 1906 was the last of the wars. This war, the war against the whites, had started with the Coast-John Sand people, later called Hottentots and Bushmen. They fought 11 wars against the Boers, called Kaffa Wars. Gave a splendid account of themselves. One group was almost destroyed, but they did give a good account of themselves. This before the Zulu Wars. The Zulu Wars of consolidation, then the Zulu Wars of resistance. Chaka was fighting the Zulu Wars of consolidation, trying to bring all Africans together to save them from the domination of the whites. Dingong started the Zulu Wars of resistance. You must be very clear on these wars. And as a result of the Zulu Wars of resistance, the British tightened things in South Africa. All right, after 1906, the stringent laws, the beginning of past laws, were so hard on people in South Africa. The trade union movement, the white trade union movement in South Africa began to bar Africans, still do. Now the Africans had to take on a new organizational structure. A great Zulu, John L. Dubé, the grand uncle of the Ernest Fred Dubé, who's having the problem at Stony Brook. At Witwatersrand, this Dutch university, he now with frock tails on and coat and a bowler hat and in the summertime, looking like a fool. And he was so taken by this white acceptance, he wrote a scurrilous book called The Black Man is His Own Worst Enemy. Came and studied at Oberlin for a little while. Finally someone talked some sense in his head. And to his everlasting credit, he spent the rest of his natural life setting the record straight and building. It was John L. Dubé, also of Zulu descent, that began to build the ANC and branches of the ANC in every part of South Africa. The foundation builder of the ANC was this Zulu, John L. Dubé. And once that, after his passing, a great Bantu editor, John Tingo Jabevu, began to build, and a young man from Nyasaland came down into South Africa, began to build a great trade union movement. And this frightened the whites, especially the white laborers, to the point where they had to turn against him. He made a mistake, asked Ramsay MacDonald of London to send people from the British Labour Party to help him administer his union. Ramsay MacDonald used this as an excuse to dump all the sorehead communists out of the movement, fighting among themselves, to go in South Africa and fight among themselves and wrecking a black union. And they did. They wrecked the union and almost destroyed its founder, Clement Kodele. Clement Kadele turned to the World Trade Union movement, got some help, but got his best help from A. Philip Randolph. Got published in A. Philip Randolph's paper, The Old Messenger. And if you read the old files of the Messenger, read a long article about Clement Kadele on the growth of South African trade union movement. We have just begun to do our research. Now we have gone hurriedly over a large body of information and trying to set straight some misconceptions of one of the finest military people in all Southern Africa. The Zulus seem confused today, and some seem conservative. And there's too much fighting between one and the other. But there was a time the Zulu projected the possibility of Africans being the military masters of Africa, being the masters of that destiny and controlling it to the point where there would be no debate about what white people come in or out, because those who came in would have to come under African rule, and those who could not take African rule would have to go. And what they were projecting is what Africa had before, the concept of the nation state. They were pointing the same kind of direction that Booker T. Washington pointed to, Du Bois pointed to, Marcus Garvey pointed to. The true container for a people's culture, the true container for a people's hopes, the true container for a people's growth and their dreams and their future is a nation state where they control everything. And other people can come in the state and can live in the state if they're willing to live on terms laid down by that people. They pointed to what we will have to do if we would ever be a whole people other than protracted beggars begging for entry into other people's houses. All the Zulu people were saying in their walls, it's the same thing Washington was saying, same thing Du Bois was saying, same thing Garvey was saying. If your soul is ever going to be peaceful, if your freedom is ever going to be secure, build your own house. For Southern Africa in the 20th century, that'd be March the 2nd. By then, I will make up a basic reading list about the Zulu people and about Southern Africa in the 20th century. I will leave it here at the church for reproduction and distribution as they see fit, so that you will have before you the basic information about this subject, and you can read for yourself and draw conclusions for yourself. I don't know what else I can do. I know that sometime in March I have to have the one thing I've been trying to avoid is an eye operation, and on one eye, I'm going to try one at a time. I ain't going to gamble on losing both of them. If that's successful, then I might try the other one. I ain't no fool now. I want to see as long as I can. All right, you can start. Yes, sir. Yeah.
I'd like your opinion of the latest Zulu chief.
Now, Buthelezi started out to be a strategist. In fact, I met him earlier when he said that he was going to accept the homeland concept. He's going to accept it as face value. And he's going to see how much sovereignty they're going to permit him to have. And so he even said he's going to invite me to come over and help to set up the teaching, the educational system. He hadn't spoken to me about it since. I must have seen him 6 times since then. But I think he's now a rather conservative puppet. No appreciable value to African people anymore. He's a compromise, but an unnecessary compromise. He could rally and solidify the Zulu people if he would. But he is, I don't see why he contributes anything in a forward way. He's a container, and he caters to white conservatism and containment and Zulu conservatism. I don't see him as having anything remotely resembling a revolutionary fervor. I regret this because I happen to know Buthelezi personally, and I happen to talk to him nearly every time he comes to the United States. The last time I talked to him, it was in the Armory right here in Brooklyn. We had a long discussion. I came all the way over to make a special point of it, you know, of seeing if I could dialogue with him.
Yes, so Dr. Clarke, is there any study you did about the amount of weapons that America supplied to the Boers or to the British, like the Gatling gun and the other weapons during that time of the war against the Zulus?
Well, I know what the amount I do not know about, but I know that America has consistently supplied the weaponry they needed, both to the British and the Boers, and that South Africa now has atomic weaponry supplied by the United States through Israel. And that the United States really have no interest at all in South African freedom.
Clarke, the point that the film is making about Shaka being introducing killing into welfare work. Could you elaborate on that?
Introducing killing?
They said that prior to him that they would fight, but they would kill each other. War games. Yeah.
Well, Chaka had a different territory and a different weaponry. While this is basically true in certain areas, but you know, in big battles in African wars, sometimes if they had 12 casualties, that was a big battle and a big war. Africans had a way of spying, you know, and sometimes it's almost like a practice campaign, but it wasn't actual killing in some cases. He did not introduce killing. There was killing in African wars before Chaka, but it was not massive killing. Chaka's wars probably had the largest amount of casualties in any single African against African war in Africa. I have never tried to cover up this fact, but Chaka's mission is still a mission worthy of pursuit. And I think the whites who interpret this interpret it wrongly. Not the fact he introduced killing, but this is the first time killing on that proportion has been in an African wars. There have been wars between African and African, but then some wars between African and African starts at sunset, and when it gets dark, if you want to go home, you go home. Nobody didn't even notice you're going. Africans have been very humane in combat, but they have not tried to fight any people into total destruction. Never.
Clarke, can you throw some light to this stuff? Can you say, let us know which one of the Zulu chiefs has received the Nobel Peace Prize for the British?
No, he didn't receive it. The Nobel Peace Prize is not given by the British. It's given by the Academy in Sweden. That's Chief Luthuli. Huh? Luthuli. Chief Albert Luthuli.
I heard recently that the Japanese were divesting in South Africa, since everybody, well, mostly American corporations have pulled out. Is that true?
I hope it's true, but honorary white people sometimes are as devious as white people in business deals. And the Japanese in South Africa declared honorary whites. If the Japanese pull out, it will be a great blow. It will help a lot in the fight toward freedom. If the Japanese were wise, they would understand that there would be no finer market in the world than a free, well-functioning African continent under its own steam, mastering itself. Because ultimately Africans not only going to assemble cars, ultimately they're going to make cars from scratch. They have the engineers and they have the material right within Africa. And Japan is giving out of said raw material that Africa has in plentiful supply. So if they were wise, the Japanese would strike up a partnership, not just with South Africa, but with African nations in general.
So, one more question, please. We as Afro-Americans, I know we spend a lot of money in this country. Are we hurting our brothers and sisters in Africa by spending so much money in the commercial market?
We're not hurting them by spending so much money. We're hurting them by the way we are spending it without giving it direction. And actually, we can help the Africans because Africa needs so many things. We could buy for the Africans at certain prices and get it to the Africans so that the Africans will cut down on his outlay of money. But we're both going to have to trust each other a little more than we do right now.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Clarke, can you speak a little bit on the origins of the Pan-African Congress of Azania and people like David Sibeko?
Well, the Pan-African Congress of Azania was a young group that broke from the ANC because the ANC was moving too slow, and the ANC was like the NACP, a little on the integrationalist side. The Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania said African land for African people, not we share. My country, my land. And they really did not believe in a whole lot of integration that was nothing but white rule in the name of integration. No, David was no different from his party, and I knew him personally. And he was the best theoretician they had in their last, 10 years. His death was a setback not just for the Pan-African Congress, it was a setback for African liberation. I have some misgivings about the ANC and some of their supporters. I think they're supporting ANC so that if ANC ever came to power, they could control ANC. One was more nationalist. Pan-African Congress was more nationalist. And ANC is more left universalist.
Whatever that means. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Through historical documentation, I'm not an advocate of history, interpreter of history, but through historical documentation, everything that happened to the black man through violence was illegal. And even in the interpretation of the history, you find that even when we interpret the history, we find that the only solution is violence. I would like to know, since history has been tampered with, presumably, actually it must have been tampered with because the devil tells the truth. But why, if the history's been tampered with, how can we, let's say, find peace by interpreting the history without really analyzing the nature of the interpretation? So I deal with logic. I say, logically speaking, there's no such thing as a white man being able to help us in no form or fashion. I live in that manner. But see, I don't hate the person because of this, because I don't hate slaves. But I do believe that since we have to develop some of logic that will make us understand the historical documentation that's being taught to us, and the things that are being taught to us, these are still anything but violence in our solution. I want to know, is there a peaceful solution for our problems? True interpretation of history, because from listening to you, I feel there's some peaceful solution, but I can't see it because of the violence that exists in society.
There's a peaceful solution to the interpretation of history, but there is not a peaceful solution to the interpretation and the obtaining of liberation.